that Mr. Nku does not feel somehow undone by the questions that I might have on that statement. And then the proposal is that once the statement is done, then we can go and deal with other things, including the charts that we still have to go through that relates to Mr. Nku, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Musigiri. I noticed that Mr. Nku's attorney, Mr. Duplessis, is not here. Has there been a formal withdrawal, or what is happening?
Chair, Mr. Duplessis was present on Friday, but decided not to be part of the meeting or the consultation, so he stayed outside. And Mr. Nku can confirm that the agreement between him and Mr. Nku was that he will not be needed today, but he has not formally withdrawn. But that's the agreement between Mr. Nku and Mr. Duplessis that he can confirm. He said over the weekend they will decide if he needs him here or not, Chair.
Mr. Nku, do you want to say anything about the absence of your attorney, Mr. Duplessis?
Thank you very much, Chair. There was a mutual agreement that he will not be needed today, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. I cannot but say this. With the exception of the introductory part that explains why the supplementary statement is being made, and a little bit with regard to context and the background, largely the narrative by Mr. Nku remains the same. And I must say that comes as a surprise to me because we wasted a whole day on Friday. The idea, at least insofar as I understood it, maybe it's the same with my co-commissioners, the idea being that Mr. Nku was to come clean, as it were. Speaking for myself, I don't quite see that, but we'll see as matters unfold. It's just a little bit about the background, how this started insofar as Egerton and Egerton only is concerned, you know, what the background is in that regard, and a little bit about how the interception was supposed to happen, but the rest of the narrative is the same. For a whole wasted day, I cannot but say it's absolutely a damp squib, or a lead balloon, as some would say. Anyway, let's get on with it. Do we have a hard copy? I think we got something from Mr. Vundla, was it? Yes, which is electronic. Yeah, and of course before that I had received. I don't know whether you sent it to my
I'm informed that it's inserted at the back of your file.
Oh. These have item numbers. What item number would it be?
So the statement be 1 to 8. And then there will be 3 annexures, TN1, TN2, TN3. That will be 9, 10, and 11.
Item 6, is it?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You do have
Yes. Perhaps they should have inserted a flag or a tab, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Sigels-Ncube?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, just to add to your displeasure, The statement that you have before you will be amended by Mr. Nku as he goes along. There are certain aspects of his statement that he wants either excluded or rephrased, but given the late hour within which the statement was received and his indication that he wants those amendments to be made this morning, there wasn't enough time to deal with it, and we didn't want to waste any further time. It is also for that reason that the statement won't be flighted, because it hasn't been redacted, but also there are aspects of it that he no longer wants to disclose. And there's some which I have indicated to him as a hard no, that if there's no reason why certain things should not be excluded. So I will be keeping a careful watch in case he tries to exclude something that we haven't agreed on excluding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sigels.
Mr. Nku, can you please keep your microphones on at all time? Yes. And usually the chair says this, but you are reminded that you are still under oath. May I ask you to just, Mr. Musikidi had given some indication as to why you decided to prepare this statement, but can you give us full disclosure as to why you had taken the decision to give the statement, and in so doing also to explain why certain aspects of the statement you now no longer want to deal with?
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you very much, Advocate Pusikid and Advocate Mube. In relation to the draft of this statement, upon my testimony on Thursday, I've had a long and hard chat with my spiritual leader. The dismay was indicated, and it became clear that regardless of what I fear, I must come to the Commission and lay it bare, and then the Lord will take care of the rest. There had been reservations in what I've inserted in my previous statements, and it was mainly out of fear. So after that chat, I saw it fit and correct that I need to come to the Commission and set the record as straight as I can. And it was a conscious decision that one took. That's when on Friday morning we had a consultation with Advocate Musikidi relating to the facts. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then insofar as the statement is concerned, if I can ask you to go to page 7 of the statement and confirm that that is your signature. Thank you. And can you do, apart from the corrections which you will make now or in your evidence, do you confirm the correctness of the statement?
Yes, with the corrections inclusive, I do confirm.
Yes. So I think we can skip the first 4 paragraphs of your statement because you've told us what the purpose is. Maybe you can start with the heading that says how I came to know of the information, and if I'm correct, the information relates to the truck insofar as the Ayrton drug bust is concerned. Is that the information you're referring to in your heading?
Indeed, Chair.
Is that the closest the mics can get to you?
Just hold it.
Maybe that's not really. Oh no, switch them on. Switch them on.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Maybe it's not even necessary to bring them closer, but just speak up, please.
Or if it is at all possible, may I exchange the chair? Because I'm not comfortable. I usually sit on that chair.
Oh, okay. Please do what you are comfortable with. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Or you want to be shorter?
I wanted to be shorter. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed then from how I came to know of the information.
Okay. How I came to know of the information. Apologies. I was introduced to a person known to me as Ibi. By my distant relative.
Sorry. Perhaps let's do both spellings. It's open code IBY close code or open code EBY close code.
I was known to me as IBY open code close code or EBY open close code. By my distant relative, Mr. Kevin Mapatso. Mr. Mapatso was known to me not only as a relative, but also as a person who had occupied a public office, including serving as a member of parliament and as deputy minister in military veterans between 2014 and 2019. The introduction was therefore one that I regarded significant and credible at the time.
Or one that you regarded as significant and credible at the time. Sorry. No, I'm repeating that because I spoke at the same time as you were finishing the sentence. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there agreement to skip the full name between the two?
Yes.
All right, okay.
So can you just clarify when the introduction was made? In paragraph 5.
The introduction was made earlier on in 2021.
In 2021?
In 2021. I only got to know the gentleman in 2021.
You're saying that Mr. Mapatwe introduced you to EB in 2021?
In 2021, yes.
Okay. Please proceed.
At this time of the introduction, I understood EBIPY to be a businessman involved in the coal mining industry. I was further informed or otherwise understood that he had access to or operated a refinery situated in the Northwest Province. Mr. Mapatso.
Sorry. I did not mean that you should each time spell the name. No, it was just at the beginning when you were mentioning it for the first time, and especially because there are two spellings. Otherwise, just pronounce it the way you pronounce it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mapatso was aware of my skill set and background, particularly my ability to follow, trace, and obtain information, as well as the fact that I had an extensive network within Transnet and broader logistics sector. On or about May 2021, Mr. Mapatso informed me that EB allegedly required assistance in relation to the movement of a consignment. I was informed by Mr. Mapatso that EB required assistance with tracking a shipment which was said to involve drugs and which was allegedly connected to his competitor. As it was explained to me, the intended objective was to use information relating to the shipment so that lawful enforcement could intercept the consignment. Okay.
Can you just tell us what you mean by that? Everything after the consignment, intercept the consignment, Chair, must be deleted, and Mr. Nku will explain what he means by the information relating to the shipment so that law enforcement could intercept the consignment. And here specifically, Mr. Nku, I want you to deal with whether this interception would be a lawful seizure or whether it was always known that it would be an unlawful seizure and that the drugs would be susceptible to theft by drug cartels.
Sorry. Can you please read right up to where this is supposed to end?
As it was, paragraph 10, as it was explained to me, the intended objective was to use information relating to the shipment so that law enforcement could intercept the consignment, full stop, and that's where it ends.
So it was, we crossed that out. All
Correct,
of
Chair.
it.
Yes.
Okay.
The agreement is then that Mr. Nku will then explain to us what he means by that law enforcement could intercept the consignment with specific reference to whether the interception was intended to be a lawful bust or whether it was always the intention that it would be an unlawful bust or that it would be compromised in such a way that it would affect or undermine the integrity of the bust.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. The main objective was that the consignment must not reach its intended recipient, and a bust is significant in that that would be the only indicator to EB that was successful to do say for instance if the consignment was stolen without a recording of a bust, there wouldn't have been proof that the intended objective was met. And over and above that, an occurrence of a bust becomes recorded. It becomes a matter of public information. So from a credibility point of view, it would affect the reputation of the other party. The objective was not particularly relating to the consignment itself, but their broader business schemes in terms of having access. So the past being lawful or unlawful, the most important thing was the past occurring and a past recorded. An objective would have been met.
Okay, so let's just take it step by step. EB Boss is a drug trafficker, correct?
That's what I've came to understand.
Okay, and when you say the intended recipient is also a drug trafficker?
That would be the case.
And the intended recipient is a competitor of EB Boss?
Correct.
Okay, and EB Boss would have to know that the consignment is intended for his competitor?
They would have to know.
Okay, and the competitor also knows that the drugs is on its way?
Correct.
And you are then there to make sure, or you are tasked or brought into this operation by who does the introduction, by Mr. Mapatswe, and tasked by EB boss to make sure that his rival doesn't get the intended shipment, the drugs.
Correct.
And it doesn't matter to him if he doesn't get the drugs himself.
If he would have gotten them, there would have been a tearful. Because it would seem, because looking at these things pertaining to drugs and whatnot, they are markers. I think they use markers of sorts. So it would have been known that maybe through his channel these things were dispersed.
You mean the bricks are branded, they have a particular brand reflecting that they belong to a certain camp?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then in that scenario, what is the benefit to EB if the drugs gets confiscated? So if there is a bust, whether lawful or unlawful?
In a scenario like that, he would have cut or short-circuited his competitor.
Sorry. By that, what do you mean? Is it purely a money factor or a continuing supply issue? Earlier when you testified, and I may have misunderstood, I thought what you're saying is it would disrupt the competitor's relationship with the suppliers.
Correct.
Did I understand you correctly?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And what are you saying, that when you received the information from EB, it was always the intention to involve the police to do this interception, or was there a point in time where you intended to do it on your own, and when you couldn't, you had to get assistance from the police to do a seizure?
No, at no point had I any intentions to do it alone. The intended outcome was for there to be a bust. Hence, earlier on, I've alluded to the fact that if there's no such, then how else would he have known that the competitor is disadvantaged? We wouldn't have found out. So the whole point was for there to be a discovery that the competitor is most, let me put it maybe in this manner, that the competitor is unreliable to the people they are dealing with.
Okay, whilst we're on that topic, can we maybe then just deal with the WhatsApp exchanges relevant to this aspect of your evidence, so that we can just short-circuit it and understand your evidence in relation to what was communicated contemporaneously in the chats. And to confirm here that when we look at the Treem chats, that Alpha is EB, correct? In the Treem chats, the person Alpha is EB.
Correct.
Okay. It is CJC 274, Commissioners. It's the WhatsApps and screenshots exhibit. Can somebody please assist the witness? So if I could ask you to go to page 49, just so that we can get the date of this WhatsApp chat, of the Treem chat, sorry. .1, Commissioners.
Maybe, Ms. Nobe, perhaps before you get into the chats, if you would, for the record at least, have the witness say he did speak to EB, Because the way that the statement reads, it reads that Mr. Mapatso gave him all this information and the operation then was triggered.
Mr. Nku, at some point you did then speak to EB about this planned operation. You had direct communication with him.
Indeed, Chair.
Okay.
At some point, yeah, because we had WhatsApp calls.
Okay, and so it was WhatsApp calls, and then we also know that there was exchanges of text between the two of you.
So that's the other part. They are WhatsApp texts, but the text that maybe I will address in relation to that. I've got forwarded text.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine. You can then just identify to us what your version is about any particular text that we take you to. So
Okay.
Are you on page 49? Are you there?
I am the Chair.
Okay. Now, this just shows us, I want to use this to identify the date and time. It's on the 1st of July, 2021, 1924-18, and it is a screenshot of a chat between Alpha and yourself.
No.
You dispute that?
Yes, I
Okay,
dispute.
tell us what you say it is. Can you switch on the other microphone, please?
Apologies, Chair. This would be in another statement that I've clarified on the questions relating to some of the screenshots sent. So I've never had to have direct chats with this Alpha person in Thrima. So I was mainly, if you go to my the device, there is another character called John Wick. So most of the screenshots I would have been forwarded from there and then dumped on my device immediately. So I do not want to say this part. I would keep tabs, basically, myself.
Okay,
But
so you're saying that chat is not between you and
No.
Alpha?
no, it's not.
And you know who it is between?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And it was forwarded to you?
It was forwarded to me.
And it's on your device on 1 July 2021? As an image, as a screenshot, if you look at
Yes.
page 49.
Yes.
1 July 2021, 1924-18, and it says that it's an image. And who sent it to you?
It's another user on the app.
Okay, so somebody else sent it to you, and the purpose of sending it to you was what?
So hence I said I kept tabs, basically on. So to put things this way, realizing that the people being dealt with here, they are seasoned in what they are doing. They have their own people that they deal through or deal with, and to just encroach on their network is extremely difficult. So my reasons for keeping tabs, I I would request not to place them on a public forum because there is highly sensitive information relating to this.
I will accept that for...
Mr. Ngube, Mr. Nku, it's up to you how you answer this question and how you want to answer and what you say. I just need clarity. Mr. Mapaswe introduces you to this EB person. Do you get to meet this EB person? Did you meet him?
Indeed.
And then you
Commissioner.
exchanged telephone numbers with this person?
Indeed.
And arising from that exchange of telephone numbers, you could then communicate with him through WhatsApp or any other platform?
We could.
Yes.
Yes, we could.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so the person that's sending this information to you, you say that for now you're not going to disclose who that person is, but can I just understand?
Sorry.
You're being given this information on the 1st of July by way of a screenshot. Do you see that? It's a screenshot that's on your phone that you have saved as an
Just before we go on, I sense that you wanted to counter what Ms. Ngube said. There was the proposition or assertion you made just before you moved on to the second point.
about the person who had sent him.
Yes, can you please repeat that? I thought you wanted to counter that, yes.
Okay.
Please repeat that.
The person who had sent this screenshot to you, are you willing to disclose that person's name?
Yes, on the person termed as John Wick on the app. That is the person.
John Wick.
On the app, yes.
Okay.
That is the person who forwarded messages, most messages.
And you say the people communicating are who and who?
So there are most of the instances. There's another person called VJ on
Let's
on the app.
just look at page 49. Let's just stick to page 49. Who are communicating there?
So the communication would be between the person called VJ. I think they had a three-way chat.
Sorry?
And they had a three-way chat, I think.
Okay, yeah, let's have it there. What we have here is very fine print. Can we have it up on the
Can
screen?
you just slide page 49?
Please. You say it's three-way.
I think they had a three-way chat. It was because the person who sent me said the VJ was aware of the communication.
No. I'm not asking you about awareness.
So I'm
Mr. Nku. Sorry. Page 49. Somebody is communicating with Alpha. And I'm saying so because I see Alpha at the top.
Yes.
So who, and let's look at the first chat right at the top. I only got to know now. I assume that's Alpha. And I'm basing that on the format in which social media chats like this usually appear. Do you agree that it should be Alpha who's saying, I only got to know now? Do you agree with that?
I would agree, Chair.
Yes. And then the person Alpha is communicating with then responds on the right and says, but what is that container carrying? Do you see that?
Indeed, Chair.
And that would be the person from whose device these communications were taken. Do you agree?
No, Chair.
Sorry?
No, Chair. These are the screenshots themselves, because the person sent a screenshot.
I'm talking about the original chats when they
Yes,
were
Chair.
being made, when
Yes,
the
Chair.
people were communicating.
Yes, Chair.
I'm not talking about who, after
Oh, yes.
a screenshot had been taken, sent the screenshot to whoever. That's not what I'm talking
Indeed, Chair.
about. So do you agree that the person responding on the right in lime color
Yes.
or color background is the one on whose device these chats were? As we see them,
Extracted.
they would obviously have been on Alpha's device as well. But as we see them here, they are on the person who's responding, the device of the person who's responding, correct?
It's on the person who's
Yes,
responding. Yes,
correct?
Yes, Chair.
That much I know.
Yes, Chair.
I don't need to be an expert to know
Yes,
that. Now, you are talking about a three-way communication. As I see it here, is two people communicating. It's Alpha and this person who is responding. That's how I see it. It's two people communicating. Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree, Chair.
Now, where does the three-way communication come in?
Okay, so the person who sent me was saying they were having a three-way chat.
But not
So
on
it
this. Definitely not on what we are seeing here.
It might not be on this specific, but basically on the topic itself, they were having a three-way chat. But on this screenshot chat, sorry.
I think thus far the engagement is about what we see here, Mr. Nku.
Yes, Chair.
So there's nothing about three-way here. It's two people, it's Alpha and whoever it is that's responding to Alpha, correct?
Correct, Chair.
Just two people.
Correct, Chair.
All right. Do you know who this second person is?
Yes.
The person chatting to Alpha. Do you
The
know?
person who sent me the screenshot, Chair.
Sorry?
The person who sent me the screenshot.
Any problem telling us who that is?
As I've alluded, Chair, to...
Is it the John Wick you referred to?
Yes,
John
Chair.
Wick.
Yes, Chair.
All right. Now you may go back to your point unless you have a follow-up.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So on the 1st of July 2021, you being given this screenshot. It was sent to you by John Wick. Okay. And the screenshot, I'm specifically interested in the communication that starts with, please ask them, because if they loaded it on a car or anything that can be mobile from the container, it will be a bust. Boss, please tell the people that avoid any containers with metal or anything automobile. Only load goods or sugar. Anything that goes to Pier 1 or 2 is workable. Remember, there was a bust a week ago. Now we need to go offloading from trucks again. Why was this screenshot being sent to you, which was suggesting that what was going to happen with the drugs that eventually ended up in Ayrton was, if they're not going to be successful at the harbor by getting it out of the container there, they'll have to go back to offloading from trucks again?
So, I would not want to go into details, Ms. Seagulls, because it will then affect what I would not want to be made public. But the reason why I was saying this was relative to a plan by EB so they were planning a shipment basically, and there was I would say he was being advised of the strategy in terms of the plenary. Because as I've said, each of these networks, they've had their own people and how they conduct their dealings.
Okay. You'll remember why I asked this, why we're here now. I had asked you the question about whether it was always the intention for there to be an interception, or were you going to try and get the drugs yourself, and then when that failed, to get the police involved so that there is a bust. And that is why I took you to page 49 on the assumption that this was communication between you and EB. You now say it was someone else who sent it to you, which is communication between EB and that person. But it relates to the same drugs that eventually ends up in Ayrton.
No.
You say it's not?
No, it does not relate to. This is planning, basically. They were planning their own, I would say, shipment. This does not relate to that's because I would have had further communications regarding that.
But you had no involvement in that planning?
No, so that's why I'm saying, Advocate Seegers, that to just come and encroach in a network, it's not easy. These are people who are seasoned in what they have been doing. So for me to get to that stage where I become part of their plenary in the network, it's extremely difficult. Unless when they would reach a difficulty and request intervention, that would be a last draw thing on their end. But to become part of playing, it's difficult.
But it seems from this text that you succeeded, because why would they send you a screenshot of conversation between John Wick and EB if you hadn't been successful in becoming part of their network? Because on your version, this has got nothing to do with the bus that you eventually get involved in.
Mm-hmm. So Advocate Seegers, succeeding in terms of getting an inside man is not similar to succeeding being inside yourself. So that's why I say that I would not want to publicly divulge the reasons why one had an inside man. But this relates to obviously a person that we had a common agreement as to being fed information.
If this was not, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Gilsnube. If this was not about the consignment that eventually landed at Ayrton, how had you've explained how you got involved in that, Mr. Mapatswe, and so on and so on. How had you gotten involved in this? How did you get involved in this? If this had nothing to do with the Ayrton consignment.
Sorry, Chair, I don't understand the question. How
Ms. Seegers asked you if this consignment about which there was planning, you have said they were planning about the shipment of a consignment. Ms. Seegers asked you if this was the consignment that eventually landed at Ayrton, and you said not. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, if this was a different consignment, how did you get involved with that? You have told us how you got involved with the Ayrton consignment, the introduction or introductions that were made by Mr. Mapatswe and so on and so on. Now, this one, how did you get involved?
So, Chair, this is planning phase. So
for which consignment?
So it would seem that they were planning shipment.
For which consignment?
Still, a consignment still to come, because remember
A different one or the Eratin
no,
consignment?
a different one, that was still to come.
Then you are not answering my question. My question is a simple one. Yes, and I've also touched on the planning and so on, so please do not repeat that. My question is, that consignment that they were planning, it appears that you were somehow involved, because there's Mr. John Wick sharing information relating to that consignment with you. So my question is, how did you get involved in that? Because this is not Eratin. You've told us about Eratin. You've told us how you got involved, the introductions and so on that were made. That you've told us about. And now, this is a different one. How did you get involved?
I was getting information fed, but maybe let me clarify, Chair. Remember I said to get into the network, into plenary phase,
There's this word that you I think you've used it twice. What are you saying? Plenary, or what are you saying?
Yes, in the plenary.
Are you saying planning?
Planning.
Or you are rolling it, as it were? I didn't quite hear you.
Apologies, Chair. For one to partake in planning, networks build years to people don't just accept new people. And it can be proved that I only knew the gentleman that year in 2021. So, but the John Wick character is not someone that I knew just then. It's someone that just that it happened. That one became aware, oh, you are in the same realm with certain individuals. So that's why for me it was easy to get information from him. Albeit I'm not part of the planning, but to keep tabs as to their activities, it was good for me.
Let me take you back to Eratin and Mr. Mapatswe and the introduction he made. You said the purpose there was for EB's competitors to be messed up, as it were, take the consignment away from them. Now, so that explains Eratin, that explains your involvement. Now, you are talking about keeping tabs on the lot about this consignment that was being planned, which you say was not Eratin. You keep tabs for what purpose? In a sense, that question still relates to my earlier question as to why you got involved and how you got involved. You are talking about keeping tabs for what purpose? And how did you get into that environment in the first place? Because sitting wherever it is you normally are, you wouldn't just know about this. How did you get to know about this, and why would you have wanted to keep tabs on these people? I repeat again, this is not Eratin. And based on what you say, we've heard you. I'm not necessarily saying we accept. We'll decide that at a later stage. But you've explained how you got to be involved with Eratin. And then this, how did you get to be, I'm using involved loosely. I'm not saying you were part of them, no. How did you get to know? How do you get involved? Why do you want to keep tabs on them? Do you understand me?
I do understand. Chair, my reasons for keeping tabs and wanting to, or rather being involved in a sense of getting the information pertaining to their plenary, it directly relates to the type of organization that the gentleman is from, which divulging that publicly would put my life even in more danger than it already is. But for me to keep tabs was directly in relation to the organization that the gentleman is involved with. So that is the reason why I've encouraged this John Wick character to say that whenever there's something significant, keep it coming.
My sense is that what happened first was you keeping tabs on, let me just loosely say, these people. That happened before the introduction by Mr. Mapatswe, or am I wrong?
No,
which happened first?
No, the keeping tabs even after, because
keeping
before I
tabs.
didn't know.
So keeping tabs happened after. The introduction by Mr. Mapatswe with regard to the consignment that ended up in Egerton happened first. Is that what you are saying?
So, Chair, the introduction,
Yes.
was vague. It wasn't. That's why the details pertaining to this one gotten after.
Do you mean the introduction was not consignment specific? Is that what you mean? Because my sense reading your statement was that it was consignment specific. So I am now suggesting the introduction by Mr. Mapatswe was not consignment specific.
It wasn't conclusive. It wasn't consignment specific. I would say that, but it was, because they also had an inside man on the other side.
Can you explain it fully in non-written words, not what we have in your statement then? Can you just explain exactly what Mr. Mapatswe said? Here's the introduction, for what purpose? To make me understand that it was indeed not consignment specific.
So,
and I want to see how that links up with this consignment referred to at page 49, which you say had nothing to do with Egerton. But just explain that introduction. I want to see how it fits in within the bigger scheme of things.
I will explain, but maybe as a highlight, Chair, that this does not. So this is not a competitor's operation.
Okay.
Maybe to clarify.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. So this is their internal planning.
Yes.
It wasn't a planning for disrupting other people's operations.
Yes, continue.
So then in relation to the non-consignment specific, the mandate was rather, there is so and so who is in the same business as Mr. So-and-so, or rather Mr. EB.
If you've already said the competitor of EB,
Yes,
so there's someone who's a competitor of EB in selling drugs, receiving and selling drugs, or dealing and dealing.
Not necessarily said in consignment business.
Okay.
So it wasn't an issue of having a discussion about it. They are in the consignment business.
Okay, all right.
So this gentleman would like their operations disrupted. So
Okay.
at first it was, the introduction wasn't specific.
Okay. So the idea is sort of,
As and when
it could have, on an ongoing basis to disrupt consignments coming to the competitor, to EB's competitor.
100%.
All right, okay.
Can you then just complete the answer? You now meet with EB. What does he say he wants you to do for him? Because in your paragraph 9, you say what Mr. Mapatso told you, and then you move on to the operation itself. But in my engagement with you earlier, you agreed that you actually met with EB and you exchanged telephone numbers with him. Now, when you meet with him or when you communicate with him over the phone, what does he say he wants you to do for him?
So I wouldn't say the instruction. The mandate was, look, there are people that are our network's competitor. I would love you to organize a bust. Just make sure that it because this is likely going to be huge. Make sure that it's out there, and that network is disrupted, is discredited, basically.
And then how do you get introduced to this John Wick person?
No, it's
Let me take it a step back.
Okay.
Did EB introduce you to John Wick, or did you know John Wick before you met
I
EB?
knew John Wick before I knew EB.
Yes, because I'm asking you this in your engagement with Chair, and I'm quoting you. You said, networks take years. People just don't accept new people into the network. Those were your words.
Yes.
So what I'm not understanding is how they can meet you in May. I'm talking about EB. You get introduced to him in May.
Also.
Literally a month later, beginning of July, he's already trusting you to run an operation. Or you will answer me and say it's not May of that year. So let me leave it to you to answer it.
Oh, so apologies. I'd already said to Chair that I met earlier on that year, not in May.
It was not in May.
No, the introduction relating to this matter was in May. That's the difference.
But you were introduced to EB much earlier.
Much earlier in January.
In January.
So when I got introduced to him, it was relating to. I needed, my associates and I needed financial aid, but it was mostly a political matter in Western Africa. So there was a legal matter pertaining to a high-ranking official there, which I needed financial aid on. That's how we actually got introduced, and he then aided me in that regard, or aided my associate.
Okay. And then during the period before July, did you do any work for Mr. EB? I'm talking about the period before July. So in May or April or March, did you do any work for him that related to containers?
I've assisted him once prior but at that, because at the time he had indicated, I think it was around about April. Remember, at the time I didn't really know much about him. I just knew that he's a businessman, refinery, and mining. So at the time he made a request that he had a friend whose company was struggling. So they saying that their shipment, because they were shipping parts of sorts, their shipment had been delayed. It took way longer than expected. And then I made my contacts. Then my contact came back to me saying that, look, that container is flagged. So, but I think it had been, it's just that I no longer have those details, but it had been there for some time. So at that time, in my experience, there was nothing untoward, because usually from what I've learned from my transit contacts was that when a container is flagged, it undergoes rigorous inspection. It's not just they don't just flag it. Particularly when then it stays in a depot for long. So the time that container stayed there, I assumed that maybe it's a paperwork issue. Then when they came back to me, it seemed to be a paperwork issue, because I said I think he had a clearing agent in Sentin. So I said to him, let your clearing agent send all the relevant paperwork to Transnet, and eventually I think that was clear, but then it was handled between the clearing agent and the Transnet people.
Mr. Nku, is the short answer then yes, I did do some work for him, but it didn't relate to narcotics?
Yes.
So that's how you answer simple questions. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Nku, who is VJ? You mentioned VJ earlier.
So he would be another associate henchman of Mr. Ibi. Of Ibi.
Okay, so VJ is not the same person as John Wick.
No, they are not the same. They are not the same person.
Okay, and my understanding is that you never. Just explain to us again the modes of communication between you and EB. It was WhatsApp, correct?
99% of the time.
Okay. So the screenshots that we have and that we see where Alpha is mentioned, that it's not you.
I think if I can view, I'll tell. There's probably one screenshot that would relate to, because I never had to take screenshots communicating with him.
Okay.
There was no reason.
And did VJ or John Wick also know Chief Mashaba?
VJ, not John Wick. I'll say VJ. VJ, not John Wick.
Okay, so VJ knew Chief Mashaba and worked for EB.
Advocate Seagulls, I don't know whether to say he worked or was an associate.
Okay, but VJ and EB have some sort of an association which you have knowledge of?
Indeed.
And VJ knows Chief Mashaba?
VJ knows Chief Mashaba.
Can I ask you to go to page 47? We will come back to that previous, to the other document at 49. But if you go to 47 of that same bundle. Are you on page 47? Do you have it? So as we understand, so this is the 29th of June 2021, and now from what you're saying, this would have been a screenshot of a conversation between EB and John Wick, which John Wick would have sent to you. Now this says, do you see the message there? The top one says, "Salam boss, we will talk properly when we meet. Did VJ collect the keys?" And then the response is, "Yes, I will see you tomorrow. I should be ready. VJ phoned today. His phone was off. We'll try tomorrow morning." And then, "No problem, please do check with him." Then the next message, "Mate, he won't give me the keys or the phone. He says legally he can't. He put up a big stink about General Mashaba." And then at the last paragraph, there's mention of an X5, and then the second last message, he also said someone called up about the keys, not Mashaba, said he works with him. And then it says, "Boss, this IO does not want to play game." So whoever is speaking here, there's reference to I'm assuming General Mashaba is Chief Mashaba,
You would be. Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we know that you have an association with Chief Mashaba, and you're now saying that VJ also had an association with Chief Mashaba. And you have a conversation with Chief Mashaba about keys as well. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, and I also have that conversation with EB also on WhatsApp.
Okay, where Chief Mashaba was supposed to go and collect keys, and he then says, I only found one key. That's on page 122 of that same bundle, which is a conversation between you and Chief Mashaba. And that conversation is the 25th of June 2021, and the screenshot on your phone is 29 June 2021, so a few days later. Now, explain to us what is happening there, because if that is not a conversation between you and Alpha, you and EB, then Chief Mashaba is involved in something else regarding a keys with you and VJ. Correct? Because you're not part of the conversation, the Dream conversation. So what was that matter about?
So please repeat a question.
If we go back to page 47,
Yes.
on your version, anything that has the screenshot with Alpha is not a conversation between you and Alpha. It's a conversation between Alpha and John Wick. Correct? Don't say
Oh, sorry. Oh, apologies.
Yes, okay.
Apologies.
Now, here there's a conversation where they say, did VJ collect the key? So we know VJ is not in this conversation. It's
Correct.
between Alpha and John Wick, and they are asking whether VJ collected the keys,
Correct.
right? And then he says, not a problem, he had difficulty, and then they say he put up a big stink about General Mashaba, Chief Mashaba, suggesting that VJ also knows Chief Mashaba.
Correct.
And we assume here VJ is not you,
Yes, no, VJ is not me.
and we're
Correct.
taking your word that VJ
Correct.
is not
Yeah,
you.
VJ is
Okay.
not me. Correct.
Now, then there's a conversation. So look at that screenshot. It's 29 June 2021, the image. We don't know when the conversation took place, but it's 29 June, the image. If you then go to page 122 of that same bundle, which is a conversation between you and Chief Mashaba, where he's looking for some keys. And this is 25 June 2021. He says, that's the only key I find. So just let me know when you're there.
What page?
Page,
Okay, then.
page 122 of that same bundle.
Correct.
There's also conversation between the two of you about keys,
Correct.
and around the same time. So my question to you is, what was happening regarding these keys, because you have a conversation with Chief Mashaba about the keys, and according to you, there's a conversation between Alpha and John Wick about keys around the same time, but we don't know the date of the conversation because you have the screenshot. So there must be another operation that you are involved in there, which you've roped Chief Mashaba in, or VJ's roped him into.
Chair, I would request not to go into the specifics, but in relation to the key, indeed, there was a request, and I think it was there on my WhatsApps, directly from Evie to request that Chief Mashaba get him the keys. I think they were relating to a car which had office keys. So the person whom these keys belonged to at the time was in hospital. And there was the reason why there was that request, I think the keys were with an investigating officer. So,
Okay. The point being that, so we know now that VJ is also involved with Chief Mashaba and doing operations with Chief Mashaba, associated with EB.
Associated.
With EB.
Associated.
Okay. I'm going to take you to another document just so that we can get to the bottom of the chats, the so-called streams, which are screenshots, and then we can get back into your statement on page 32. But I hope that before they flight it, that they have redacted all the names and perhaps not flight it for the moment. Page 32 of the bundle. You'll see it is also a chat which is on your, which is an image, a screenshot that's on your phone. And it's 21 May 2021. Somebody will assist you?
Yeah, please project this one as well.
Chair, I've asked for it not to be projected until we've established that the name has been properly redacted. It's
I'm
small,
sorry,
so it may not have been. Do you see that? Do you have it? Okay, let me see if I can get the bigger one. I'm not sure on what page the bigger text is, but there's a name that appears, 1, 2, 3, the third gray block, and it starts with a P, and the surname is also with a P. Do you see that? The third block where there's a response that says, so it is not going to happen today. Okay, have they done? So we're going to then...
May I, let me do this, if it's possible.
Can you tell us who that person is? I can bring you the big... I just don't want to flight the name in case it is somebody other than you.
Yes. Okay, let me... apologies, you were saying... which block?
You see the third block? It says, can you get the pics of the container and seal? Then the next message, the longer you take with this, the more nervous they get. Then the next message, boss, the driver details still haven't been loaded yet. The guys are monitoring the app and the forklift guy is our guy. That message. Do you see the name of the person there?
Ms. Nube, I think we've had this name mentioned publicly.
Can
and
he
it's
say?
associated. The witness should be able to answer.
So can you say who that is? We'll flight it.
Do you see it?
No, I don't see it. No, sure.
That's, you see the 1, 2, 3. As Ms. Sigels Nube says, the so it is not going to happen today is responding to a message which is shown just above that text. Do you see that? And that's where the person who had written the text responded to. That's where their name appears.
Yes,
It
Philip
appears,
Plain.
it
Philip
appears
Plain.
just above the text that Alpha is responding to. Do you see that?
Okay, yes, I see it.
You see it?
Yes, I see it. Okay.
And that is you, right? Philip Plain is you.
No, that is not.
Is Philip Plain not you?
No, that's, I can write my handler. That wasn't my handle name.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed the answer. Did
Oh,
you?
see, no,
Sorry.
I
So,
can-
no, let's not speak together, please. So I'm asking, I did not hear your response. Did you say that's you or not?
No, that's not. That wasn't my handle name on the app.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I was suggesting to you that Philip Plain is you. You're saying it's not you.
Okay.
Mr. Nku, you either know if it's you or it's not you. I'm suggesting to you that Philip Plain is you.
That wasn't my handle name on the app.
Have you ever been referred to as Philip Plain?
Personally, I've just heard ever since this commission started that I was referred to as Philip Plain. If you look at my, particularly my Telegram account, Advocate Seagulls, that's what I was referred. I've always being referred to.
Ms. Nube, do you have bundle witness J, and can we just go to page 12?
We do have it.
Do you want to deal with this?
Yes.
Looking at page 12.
Can you flight it? Can you flight the page number? Page 15. Should we start at 12, Commissioner? Do you want to
Start at 12. I
start
think
at-
you may find it's much more, it shortcuts this discussion. Witness
Presentation,
J.
please. Witness J.
If it is projected, can we just,
But it's redacted.
are we able to just show the images and not paragraph 29 and 30? Because I'm not sure about the reduction, how it was done.
Yes, I just want to
Okay,
make sure the
Commissioner
witness...
Tumelo wants to make an alternative suggestion.
Maybe to avoid that, because the statement is not redacted, the exhibit CJC 273,
That's the one we're on,
yeah,
yes.
on page 15.
15 is the
Yeah.
one I said, yes.
Yeah.
CJC 273, page 15. Two seven three. Do you have it, Mr. Nku? CJC 273, page 15.
I take it will also be flighted.
That's what I'm waiting for. Yes. Mr. Nku, you do have it now, right?
I do have
Yes. Okay. And do you see that it says who is Philip Plain?
I do see, Chair.
Just check, is that your telephone number? There's a number there on the first image.
Indeed, let me show you. This was my telephone number, but I'd never saved it as this. Chair. I think on Truecaller one can check as to when a number was added on Truecaller. I think under that a particular alias that can be verified. So that number didn't always have that as an alias in Truecaller. A name
As a what?
As an, because remember, a name added is an alias on Truecaller, yes. That number had never had that name. So it can be verified as to when was it added. That can be verified, it is verified.
But, sorry for, yes. Does this not mean that is the person, it's Alpha on that page, that would have saved you as Philip Plain, even if you yourself did not use that as your alias or name or whatever? It would be Alpha that would have saved you on his device as Philip Plain.
It would be possible, yeah.
Which is why when he's responding to that particular chat on the third gray text at page, was it 47?
Page 32.
At page 32, the third one of the gray, of the text with a gray background. He has indicated what text is responding to, and that's the one that shows Philip Plain as the person that wrote the text to which Alpha is responding. Do you still follow me?
I still follow you.
That means Alpha saved you as Philip Plain. Do you get it?
I do get it, Chair.
Now, what you have in front of you, let's leave, please. Now, what we have in front of you says the number on there, the number communicated with was the number that Commissioner Balo has just drawn to your attention. That is there, that we see there. And he says on Truecaller, that number was your number. Do you get it?
I do get that, Chair. However, the Threema app does not use numbers.
Meaning?
Even if he had saved my name under Philip Plain on the app, it shouldn't affect the phone number itself. I don't know if I make sense, Chair.
Please explain again. But my understanding was that you could use anything, but you could also use your number. When we not so much use in the sense that without a number you can't communicate on Threema. But my understanding was that in setting it up, somewhere there could, if you wanted to, there could be a number. That was my understanding of the testimony.
No.
Depending on how you chose to set it up.
Yes, it doesn't require.
There can never, ever be a number.
One may edit, but generally.
Sorry, one what?
I'm saying I think there is an allowance for setting up with a number, but generally it's.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point.
Okay.
We heard testimony that there could be a number, and you've just accepted that now.
if I may, Chair.
Yes.
So there could be a number yet not attached to the main profile. So the number would be if you go into your details. It's not attached. So on the app preface, when you go into the profile or the alias, the number would not display there.
But if someone is expert enough, and I believe that the person who was doing this is expert enough, would it not be possible for them, if there has been a number in setting up all of this, would it not be possible for an expert to get to the number?
Unless they go into the servers, no.
So if they do get to that, they could.
If they go into the servers, yes, but not through a device.
Looking at this, how would this person have gotten the number that Commissioner Baloyi referred to? Look at the writing at the top before you see the images. How would that person have laid their hands on the number?
So this is not the app. This is Truecaller. So basically.
I get that. I thought the point you are making is you are querying the very idea that they could have taken your number from Truecaller because your number is nowhere when Trima is set up. That I get. Sorry. No. Truecaller. I get the point about Truecaller. So, what you are saying? They got the number from Truecaller. Before they could get the number from Truecaller, they would have had to lay their hands on the number. Do you get what I mean? That's what I'm asking you about. You have the number, then you take the number, you plonk it on Truecaller, then Truecaller will tell you whose number it is. That I get. My question is, where would the person have gotten the number in the first place before they take it and plonk it onto Truecaller?
Well, generally the number would have been attached to the device itself. My dispute with the Truecaller is when, because you see, it's one thing to say that his name appears as Philip Plain in Truecaller. It's a completely different aspect to say that this name was added or attached to this number at this specific time in Truecaller. Say that, have I always been known as this in Truecaller? That's a different aspect from saying when I go into Truecaller now.
No, Mr. Nku. He's not saying on Truecaller you were Philip Plain. He's saying this number. When he went to Truecaller, he established that it's Mr. Nku's number, not Philip Plain's number. It's Mr. Nku's number. That's what he's saying. Now I want to understand what it is exactly you are disputing, and that's why I don't understand. I don't follow what you are disputing.
Chair, the question which I was asked was, have I always been known as Philip Plain like that? Or maybe I missed the question.
No. You said you are, did you not say he is not Philip Nku? I thought you said you are not Philip Plain. Now, what Ms. Sigels Ngube is seeking to establish is that you are in fact Philip Plain. And you have now been taken to this page, which uses the number referred to on Truecaller. And this person is trying to establish who Philip Plain is and takes this number and plonks it onto Truecaller. On Truecaller, it appears as Mr. Nku's number, which then takes us back to Philip Plain. So Mr. Nku is Philip Plain. Do you get the reasoning?
Yes, Chair. However,
but of course, I said earlier that it is from these chats, it is Alpha who had saved you as Philip Plain. Whether or not you ever called yourself Philip Plain is neither here nor there. On these chats, it is Alpha who had saved you as Philip Plain. Now the person who has prepared this presentation is trying to get to who Philip Plain is, and he takes this number and uses a Truecaller to establish who Philip Plain is, using the number. And he establishes that it is your number, it is Mr. Nku's number. Do you get it? And this has nothing to do with what you call yourself. Doesn't matter that you do not call yourself or ever call yourself Philip Plain. That doesn't matter. That's neither here nor there. Do you get the point now?
May I check?
Yes, please.
Okay, I get the point partially, Chair. The reason why I say this is, it's one thing to say that Mr. Nku is known as Philip Plain, or has always been known as Philip Plain.
Let's leave that aside. What's your comment on the debate that I'm engaging you on now? What's your comment? Just on that. Let's leave aside the fact that, how this may have been introduced, which is that Mr. Nku has always been known as Philip. Let's forget about that. Let's talk about this number. Let's talk about the fact that you appear, or rather, Philip Plain appears on these chats, and Alpha is responding to a person that he has saved as Philip Plain. The number of that Philip Plain gets taken onto Truecaller and it appears as Mr. Nku's number. What do you say about that? Let's forget about whether Mr. Nku has always been known as Philip Plain or whatever else. What do you say about that?
So I was trying to get to that, Chair.
Please just respond to my question. Let's not take it back and...
No, I'm not trying to, Chair.
Yes.
The reason why I'm trying to explain is that at what point was, because for one to punch a number in Truecaller and it appears as a certain name, my concern has been at what point was that done? For this number to be attached.
Does it matter because you have accepted that this is your number? Does that matter?
It does, Chair.
Why?
Because if say for instance the alias or the number when punched on Truecaller, say in 2021 appeared as something else, but yet in 2025 appeared as Philip Plain.
Have you, we are not talking about this number being saved under Philip Plain. I have tried to explain that ad nauseum. That's not what we are talking about. And in that regard, I have said is the person with whom, or rather, it's Alpha, not Mr. It's Alpha who saved whoever it was he was chatting with as Philip Plain. So that's where Philip Plain features. It has nothing to do, that has nothing to do with what name was in Truecaller or on Truecaller. So I do not understand your emphasis on what was on Truecaller at what stage or during what period. That's irrelevant, because Philip Plain, for purposes of this debate, is how the communicator with Alpha was saved. That's where it is. That has nothing to do with whether Philip Plain was also on Truecaller. Do you get me?
I do understand.
So I don't understand what you are debating with me then. Now, can you respond to what I said to you earlier, which I've repeated 1,000 times and I'm not going to repeat?
Apologies, Chair. So, is Chair saying what do I say in relation to my number being attached to Philip Lane. Please,
I said to you, the person that Alpha was chatting with is saved by Alpha as Philip Plain. You get me that?
I do understand, Chair.
The person who made this presentation that you have in front of you, at page 15 of the document in front of you, that person says they then wanted to get to the bottom of who Philip Plain is. They then took the number which you accept is your number on your engagement with Commissioner Baloyi. They took that number, plonged it onto Truecaller. On Truecaller, that number appeared as Mr. Nku's number. That is what I want to understand, whether or not you accept.
I consider
you accept.
Okay, yes, Chair.
I just don't understand why it had to take forever and ever. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
Just, Mr.
Might
Nku,
this be
help
the
us with this.
opportunity to
Sorry.
take the tea adjournment?
Just very quickly, yes or no, please. Have you ever at any stage been known as Philip Lane, whether it was for 1 day or 3 days or 10 days?
No, I've
You've never?
Yes. I haven't been known as Philip Lane. Usually they would say TN.
And nobody has ever called you Philip Lane?
No.
And looking at those photos, am I correct that that clothing brand that you are wearing with the letters PP, that's you in those photos?
That's me.
Yes, and that the name of the brand is Philip Lane?
Indeed.
So do you remember your reference to Doggy Hawks, that you were introduced to General Mashaba as Doggy? He's from the Hawks, and that's how you saved him on your phone. And in the chats, he then appears as Doggy Hawks.
Indeed.
And the point Chair was making to you is the same point, that maybe when you met these people the first time you met them, you were wearing Philip Plain branding, and they decided, let me save him as Philip Plain. I mean, that is plausible.
It is plausible. However, Commissioner Kumala, I don't always, granted they found these two pictures, I don't always wear that.
No, I'm sure nobody always wears the same brand every single day, but at some point you would have worn, what seems to be a, very nice clothing with the brand Philip Plain. And if somebody, their first encounter with you was when you were wearing that, it would be easy to save you as that for many reasons, to avoid having you identified as Mr. Nku. Or maybe it's just easier to save you as PP Philip Plain.
It is plausible, Commissioner Kumala. I will not say that it is not plausible.
But before we leave, do you deny that the person who's communicating here, or at least is one of the three parties communicating on page 32, that third chat which you still have in the chat, and we see the name Philip Plain before the chat itself, do you deny that that is you?
That conversation,
No, sorry, I can't hear.
Apologies, Commissioner Kumala. I'm saying that conversation, if I could go back to that conversation, because I'm
yes,
trying
it's on page 32 where Mr. Ngube started with you.
The thick file.
The thick file.
Either you deny or you do not deny. It's not difficult.
Okay, no, this conversation.
You deny that it is you in the conversation.
In this conversation, yes.
Yes, and I'm going to suggest to you that the reason you are denying is because if you accept that this is you, then it must follow that everywhere in the chats where we see Philip Lane, that is you who is a participant in that conversation. So you will have to deny this, because if you were to accept that this is you, then the rest of the chats where we see the name Philip Lane, we will have to accept that it is you in those chats. And that's the only reason you are denying it.
No, not really, Chair. My concern is this app usually.
Mr. Nku, let's do this. I want you to think carefully about your answer, remembering that you under oath.
Yes.
And Ms. Ngube has warned us that she wants to have her tea. So think carefully about your answer, and when you come back, respond truthfully, please.
Ms. Ngube, how are we going to structure today, seeing that we have another witness and, yeah.
Chair, I don't know. I don't think we're going to finish. We were optimistic to think that we would finish at T. So we'd have to, and I know the other witness cannot be postponed to another day. I'm not sure, but
Is it, I don't know, I'm thinking of a couple, but we can have further engagements over tea, but
yes,
I
Chair.
was just, maybe, let's just do the whole thing over tea, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, let's adjourn, sorry. I think more than Ms. Segal's Ngube, I think it's Commissioner Tumelo who wants his tea now. Let's come back at 11:45. Let's adjourn.
Mtozi, is it? This one? Oh. And then Mtozi, see this one? Let me call you. Okay. Yeah, give you this one. This one. Okay. And then this one. Right. And then this one. The press is still on. Okay. It's on. What about this one? What is it? Okay. And you press it again. Then this one. Then we again. And then this one. Okay. This one. Okay. And this one. And then this one. And then this one. Yeah. This one. Okay. So, in other words,
We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are on silent or off. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Nku.
Morning, Commissioners.
Yes. Do you remember in relation to the chat on page 32 of the chats, I suggested to you that the reason why you won't admit that it is you is because if you accept that this is you on this chat, then the commission must accept that everywhere in the chats where we see the name Philip Lane, that is also you. And that is the suggestion that I'm putting to you, and I want you to comment and either say you agree with me or you disagree with me.
I would say I disagree just on the sense that it's not for that tune that I dispute. That's why I was trying to wrap around my mind, my mind around the text, because I usually I usually spoke on the phone. We hardly chatted. Even before we went to this app, if one checks throughout all our engagements, it's usually on call. However, I do accept Commissioner Tumelo that it does seem that one would appear as if is disputing, would be disputing this because every other instance, the chats where the name appears. And I'm trying to wrap my mind around. Okay, yeah, I don't know whether it's after the fact or when. But I think this chat.
Mr. Nku,
I'd concede to this, Commissioner Tumelo.
Just what are you conceding, just so that we are clear, because the transcript must reflect exactly what you are conceding. Just in your own words, what are you conceding?
I concede to what Commissioner Tumelo is saying, that every other place where the name would appear, it would have to be my phone number in it, attached to it.
But now, let's go back to 32. Is that you in that chat? If you look at chat 3, just below the name Philip Lane, and that person communicating there, was that you?
Sure.
Bear in mind that just above the text by Alpha, the third one, Alpha is responding to Philip Lane, and you've now considered that that's you. So Commissioner Tumelo's question then is do you accept that it is you chatting with Alpha at page 32? Based on the concession that, just a minute, based on the concession that you have just made.
Yes, it would have to be me here.
It is you.
Yes, it would have to be.
And Mr. Nku, to be fair to you, later on when we engage you, we will engage you in relation to other chats where Philip Lane is communicating with the people who are reflected in the chats on page 32. So just bear that in mind. And for now, we will leave it here.
Yes, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nku, before we went to deal with the chats, we were at, you were summarizing paragraph 10 of your statement on page 2. Perhaps just so that we understand exactly what the objective was, can you just summarize in your own words, just that paragraph, so that we don't misunderstand you on what the objective was?
So the main objective was that for there to be a past. The dynamics or semantics of it were not crucial. So the interception should have had to happen. As long as it would have disrupted consignment reaching its intended recipient.
And what would happen to the consignment itself?
Sorry, I don't get you, Advocate Musigiri.
If there was any plan as to what happens to the consignment?
No, so
once there's a bust?
Or maybe that is dealt with on the statement itself, I think.
Is that under the plan, which is the next heading?
In the chair.
All right. You are so hesitant today.
Oh, apologies.
I don't think you were like this on
apologies, Chair.
Thursday, was it?
Yes,
Mr. Musigiri.
Let's move on then. Please tell us what the plan was then in relation to that objective. That will be on paragraph 11 of the statement.
Okay. The plan. I understand and formulated it. Yes, as I understood and formulated it at the time was to use my contacts within Transnet and the broader logistics environment to identify, trace, and monitor the movement of the shipment. Once the relevant information had been obtained, my intention was to involve Chief Mashaba to coordinate or facilitate the operational aspects of the retrieval or interception. Before dealing with the steps that were taken, it is necessary to explain my relationship with Chief Mashaba. I was introduced to Chief Mashaba, about 2019, and I understood him to be a general within DPCI, or Directorate for Priority Crimes Investigations, commonly known as DPCI. Prior to this incident, I had interacted with the Chief Mashaba in relation to the matters where I had access to information concerning suspected unlawful activities. In those instances, I would provide him with intelligence or information that I regarded as credible, and he would then arrange for the involvement of law enforcement officials to effect arrest, seizures, or the operational steps. By way of example, I had previously provided him with information relating to matters involving fake diesel and illicit cigarettes. 14. It is important for me to record that based on my experience in those previous matters, the intervention by law enforcement did not always result in what I understood to be a complete or proper seizure of all goods discovered. In certain instances, only a portion of the goods appeared to be formally recorded or booked into official custody. I understood that Chief Mashaba on occasions when he required money would interact. He would contact me to inquire whether I had access to information concerning illegal activities from which he might benefit either through a portion of what was recovered or through exerting pressure on the persons involved. 15. So I think, apologies, I think Advocate Msikiri, the question that you ask is covered on 14 there.
All right, yes, let's continue.
Okay, thank you.
Safe to say, Chair, we will deal with some of the instances where he had been involved with General Chief Mashaba, and we'll explore the chats as to those activities at the later stage. But for now, we'll let him go through the statement. Mr. Nku, you can continue on paragraph 15. Thank you.
15. In the present matter, I enlisted Chief Mashaba to assist with the request that had been communicated to me by Mr. Maphatso and Ibi. Before any operational steps could be taken, it was necessary for me to confirm that the existence of the shipment and establish its movement once it arrived in South Africa. For that purpose, I traveled to Durban. My intention in traveling to Durban was to approach an acquaintance of mine, Mr. Can I name the name, Chair?
Sorry?
Can I name these names?
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
Within Transnet, Mr. Zamokuzwa.
Sorry, Mr. Nku, read the sentence again, because once you cut it and ask the question, it doesn't make sense anymore. So my intention?
My intention in traveling to Durban was to approach an acquaintance of mine within Transnet, Mr. Zamokuzwa, so that he could assist in retrieving the relevant tracking information relating to the shipment. 16. I departed to Durban on the 7th. Upon my arrival, I engaged.
Please mention the full date.
Okay, I departed for Durban on 7 July 2021. Upon my arrival, I engaged Mr. Kuzwayo and requested his assistance in obtaining the tracking information. Mr. Kuzwayo informed me that...
Mr. Nku, sorry, I think when you see a full stop, and then start a new sentence. I think the way we read it now for the transcript, it won't come out well, and it might lose the message. So when you see a full stop, start a new sentence, and then we go on. Thank you.
Okay. Must I start from the beginning?
You can say, upon my arrival, I engaged.
Okay. Upon my arrival, I engaged Mr. Kuzwayo and requested his assistance in obtaining the tracking information. Mr. Kuzwayo informed me that unfortunately he was blocked internally from accessing the same. The suspicion is that someone higher could have blocked that access to for other reasons. To limit a number of Transnet employees from this particular container. From my knowledge and understanding of the Transnet system, it appeared to me From my knowledge and understanding of the Transnet system, it appeared to me that the persons associated with the shipment may have had contacts within Transnet who were monitoring the consignment and activated this limited access within Transnet. The effect of this was that other persons attempting to access the relevant information would be blocked or prevented from doing so.
Mr. Nku, can you just in your own words try to explain what you mean, then what you expected from Mr. Khuzwayo, just in your own words, summarize what you wanted him to do within the Transnet system.
What I would have wanted, or what would have been simpler for me, would be a live tracking of the truck. So to know the truck's whereabouts, because there are allowables within the system to be able to achieve that. So what I had expected is to be given the exact whereabouts, a live tracking of the truck.
And is it correct to understand you then that you would have ultimately wanted to follow that live tracking of the truck to Gauteng?
It would have been simpler to operationalize. I think I deal with that aspect in my statement to say that, for instance, it would have been simpler to do a tip-off relating to a way bridge or have an operation planned, even if it's in Gauteng, but at least you'd have knowledge or exactly where the truck is prior.
In those paragraphs.
Sorry. You say the system makes it possible to track the truck's travel. Is that what you said?
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah. What system is it? It can't be the Transnet system, or is it?
It is because it's remember they use handheld devices also, the truckers who go there, and that handheld device is attached to their system.
Okay. I'm just thinking if instead of hiring yellow jersey, if I had my own huge articulated truck and I fetched my stuff there personally, my own consignment, why would Transnet still be interested? Why would Transnet still want to track the container once I, the owner of the consignment, have taken my consignment?
Chair, usually when collections are made, they are made by, I would say, affiliated logistics companies which they form part of the service provider model within Transnet. So they are in the database. They then become part of their active directory. So even if you were an individual tracker, you'd have to be registered.
I'm not just a truck. I happen to own trucks for whatever reason, or I own this one truck, and then I decide to fetch my own consignment from Transnet. Or are you saying they would not give it to me? They would only give it to the contractors that you are referring to?
Registered contractors, because not everyone can do collections.
Oh, there must be. So I can't say that's mine, and here's proof that I'm the consignee.
No, Chair.
They wouldn't give it to me.
No, Chair.
All right, okay, it's unnecessary detail anyway, but I just wanted to know why Transnet's system would be able to track that truck. All right, let's leave it.
Okay.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, just to summarize the kind of difficulty you say Mr. Khuzwayo encountered in trying to assist you in giving you access to this live tracking system.
So usually employees who access to various IT systems within Transnet. They would then have access to other various platforms, including the ability to track and whatnot. And someone who has access would generally be able to access any container information as and when they would need. But in instances where there would be interests around specific containers, high-ranking officials within the company would block access or would have IT administrators, people they work close with to limit or block access. So it would be as if it's a dedicated case. So I would say a soft lock of some sort, as if that container is flagged only the file only to be opened by a case manager in that regard. So the difficulty that he incurred was gaining access to the file itself pertaining to the container in question.
All right, let's continue to paragraph 18.
Paragraph 18, despite the initial difficulty, Mr. Kuzoyo continued his attempts to retrieve the tracking information. He eventually succeeded later on the 8th. After obtaining the information, he sent me 2 screenshots containing the tracking details. Those screenshots are attached to this statement as marked TN1.
Can we stop there? Let's look at TN1. That will be on page 9 of what you have in front of you.
Page 9. Page 9.
Page 9, yes.
The statement you are reading from, is that same file?
Can someone?
The same file we are reading from. You will see the TNs, there's TN1, TN2, TN3.
Okay, thank you.
Are you there, Mr.?
I am the.
Can you see the picture on page 9?
Indeed, I see, Chair.
Yes. What is that?
That would be the a screenshot of a system.
Is this what Mr. Kuzoyo sent to you?
Yes, I believe this was the SEP tracking details. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Is this a screenshot of a computer / laptop or not?
I would say a laptop.
Laptop,
And you will see there at the bottom left, it would have a logo that says Transnet. So we can then safely assume that it is a screenshot of a Transnet system with that logo. Is that correct?
Indeed.
Yes.
For Mr. Kuzwayo to be able to give you this screenshot and what is on page 10, what information would you have given him? What did you say to him so that he knows what you're looking for?
Initially, I had said that we are looking for a specific container. So, in relative to this, because I think there were 11 containers that were supposed to be received by this company. So, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it should be on his telegram. I had the last 3 numbers or 4 numbers. I stand to be correct. It's just that I don't remember correctly of the container in question. For him to just go through, it's easy to go through the 11 and then just pull the details of the specific one with the last digits pertaining to that.
So you would have had to tell him where it originates from, the vessel, the ship, where it comes from. I'm just checking where the ship comes from, what the ship is. No. What that's what I'm asking. What information, okay. Because this is very specific. He gives you a unit number, information that has a unit number, the pier number, and then that it's outbound per truck, and then a position as well, and time in, time out. So I just want to find out, how do you prompt him to know what he's looking for?
So it's simple in this manner, Commissioner Baloyi. By first the usage of the vendor itself, like the company, because remember, generally a company wouldn't be receiving 10 different containers from different locations. So within that company, there would be a specific amount of containers expected, and then the numbers identifying that specific containers. Then he would then pull all the other information, not necessarily with a vessel, but it's vendor specific.
In this case, the vendor is who? Is it Scania or New Jersey?
The vendor is Scania.
So you would have said Scania on this day, they are expecting containers.
Indeed.
Okay. So at that point, you know that it is Scania, the intended recipient of those containers. Is Scania, you have a date.
Indeed.
And then what? Do you give him all 11 numbers or numbers of the 11 containers, or do you give one specific? It may not be complete. From what I'm understanding you think it was the last 3 or 4 numbers. Did you give him the specific? You must have given him a specific container number. Was it just the one container number that you gave him?
I gave him this a specific number of that container.
Okay. And you say it was the last 3 or 4 numbers that you had at that point?
I stand to be corrected.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Nku, on page 10, you will also confirm that that is also part of the message that you received from Mr. Kuzwayo.
Indeed.
And you will see that at the top it says track and trace, and it gives a unit number, and that's the number of the container. And then you'll see that it says facility, you'll mention Pier 1, and it mention inbound mode declared, it's a vessel. And then the outbound mode declared, it's a truck. And then later on, he sees that the position of the truck, given the registration. Do you see that?
Indeed, indeed, I see.
And then you will see that it will give time in, time out, and all the stops of the vessels. And Mr. Nku, will you agree that this is the same truck that eventually was, or at least arrived at Yellow Jersey?
Indeed, it is.
Yes, Chair, we can just confirm that if we can go to page 21 of C, so it's exhibit 273, Chair. It's what we call the presentation, Chair. So it's the presentation. Page 21, 21.
I think you have to flight it because Mr. Nku doesn't have this file.
Can you please flight the page 21 of CJC 273?
Mr. Nku.
Okay.
Can you see that, Mr. Nku?
I can see it.
Yes. Can you go to the next page? That's page 20, go to 21. That's the one. You will see there when you look at, on the container, on the top right of the container, you'll see there's what we call the unit number. And you'll see the alphabets there to confirm that it's the same truck. If you look at the information on page 10 of your statement to confirm that it's the same truck, the BEAU 4715442, you can confirm that corresponds with what is written on the container there. Can you try and zoom in to confirm the number? That it relates to the same container that is mentioned in your statement. Can you confirm that?
Yes, I can confirm, Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to your statement, Mr. Nku.
Okay.
So we just dealt with
18.
perhaps the last question would be then, Mr. Kuzwayo would have done all of this for you, and then in exchange, what did you do for him? Or what was the plan in exchange for that information?
Okay. Oh, that was dealt with elsewhere. So I think I deal with it in the statement, Chair.
Tell us now so that we can follow. We'll revisit it later, but if you have an answer now, say it without reading it. Then when we read to it, we say we've dealt with it.
Part of the money that I was carrying was meant to reimburse Mr. Kuzwayo for giving access to the tracking information.
At least we know that you had at least the following day 60,000 on you.
Indeed.
Of that amount, how much was meant to be paid to Mr. Kuzwayo?
I think
Sorry, at which paragraph are we now?
We're wrapping up. We're still on paragraph 18 on page 4, Chair, of his statement.
Just a minute. I closed when I went to TN1. 18. All right.
Yes, so the question that was put to Mr. Nku Chair was that Mr. Kuzwayo would have done all of this for you, and in exchange, what is it that you are going to do for him because he provided this information for you?
Don't you want to deal with it when we get to it on the statement, because I think it is somewhere here. Yes.
Where he
I
deals
think
with the
it's
60,000.
the very last
At the very
paragraph.
last end.
The very last paragraph, yes.
Yes. Let's go to paragraph 19, Mr. Nku then.
I was thereafter provided with a contact person who could assist in confirming the movement of the truck. The contact person was Ms. Sandra Heidendrach of Yellow Jersey. Ms. Heidendrach confirmed that the truck was in fact on the move and provided information regarding the truck's whereabouts after departure from Devonport. My call records with Ms. Heidendrach are attached as TN2.
Mr. Nku, before we go to TN2, when you say I was thereafter provided with a contact person, you should say person, or is it correct to say persons?
No, it's contact person.
Person.
Contact person.
Can you correct that then as well? And then who provided you with the details of that contact person?
I was provided by Mr. Kuzwayo, I think.
All right, thank you, Chair. We'll come back to TN2, which is the other call records to Ms. Hayden Adacht. Then let's go to paragraph 20.
Okay. Paragraph 20. At around 1930, I received confirmation of the whereabouts of the shipment, and I made my way back to Johannesburg to locate the truck. At 8 p.m., Ms. Sandra sent me the coordinates of the truck, the Yellow Jersey depot. I sent this information to Mr. Mashaba at around 23 to 1200. On 8th July 2021, and told him we should meet there at 6:30. And telegram messages attached as TN3.
All right. I had said to you, let's deal with, because you referred to TN3, let's go to TN2 first, which is a telephone records. Those appear at page 11 of your statement. That will be the annexures to your statement. Do you see that, Mr. Nku?
Indeed, I see that. Can you
Yes.
skip?
Now, there's a number there. I won't mention the number. The 06 number. Can you confirm that is your number? Or whose number is that?
The 06, is it the 066, I think?
Yes, on the very far left.
I do confirm. Sure. I do confirm.
Sorry?
I do confirm.
That is your number.
Yes. The 066.
Yes, so don't read out the whole number.
Okay.
Yes.
I do confirm.
And then if you go on, you'll see that on the other party. So if you go on towards the right, you'll see there's another block that says other party. There's a 082 number. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see. Sure.
Is that Sandra's number?
I do not know it by head, but I would assume it is. Sure.
Yes. Can you also confirm on the same row, you see there's a date there, it says 8 July 2021. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see. Sure.
Yes, it says start time.
Indeed, I see.
Yes, and then the time it's 17:16, and then it says, you will see that where it says call type, MOC, that will be an outgoing call. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see.
Yes. Then it will seem that at least at 17:16:54, you made a call to Sandra, and the duration of the call was for 58 seconds, if I can read it correctly. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see, Chair.
Yes. Can you recall what information you were discussing?
In all honesty, Chair, I cannot recall by head, but the gist of it was expectation to say that, because I think round about that time, the truck hadn't arrived, but yet it was not far off. It was already in the Gauteng area. And or amongst other things that was discussed was the fact that when I think that's why I stated on my previous statement that the truck traveled in record time. So usually when a truck would leave a port side to this side without even considering a truck stop, then guaranteed there would be expected people within the depot to collect. So the reason why I maintain to Chief Mashaba that we need to be there by 6:30 was a high possibility of obviously the owners coming through.
So would it be a fair summary to say that at least on page 11 we have a recording of 3 calls that you made to Sandra? You'll see that the last one is you called a landline.
Indeed.
And the nub of it was that she was sharing information about the location of the truck as it was coming towards Yellow Jersey. Is that a fair summary of that?
It is a fair summary.
Okay, thank you. And then if we go to the very next page, that's where we refer to what we call the telegram messages between you and Chief Mashaba. Do you see the number there on top? Can you identify that? Or let's not even deal with the number there, the handle, illusion. Can you identify that?
Indeed, yeah, that is me.
That is you. Then can you tell us what's happening on that page?
So I had shared the coordinates to Yellow Jersey Logistics with Chief Mashaba, and at this time it was, I think it was now around about 12 a.m. As I was still on my way back.
Yes, my understanding is that at least the Commission has also come to accept that at least on Telegram you need to add 2 hours to the time reflected there. So the timestamp will say 2021-0708, 22:25. So we should add 2 hours around about that time.
Around about 12:30.
That would accord to that, yes.
Indeed.
And the crux of it is that you share the coordinates.
Sorry, Mr. Musigiri. Is it about what was being used like Telegram, or is it more about the bracketed time? Is it not more about the bracketed time, which is what determines whether we add or subtract or keep the time as is? Do you get what I mean?
Yes, Chair. The way I understand is the bracketed time, Chair,
Yes,
because it
yes.
says
Yes,
TC. Yes, Chair.
Yes, all right,
Yeah.
okay.
And Mr. Nku seems to be okay
And-
with the time
And
adjustment.
if it's
to this.
UTC, then we add 2 hours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Nku, you follow that?
Indeed, Chair, because I see this is, it's using
Different time zone.
the universal time zone. However, you add 2 hours, it should.
The CAT one,
it should
yes.
be.
So it's correct to say that at least what's happening on that page is that you text or you forward a message to Chief Mashaba, sending him at least what appears to be the location or the coordinates to the yellow jersey in Roleport. And then you send a message that follows to say, we need to go there. And lastly, you mention the time where it says board, you say before 6:30.
Indeed,
Is that correct?
indeed, Chair.
Yes.
That's correct.
Is there a reason why it had to be done so early in the morning to be there the following day?
Oh, hence, I think I'd already stated, Advocate Musikidi, that this would be, it was upon the advice that I got on the call that I made, that it might be that when you do the bust after 6:30, the owners would have been there before you. So try to be there earlier before 6:30.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nku. Can we then go to,
Before you do that, who would have said that to you? Is it Sandra?
Indeed.
Thank you.
all right, let's move then to paragraph 21 because we've dealt with 20 in terms of TM3, where it starts at that stage.
At that stage, apologies. At that stage, I expected Chief Mashaba, given the position within the DPCI, to arrange for the involvement of the appropriate law enforcement agencies and personnel to deal with the matter in a lawful and operationally proper manner. My initial expectation was once the movement of the truck has been confirmed, the truck could be tracked and intercepted at an appropriate location, including possibly at one of the way bridges along its route. However, because the tracking information was not obtained in sufficient time to permit an interception while the truck was still en route, I formed the view that the operation would be instead have to be planned and carried out at Yellow Jersey Depot, where the truck was understood to be located.
So, Mr. Nku, just to understand you are saying that had you received the information regarding to the live tracking of the truck, then the initial plan was to engage Chief Mashaba to at least intercept the truck before it reaches Yellow Jersey?
At the way bridge.
Yes, at one of the way bridges.
Yes, at one of the way bridges. And he would obviously, by the time, have his team ready.
All right. Please proceed into paragraph 22 on page 5.
On the morning of the 9th, 2021, I met with Chief Mashaba. We proceeded to Yellow Jersey. I was surprised to observe that Chief Mashaba had arrived alone and was not accompanied by any visible team of law enforcement officials or operational support. I raised this concern as I had expected that he should have engaged for the necessary law enforcement presence before any steps were taken at the depot. Chief Mashaba informed me that I should not be concerned and assured me that support was on its way. He then made a number of telephone calls and thereafter repeated his assurance to me that the required support was coming. 23, at around 7 a.m., a gentleman in a black NP300 Nissan, which I learned later on to be Warrant Officer Mokhana, arrived in the scene. I briefed him about the truck and any information I had. 24. Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mokhana went inside the premises of Yellow Jersey to follow up on the information I provided. Within few minutes, the two came back and Mashaba told me to follow them. I assumed that the destination included that of the truck was Alberton Police Station as agreed. However, I was surprised when Chief Mashaba and the truck took a route towards the south of Johannesburg. I then called Chief Mashaba to inquire about the direction and the destination, as we were now going the opposite of Alberton. However, he responded by saying I should not worry and just follow. 25. Upon arrival at Erotin Scania, I parked next to Chief Mashaba's car, and Mashaba told me to stay in the vehicle. I waited inside my vehicle and as instructed. I observed Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mokhana leave their cars to speak to the people responsible at Scania truck, including a lady later known to me. Oh, apologies. Let me just. Later known.
It should say known.
Yes, known.
Yes.
Later known to me as Jolene. I later on witnessed Mashaba. I think it should be Mashaba, not Mashana. Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mokhana, Jolene walk from the offices and to the truck which I had identified. A few minutes later, they seem to have agreed to open the container. As soon as they opened the container, I witnessed black duffel bags falling off the container. These bags matched the pictures of the black duffel bags that were sent to me previously, containing, alleged drugs by EB. My information was that such bags would contain 805 blocks of drugs.
Before you go to the next page, I just want to, speaking of those duffel bags, can we go to CJC 274? That's the bundle with chats and screen shots. And go to page 50 of that, Chair. Can you fly it? I'm sorry. Can you fly that? Mr. Nku, can you see the picture there?
I think, is it not the picture of the bags? They were showing at the bottom. Is that what you're looking for? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Can you see those bags?
I can see, Chair.
And then the inside of what seems to be a container. When you look on top there seems to be a fiber-looking or some roofing of something, of some sort.
I can see, Chair.
Yes. Is this the picture that you received from EB of what you should expect?
Yes, that these bags would be looking like that.
Okay. No, I'm saying, not looking, but I'm saying this is the picture. Except that that's the picture of what you would have received. to say this is what that the bags would look like?
Yes, I was saying, Advocate Musikidi, that this is a picture demonstrating what the bags would look like. I
Yes.
don't know if I make sense.
Yes,
But
it makes sense.
Sorry, it's a picture you received from EB.
Indeed, Chair.
Correct.
Thank you. Let's move on then.
Before you do that, while you are on that page, just have a look at the graphics above the photograph. Just to confirm that on the 6th of July 2021, you received this text with these photos from EB. That's what that graphic seems to reflect.
I see, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
And perhaps maybe to round off that paragraph, you indicate that you were informed that the bricks would be, or the blocks will be 805. Do you still confirm that number?
Yes, I confirm that.
Okay. All right, let's move to the next page, Mr. Nku. That's page 6, paragraph 26.
Paragraph 26. I was then satisfied that the job was being well executed. At this point, I expected Chief Mashaba and his colleague to take the black bags to the Albertine police station. However, soon thereafter, a marked police van arrived on the scene. I witnessed Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mukhana engaged with the two police when he had just arrived. My initial assumption was that the marked police van was there to escort Chief Mashaba and the consignment to Albertine police station as initially agreed. However, more policemen arrived, including the flying squad. Even then, according to me, the plan was still intact. I say so because my expectation was that the drugs were going to be lawfully busted and confiscated by the police. Even if exhibits were not all booked, my ultimate aim was to sabotage and ensure that the drugs do not reach the rightful owner. The logic behind this was that if the consignment was sabotaged, EB would benefit as he was the competitor to that consignment.
Chair, you would have noticed that the witness edited some of the at least sentences. You will see that, Mr. Nku, you see that we scratched the words, Chair. I don't want to read them into the record, but you will note when you look at the transcript that certain words he had indicated that he wants to remove.
Please read. There's no problem with the first sentence up to by the police. I
Yes,
say so because right up to by the police, no issue there.
I suppose the original word was either, and then we should have known then what is the or that would follow then.
Yeah, okay. Either the drugs were going. So it's deliberate no longer to have the either.
Mr. Nku, is that a fair...
Was that deliberate? That is you not reading the either there.
Apologies, Chair.
You did not read the either or either.
No, it was deliberate, Chair. I
was
did not read
deliberate.
the as I had already marked this along with Advocate Ngumbi.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Musiki?
No, that's all, Chair. Perhaps, Mr. Nku, just in few words, just then summarize the essence of that paragraph with this edit. What are you trying to say there?
Commissioners, my my mandate was that this consignment does not reach its rightful owner. Thus, what Chief Mashaba would have done, as long as he makes the past, I would have remained neutral.
All right, let's continue at paragraph 28.
Okay. Paragraph
28.
As more police arrived, in particular, warrant officer records, I noticed there was tension
Sorry,
between.
Mr. Nku, can I just
Apologies.
stop? Mr. Msikili, can we just be clear? What is it in paragraph 27 that we should read out? Is it just the word either?
Either would have then been followed by another option that he ought to have provided. So that either would be removed, and then there's no expectation of or, which would have then have to give what that or would have been in this instance.
And the rest of the paragraph remains the same?
The rest of the paragraphs remain the same.
Okay. Mr. Nku, you confirm? Yeah, Mr. Nku has got his hand up, Chair. You want to clarify?
Chair, I think maybe on the version that you have, say after and confiscated by the police. So we then replaced from even up until any difficulty down there. Those were jotted out. And then we replaced after confiscated by police, even if some exhibits were not booked.
Sorry, just read it the way it should be then. Yeah.
Chair? So maybe from the beginning, I say so because my expectation was that the drugs were going to be lawfully busted and confiscated by the police, even if some exhibits were not booked. That's the end of the sentence. And then I continue from my ultimate aim.
And after, even if some exhibits were not booked, you continue from?
My ultimate.
And that's all one sentence?
No, it's full stop after I'm not booked. Then it's we start the sentence from my ultimate. So we just remove the sentences in between.
Okay.
Up until where it says, I did not have any difficulty. Do we delete that?
No, that we delete.
Okay.
We delete.
Okay.
Sorry, Advocate Musikiri. I think we made a mistake with that.
Not read even. I say this because that would make sense.
Indeed.
Even if some exhibits were not booked, I did not have any difficulty.
Indeed.
And then you carry on from there.
And then
my
you carry on.
ultimate.
Are you happy with that reformulation?
I'm asking if that's the intent.
I'm happy with that.
Statement.
I'm happy with
Okay,
that.
thank you.
So you no longer want this to refer to police taking some of the contraband for their own benefit. You no longer want that.
So I think the phrasing of the sentences we Apologies, Chair. I'm saying at that time the phrasing of the sentences, because we had limited time to do the statement. So
That was not intended.
no, that was not intended. The phrasing of the sentence was more not having difficulty.
But if they chose not to book some of the exhibits, would that not be because they would have taken them?
No, it would have been, Chair.
For whose benefit?
So,
Would they have taken them? For whose benefit would they have taken them?
hence I maintained that I would remain neutral, Chair. I was.
I'm just trying to understand why you would not want that to be there. All right. Anyway, let's continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
All right, let's continue to paragraph 28, Mr. Nku.
As more police arrived, in particular warrant officer Rikoto, I noticed that there was tension between different SAPS members. I was then later approached by warrant officer Mokoboya, who asked me what was my involvement, to which I told him that I was the source. I then told me that General Khan was on his way. Paragraph 29. I became apprehensive on the situation. I then called Dr. Precious Mabuza, who is the daughter of the late D.D. Mabuza, Deputy President Mabuza. I told her that
Your voice is fading. Your voice.
Apologies. Okay. Who is the daughter of D.D. Mabuza? I told her that I gave information to SAPS about the drug bust, but the situation was making me feel uncomfortable. She promised me that she will inform Lieutenant General Mboto from Provincial Head of Hawks, DPCI Northwest. However, my phone was shortly taken away and I did not receive that call. I was later informed by Dr. Mabuza that General Mboto tried to call me multiple times on the day. By the time my phone had been seized. By the time. Okay. So.
Can I just check only because we had this discussion with Chief Mashaba. The D.D. Mabuza that you referred to here is the now deceased Deputy President.
Indeed, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, and this paragraph 30. So the title should be "My View with Chief Mashaba."
Instead of instead of my understanding with Chief Mashaba, it should be what?
My view.
My view.
My view.
With Chief Mashaba.
Indeed, Chair.
What does that mean?
Apologies, Chair.
What does that mean, my view with Chief Mashaba?
So, my opinion, as opposed to having an arrangement.
Your view of him or your view with him? Your view of him?
My view of him. Apologies, Chair.
Okay.
My view of him.
And then when you started paragraph 30, it says my understanding. Should we keep that or should we also change it?
It's my view.
It's still your view?
My view.
Off. Okay.
My view of.
All right. Continue.
I'll read and skip a certain part there which we jotted out with Advocate Seegers. Chief Mashaba was was that, or my view of Chief Mashaba was that he could take a portion of consignment and simultaneously claim victory for the past. Whichever way, I was neutral. My mission would have been achieved, preventing the consignment from reaching its competitor. This view is informed by previous incidents and experiences I have observed regarding Chief Mashaba.
Do you have something amended there now, because it does not accord with what we have here?
Indeed, Chair, apologies for that. That was amended along.
Please articulate it the way you have. Start from
Okay.
the beginning of the sentence.
I would start there by saying I was neutral, as my mission would have been achieved, preventing the consignment from reaching EB's competitor. So there it's replaced by this view is informed by previous incidents and experiences I have observed regarding Chief Mashaba. So, and then this would explain, then we start from there as a new sentence. This would explain why he initially did not bring his own law enforcement team to do a full-blown rug bust from the beginning.
Sorry, Mr. Musigiri, was there an indication that we would be getting an amended statement or not?
Chair, we did these amendments in the morning. We'll have to do a proper one, Chair, and resubmit it, because there's too many of them now coming through.
Yes, all right,
Yes.
all right. Please continue. Thank you, Mr. Musigiri. Please continue the heading, the BMW, paragraph 31.
Okay. Paragraph 31, I further confirm that the silver gray BMW 7 Series, which I was driving at the scene, which did not have registration plate, only had a permit, was not registered in my name. The vehicle was registered under the name of one Mohammed Baba. My agreement was that EB would purchase the vehicle on my behalf, and I will pay in installments until final payment. EB purchased the vehicle on my behalf through the involvement of Baba.
Can you please explain that? What does that mean? Through the involvement of Baba, what exactly was Mohammed Baba's involvement?
No, so, in fact, I think maybe I did not clarify on the sentences, on the paragraph. The arrangement was with Baba. Initially, he was to purchase the car for me, but then because he did not, he's a dealer stocker, so he did not have the funds. We then agreed that we would approach EV to make the purchase, and then I would either pay Baba, because Baba said if he's okay with funds, he would then pay EB, but I will pay him. But if he has not come okay with funds, I would then pay EB in installment for the purchase of that car.
I don't understand. Maybe repeat it.
Okay, so the arrangement was initially that Baba buys the car.
Baba buys it from somebody else.
Buys it because he's a dealer stocker. The cars are cheaper for them if you buy from
What
manufacturer.
does it mean he's a dealer stocker, sorry?
So, let's say it's a dealership.
Okay.
It's a dealership. So, if he buys a car at, say, a BMW, he would buy it at a much cheaper price than an ordinary person would buy it. That's why if one looks at the book value of the car at the time, the book value was way higher than the purchase price. The purchase price became much cheaper than the actual book value of the car. So in that manner, you reserve the value of the car, and he was to buy, and obviously through the fact that he needs to make profit from there, I still needed to pay him for his part of the profit, but over and above that, pay the installment. But at the time, because he didn't have the funds, we then approached Evie to make the payment for the car, and then would reimburse him on installment basis. But my agreement with Baba was that if he comes okay, he would pay Evie, and then I'll continue, because I often refer other clients to him for vehicle purchases.
So someone you knew for 5 months, 6 months, I'm talking about Mr. Ibi, was willing to buy a R1 million car for you just like that?
In this event, I can show you the reason, Commissioner Kumar.
No, you can, don't give me the reason, you can just say yes. If that's what he was willing to do, then the answer is yes.
It is not that simple. That's why I'm trying to, if I may, I'm pleading to qualify
I will
it.
give you the chance to give the explanation some other time, because if you are going to give the explanation, I'm happy to withdraw my question and keep it for later.
Okay, I understand, Commissioner Kumar. At the time, yes.
When this vehicle is bought by Baba, is it a brand new vehicle at that point from, is it BMW or wherever he sourced it from? Is it a brand new vehicle?
It is a brand new vehicle from what I understood,
Okay.
Commissioner.
And from your, and I just want you to make sure that I understand this transaction. From your explanation, it sounds like, in fact, it is Baba who's buying the vehicle on your behalf, not EB.
Not really, because the from what I understood, the engagements ultimately then ended up being between the two of them. But because I would have been the person who's supposed to reimburse one of them, I was a benefactor of the transaction, in a sense that the car ended up with me.
Not benefactor, beneficiary.
So the beneficiary, apologies.
Huge difference.
Apologies, beneficiary. I was the ultimate beneficiary. However, the dynamics of the payments were discussed between the two of them.
So the payment arrangement was between the two of them, was discussed between the two of them.
Indeed, Chair.
So commitment was between Baba and EB, not you and Baba or you and EB.
Hence, I try to explain it in this way, Commissioner Balwe, that the arrangement was initially between myself and Baba. That, okay, purchase this and then I'll sort you out. And because ultimately at times I do refer clients to him. And whatever I have to gain, you'll just take it as part of your profit. So at the time, he was overexposed with capital. So then we then concluded to approach EB to make the purchase on my behalf. But then I still maintained with Baba that if you come okay, pay this man and then me and you will sort it out. Because we have much longer history. I've known Baba for much longer than I've known him. But ultimately, they obviously had a stronger relationship than I do.
I guess what I'm asking with my question is, the sale agreement for this motor vehicle was between Baba and
me.
EB,
Indeed.
not you and Baba, and not you
Not-
and EB.
Not me and EB.
Okay.
Indeed.
Thank you.
I have whispered to Commissioner Khumalo, and he's happy if I give you an opportunity to explain what he raised with you, which was you had known EB for a very short period, and yet he was willing to purchase on your behalf a 7 Series BMW. Your answer to that was yes, but that is not that simple. You have an explanation. Did I understand you correctly?
Indeed, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now give us the explanation, but please don't be long.
Apologies, Chair.
I'm saying please give us the explanation, but please don't be long.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Maybe my explanation will be coupled with what I've just told Commissioner Baloyi, relating to how the
That's the how. That's the how. The issue here is more. You've known this person for only this much. Why is he willing to purchase a 7 Series BMW on your behalf? That has nothing to do with Mr. Bana not having the cash himself and so on. No, Baba, I'm very sorry. Mr. Baba not having the cash himself and so on and so on. And the fact that should Mr. Baba suddenly have the cash, he could or would possibly pay EB. That's besides the point. Point is, right at the beginning, why would EB be willing to do this when the two of you had known each other for a very short time?
Chair, one of the reasons would have been, that's why the how parts were actually directed to the why part. And that is because Mr. Baba and Mr. Ibi had a much longer relationship than I do. And I and Mr. Baba had a much longer relationship with as opposed to myself and Ibi. So in that aspect, Mr. Baba becomes a common trusted source or trusted party between the two of us in terms of vouching. That okay, even if this man doesn't come good on his promise, I will sort it out. But because we've got a much longer history in terms of car sales between myself and Mr. Baba.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then are we going to the last heading, the 60,000 rand, paragraph 32?
I further confirm that the 60,000 rand cash that I had with me was intended to pay people in Durban, in particular Mr. Kuzwayo, to provide me with Transnet tracking information of the truck. However, as explained earlier on, Mr. Kuzwayo couldn't get me the access to the tracking system. As a result, I did not pay him. And the only information provided was still picture, I'll say still pictures, apologies, was still pictures of the Transnet screenshot with the truck details. The 60,000 rands was mine, but the understanding was that EB will reimburse me in the part of that arrangement was facilitated by Mr. Mapatso.
You refer to people plural. Who were the other people, and what would you have paid them for?
I think, and also here the people part. Because the intended person was this specific person.
No, you have said it was intended to pay people in Durban, in particular Mr. Zamo Kuzwayo. So it was not just him, it was people, plural, but in particular him. So I'm asking who the others were.
Apologies. In terms of the tracking aspect of it, I would not have known if there would be a need for someone else's intervention. So he would be the main person, and he would then guide me as to if there's a need for further facilitation. Because my objective was to gain access to the tracking details.
Thank you.
There's just one more question from me. If, based on your original understanding, Chief Mashaba was supposed to organize law enforcement and they were to arrive at Yellow Jersey at 6:30 in the morning, and law enforcement confiscated all these drugs, what was going to be the benefit for him to wake up at 5 in the morning to be there at 6:30 for something that SAPS or DPCI was going to take and claim credit? Yes.
If I may, Commissioner Tumelo, I think the commissioners would have seen literally in all my statements and even in my call records. I've always maintained Chief Mashaba as DPCI, so that would be his credit according to where I was sitting, because he would have been part of the people to claim credit.
Let me be more direct. Was your plan to pay him cash?
No.
For assisting you with the bust?
No, not at all. There wouldn't have been any reason, because hence I say in my experience, in my past experiences, there have been instances I've given information and then things come short. So I wouldn't have had any need to pay him. I stayed there as, hence I maintain that I was neutral. My number one objective was make sure that there's a bust. It's a recorded bust. Hence, even in my previous statement, I maintained that I did not have any need to go to Yellow Jersey Logistics. As long as there is a bust, I was comfortable. Leaving Yellow Jersey Logistics, I was of the sense that we are going to Albertine. I would have been comfortable. What they do in terms of in terms of how they deal with exhibits, I would have not featured. The most my objective would have been met, but there would have been a need to pay Chief Mashaba. Hence I say, because for me, him and his Hawks team or his DPCI team, along with the provincial commissioner at the time, would have been the ones to conduct this operation, as he had assured me.
So what I'm really getting at is this 60,000, part of it was not for him.
The 60,000 part, actually, I would have came back from Durban without it. I should have came back from Durban without it, under normal circumstances, because it was supposed to be spent there, not for me to come back with it.
All of it? You were supposed to spend all of it?
I was supposed to spend all of it.
Chair, that will be the end of, I suppose we'll call it further supplementary statement by Mr. Nku, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Musigit. As I understand the position, Mr. Nku, we are not done with your testimony. Is it correct that there are still going to be further consultations and a preparation of a statement that deals with other aspects, that is, the other material that we have not touched on as yet?
Certainly, Chair, there's materials that we still need to put to Mr. Nku, especially the WhatsApp chats that deals with his interactions with Mr. Mashaba and their activities.
And whatever else.
And whatever else that's left, Chair, that still needs to be canvassed with Mr. Nku, Chair.
Yes, yes. Must we assume that you are going to start working on that as from this afternoon, possibly the whole of tomorrow?
Yes, Chair, we'll use that time to finalize
then
what we started on Friday, yes.
Then the idea should be to resume, depending on where you are with those preparations, resume on Wednesday.
Yes, Chair, we'll be indebted to that, Chair.
And then depending on how much ground is covered, we could be with Mr. Nku Wednesday and Thursday.
Yes, Chair, we'll keep him informed, Chair, but
Yes.
I think he must stand.
But but whether or not we start on Wednesday will depend on the preparations
Yes,
or
Chair.
finalization of the preparations.
Yes, Chair.
If you are done, we start on Wednesday. If you are not, we start on Thursday.
On Thursday, Chair, yes, Chair.
But all right. Mr. Nku, the hearing of your testimony will resume on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, or on Thursday, but you must be here on Wednesday at 9:30. Understood?
Understood, Chair.
Yes. You are excused. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Yes, let's adjourn.
How do I resolve the problem? How do I resolve that?
Kita sebar kita. Harus elaborar. Harus tahu. Harus tahu.
Testing, testing.
Hi, can you hear me? Mr. O'Sullivan, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I think I should be okay.
You just need to exchange your index.
That's my index.
Okay, let's do this. Oh, you want to look at it like that?
Yes. So I can quickly look at it if I need to refer to something. Now, these nails of yours.
They work wonders.
Okay. I don't have it. Thanks. Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Is
We added
straight in there is Q. And then the page numbers presumably 3. You managed to get that off.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lo.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you.
Chair, we are ready to lead the testimony of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Mr. O'Sullivan would like to take the oath.
Mr. O'Sullivan, please state your full names for the record.
Sorted.
Please state your full names for the record.
Paul O'Sullivan.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. O'Sullivan, you should have before you 2 files, a small file and a fairly biggish file. The first small file should read on the spine statement.
Correct.
So that's the one file containing a statement. And the second file contains the various annexures that you reference in your statement.
That's correct.
If then we could turn our attention to the small file. The small file indicates that it contains the statement of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. It's a 29-page document. If you could turn to page 1 up to 29, and it is signed and dated the 17th of June 2026. Do you confirm that is the statement you prepared for purposes of your testimony to the Commission today?
100%.
And do you stand by the contents of this statement?
Absolutely.
Before we start, I think I should point out to you probably a process that you know we adopt at the Commission, which is for some time we allow the witness to speak freely to the contents of their statement before there is any meaningful engagement. And when the witness gets to the conclusion of that exercise, then we sort of go over the statement again and re-engage. You and I this afternoon are under significant time pressures, and I would like you to confirm that we have agreed on a slightly different approach, which you believe doesn't prejudice you or in any manner would undermine your testimony, and which is instead of you speaking uninterrupted through your statement, that we shall do so per topic, because the topics that you traverse in the statement are independent and standalone topics. And in the course of engaging on any single topic, the commissioners are welcome to engage with you, and you will take questions. But before that happens, you'll be provided with an opportunity to summarize that particular topic and highlight those aspects that you believe are important. And thereafter, then the engagement will begin. Does that accord with our discussion and agreement?
Yes, Commissioners, it was agreed that in order to try and truncate the evidence that I give, we should try and rattle through it as quickly as we can, topic by topic.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Commissioners, I trust that would also find favor with the commissioners, that approach.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Turning then, Mr. O'Sullivan, to your statement, you open your statement by giving an introduction and your profile, which you have annexed as Annexure A. This speaks to your background, your qualifications, and professional trajectory. Would you like to turn to that document, Annexure A, your profile?
As the annex.
And yes, it's your Annexure A, and highlight from that document such aspects that you think are particularly relevant to bring to the attention of the commissioners. If I may, that would be at your page 1 of the big file.
That's correct.
Yes.
Commissioners, I can just say briefly that if you have a look at page 2 thereof, you will see that my crime-fighting efforts go back some 40 or 50 years, in fact. So 1978, I received an award from Scotland Yard for preventing a crime in place and arresting a suspect. And then there's a whole lot of other annexes, we don't need to go through them, which will demonstrate that for the last 36 years in South Africa, I have been involved as a good citizen, attempting to play my part. My late father used to say, if a country is good enough to live in, it's good enough to fight for. And I took that quite literally when I joined the police back in 1990, which is now 36 years ago. And I gave of my time freely on a regular basis. Most reservist police officials would put in between 8 and 15 or 8 and 20 hours a month. You were required to do 8. I regularly did 60 to 80 hours a month, not because I was bored, but because I had business activities which compensated me very well. And I just wanted to give something back to the community. And during that first, shall we say, 10 or 12 or 14 years, I made a number of arrests as a police official. And in fact, I was shot on duty 3 times. So I went through the rigmarole of doing what I did, and then I started focusing on drug cartels, and I also started focusing on organized crime insofar as corruption is concerned. And my career in the police came to a rapid end when I was dismissed by then Commissioner of Police Jackie Salebi, and the rest of it after that is history. I decided to open an investigation into Commissioner Salebi, and as is known, he was found guilty of corruption and sent to jail for 15 years. And on after that, Commissioners, I got involved in further crime-fighting activities, not as a police official, but as a volunteer. I formed a charity called Forensics for Justice, which I financed myself. And Forensics for Justice focused on dealing with corruption within the criminal justice system. And we're not talking here about a traffic cop asking for a bribe to avoid charging you for speeding. We're talking about serious corruption at general level within the police and at high level within the prosecution service. And those activities have been going on for another 15 years after the Jackie Salebi matter was finalized. And while all that was going on, Commissioners, it should be pointed out that I'm actually an engineer by profession, and I've been running my own property business both here and overseas, which has been my main form of income, property development and property speculation. But the reality is, I've been able to sustain my activities and sustain the activities of Forensics for Justice. And I think, unless you've got any questions, I'd like to leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Sorry, just, Mr. O'Sullivan, your involvement in the SAPS, I see at page 4 of that bundle, there's a letter from the SAPS which speaks to your position that you hold, and this is an SAPS letter. It says you currently, as a date of that letter at least, which is 97 June 26, that you hold the position of lecturer. You see where I'm reading?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Is this what you employed? Were you ever operational at any point?
In fact, at the time that I was a lecturer at the Police Training Center, I was also carrying out policing at the airport in the border police. So there was a reservist unit at the airport which I helped form, which comprised of about 35 volunteer members, and I selected people that spoke different languages so that we could have some impact on the crimes that were taking place at the airport. But during the period in question here, I was the head lecturer at the Police Training Center, and in fact, one of the other pages you will see that one of my students, in fact on the next page, page 5, one of my students was the now President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. So it gives you an idea of the sort of activity we were involved in.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. And before we leave your CV at page 1, just to clarify, you indicate that having previously worked as an engineer, you are also, or was a police officer for many years. Was that in South Africa or in the UK or both?
No, it was overseas. So I was in the United Nations Police for a spell. I was working for the British government. I was seconded to the United Nations Police, and that ultimately I ended up being seconded for a period to the BSAP, which was the police in what was then called Rhodesia, it's now called Zimbabwe.
But you were never a police officer in the SAP or SAPS?
Correct.
Thank you. We then invite us to turn to the content of your statement. At page 1, you have listed under 8 topics the areas you would like to testify to.
Yeah.
You start, on my understanding, with paragraph 1.1, which are general comments to the nature of the testimony you'll be giving.
Yeah.
I invite you then to speak to the contents of paragraph 1.1 or to read them into the record if it suits you better.
Thank you, Commissioners. What I've done to speed this process up is I've gone through my statement and highlighted what I consider to be the relevant, vital components. So 1.1, I've used the headline, penetration of the criminal justice system by organised crime is not new. And then I've said, despite General Nkunazi's dramatic press conference where he purported to blow the whistle on infiltration of the criminal justice system by organised crime, criminals have been able to successfully penetrate the criminal justice system long before 6th of July 2025. There are many instances of such, and I will deal with some very well-known matters below. And then I've said the point needs to be clear. This is not a new phenomenon. It's been going on for very many years. Not only is it not new, but it will also be my evidence that General Nkunazi has known about the links between organised crime and the police for many years. It's not something he suddenly became aware of last year. I will also testify that one of the cornerstones of General Nkunazi's complaint, interference by the Minister of Police, is something that happened way back in 2011, at which time General Nkunazi elected to unlawfully comply with said ministerial interference. And I'll come back to that later, Commissioners.
Thank you. Just 2 questions for me before we move to the next topic. You suggest that, as you call it, the penetration of criminal justice system by organized crime is not new. Would it be a fair comment to say, at least on this score, you agree with General Nkunazi? That his testimony was that over a period of time, the criminal justice system appears to have been infiltrated by organized crime.
Yes.
And he testified to the extent he went to try and shine light on the problem. So, because you say it's not a new phenomenon, just on that aspect, I just want to find out if technically then you agree with General Nkunazi in that regard.
My area of divergence is that it's not new. Of course, General Nkunazi brought it up on 6th of July last year, but it's nothing new. In fact, I've given an example of the 1990s, when the head of organised crime in KZN, Superintendent Piet Meyer, was sent to prison for 10 years for colluding with drug traffickers. So it's not new. It's been going on for a long, long time.
What's the point of diverging? What are you seeking to establish, or what are you seeking to convey to us by diverging on this?
Commissioner, if one looks at, and later we will come to it because I've had the media conference of General Nkunazi transcribed. If one looks at the transcript, it looks like, wow, this is something that's going on, it's just happening. But actually it's been going on for donkey's years. And to have it suddenly thrust into the public eye on the 6th of July last year, I will be later explaining that, in my opinion, that actually there's another motive for what happened last year, and we'll come to that later, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. And in fact, the point about Senior Superintendent Piet Meyer you make at your page 3, at the top of page 3, that first paragraph, what you just alluded to.
Yes, I mentioned, sorry, ma'am, I didn't catch
No,
it.
I was saying the point about the arrest of Senior Superintendent Piet Meyer
Yes.
you make at the top of
I've
page
covered that
3.
as an example, so I've gone way back.
Yes.
In the 90s. And then I come forward with a couple of examples in the last 20 years, serious examples, which are common cause.
And my second question is in relation to the statement you make about General Nkunazi, and you say at the bottom of your page 1, General Mkhwanazi has known about the links between organized crime and SAPS for many years. My reading of your statement, unless I missed it, does not seem to cover the knowledge that you attribute to General Mkhwanazi in this regard. Do you deal with this aspect in your statement? His knowledge of links between organized crime and SAPS?
Yes, I think what we'll come to later is not only his knowledge, but the steps he took, in my opinion, unlawful steps, to deal with one of the senior police officials that was involved in the penetration of organized crime into the criminal justice system. But I think I'll come back to that later.
All right. Thank you for that. That then would bring us to your paragraph 1.2. Having then said something about Senior Superintendent Pete Meyer and the events of 1990 to make the point that the problem is historical, you then at page 3, 1.2, deal with Mr. Glenn Agliotti and Commissioner Jackie Silebi. As you are aware, I think that is that relationship and its outcome has been ventilated for a long time and quite in depth in the public domain. So with that in mind, would you like to deal with your contents of paragraph 1.2,
Yes.
perhaps by way of summary?
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm not going to read the whole of 1.2 out because it's just, it's common course. But I've underlined a couple of important portions. 1.2.3, I've said Mr. Agliotti made his immoral living out of importing and exporting narcotics and counterfeit cigarettes. He often moved drugs and/or counterfeit cigarettes with a police escort arranged by a certain Captain Paul Stammet. Captain Stammet was not even a real police officer. He had been appointed by Commissioner Silebi at Mr. Agliotti's request. He was not even on the police's payroll system and had never undergone any police training or fitting out of uniform. But the sad part about it is he had a police identity badge that was issued by Commissioner Silebi. And then I've said Mr. Agliotti's other accomplices, and this is common cause, it's in the judgments which we'll refer to, include a security company owner, Mr. Clinton Nassif. Mr. Nassif also bribed Commissioner Silebi so that he could expedite the issue of firearm licenses for a security company. Mr. Nassif later supplied the same firearm that was used to murder Mr. Brett Kebbel in September 2005. Commissioner Silebi interfered in the investigation by allowing Mr. Kebbel's Mercedes, in which he was murdered, to be removed from Norwood Police Station by a brother-in-law of one of the murderers to a car body workshop where it was cleaned of all forensic trace evidence. And then I've attached, I refer on page 5 of my statement, I've referred to documents which are attached, which make sober reading. Annexure B1 is the first draft confession made by Mr. Agliotti to the Scorpions in his attempt to obtain indemnity in return for implicating Commissioner Silebi. Annexure B2 was the judgment of the High Court on sentencing Commissioner Silebi. And Annexure B3 is the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal dismissing the appeal of Commissioner Silebi against his sentence. And I think it's common cause, Commissioners, that the level of penetration was such, and it's made clear in Annexure B, which is referenced on page 4 at 1.2.7, it's made clear that the value of the drugs that were seized were 200 million rand. And those were seized by the what was then called the Scorpions, or the DSO, the Directorate for Special Operations. And that was based on information which I supplied to them at the time when I had infiltrated that drug cartel for the purpose of having those drugs seized. And it's documented on the Annexure B. Thank you, Commissioner.
And so if one has regard to your paragraph 1.2.3 and 1.2.4, where you make the conclusions that Mr. Silebi or Commissioner Selebi maintained relations with persons such as Mr. Agliotti and Captain Paul Stemmet, who made an immoral living out of importing and exporting narcotics and counterfeit cigarettes. That's on the one. And Mr. Selebi, Commissioner Selebi rather, being bribed by one Mr. Clinton Nassif. Those facts you do not know, you don't have personal knowledge of, you derive from the documents that you listed, your paragraph 1.2.10. A reading of those documents will lead to the same conclusion.
In fact, I do have personal knowledge, but I've used the documents to prove that personal knowledge. In fact, the morning after Brett Kebble was murdered, which I still, very distinct in my head, he was murdered on the 15th of September, 2005. And on the morning of the 16th of September, 2005, I met with a source at the McDonald's at Bruma who gave me the information about the gun that was used to kill Mr. Kebble. So all that information is not hearsay, but it happens to be contained in the court judgments. So it actually confirms my personal knowledge.
But for purposes of your testimony to the commission today, you rely on these documents specifically?
That is correct.
Thank you. Is there any other comment you'd like to make regarding the relationship between Commissioner Selebi and Mr. Agliotti before we turn to your paragraph 1.3, where you deal with another relationship?
Now, I'm really happy for the commissioners to, in their own time, to read the evidence and draw their own conclusions, because I believe it's quite compelling.
Yes. Then if we stay with your paragraph 5, your page 5 rather, at paragraph 1.3, you have a subtopic, Radovan Krecher, General Mabasa, and Colonel Stein. Now, at page 6, you give quite an extensive background to this particular topic. It's at page 7, you then deal directly with the relationship between Mr. Krecher and General Mabasa on the one hand, and further on at page 9, you deal with Mr. Krecher and Colonel Stein. So let's take it.
Let me just place on record that I was involved in a totally different capacity on issues relating to Mr. Agliotti, the murder of Mr. Brett Kebble, issues that related to Mr. Stemmet and even Mr. Nassif, but the context related to the decision that had been taken by Mr. Vusi Pikoli to prosecute General Selebi. And then Mr. Mshe, or Advocate Mshe, came in to replace Mr. Pikoli, but he was an acting NDPP. And this is how I then got involved. Advocate Mshe wanted to know whether or not he should reverse the decision of Advocate Pikoli. A 4-person panel was appointed to look at that decision by Mr. Pikoli and to pronounce on whether the 4 people were of the view that Mr. Pikoli was correct in taking the decision. I chaired that 4-person panel, and our decision was that Mr. Pikoli's decision was correct. I thought I should just place it on record that I had that involvement on some of the issues or some of the facts that you are touching on.
Thank you, Chair. Understood.
Thank you.
In fact, thank you, Commissioner, for that. I was fully aware of all that, so I'm grateful that you still have that memory at the time. And in some ways, it's rather unfortunate or coincidental that we are sitting here today in the college named after the then Justice Minister, who took, in my opinion, an unlawful step together with the then President in suspending Vusi Bakauli, because I understood that suspension, in fact, was aimed at preventing the arrest and charging of Commissioner Salebi. However, that's my opinion. But obviously, I was very happy when in January of 2008, that four-man committee issued the...
It was a four-person, we actually had a woman.
There you go. I used the word man as in human. So I was very happy with the outcome of it, because I had actually left the country because there was a threat against my life for raising all those issues. So I had temporarily exited myself from the country for my own safety. So that was how tight things were in those days. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. But as I understand, your testimony today doesn't relate to that part of things that the Chair highlights. He's just placing it on record. You are dealing with the criminal charges and trials that subsequently took place.
And I think if you want to get the crux of what I'm saying, it is that the Agliotti Syndicate, which was a drug cartel and counterfeit cigarette cartel, they had well and truly infiltrated the criminal justice system and were utilizing, at the highest level in the criminal justice system, their contacts to enable them to continue with their criminal activities undetected.
Thank you. If you are ready, then we're ready to turn to the next set of relationships, and this time it's between Rodovan Krecha and General Mabasa on the one hand, and Colonel Steyn on the other.
Yes.
I would perhaps suggest that you consider reading paragraph 1.3 and overleaf under the heading 1.3 at page 5.
Yes.
That would give us an introduction into the topic. And then you could highlight what you consider particularly important under background at page 6. You don't have to deal with that page extensively.
So for that purpose, I'll just read out 1.3. And I say that in this section, I will first give background information on Mr. Krecha. Then I will deal with senior police officials who I identified were on Radovan Krecha's payroll. I refer to the case of Krecha for 3 reasons. First, it is another obvious example showing that the issue of criminals infiltrating the police, ostensibly prompting the press conference of General Nku is nothing new. Second, it involved multiple attempts on my life. Third, it involved a corrupt police officer who resurfaced as a witness at this commission. Now, when I refer to him as a corrupt police officer, that is my opinion, because he hasn't been convicted of that, but I'll explain why I refer to him as a corrupt police officer. And then, if I may move forward, I've given some background information on page 6. It's not my intention to read through that. It's there, it's on the record.
Yes.
In respect of page 7, I talk about Mr. Krecha and General Mabasa.
So that is the first relationship with Mr. Krecha.
Exactly. And what I talk about there, and what I've written there, that's my sworn statement. I can say it much quicker than what's written there.
Yes, please.
What happened was, I was investigating Radovan Krecha for a myriad of crimes, lots of crimes. And by the way, I was doing this as a public interest matter. You will notice from my CV that I received awards in 2000 and 2001 from the Canadian government and the Australian government for activities that I used to expose and deal with human trafficking in South Africa, not in other parts of the world. But I got those award commendations from the Australian and Canadian governments because they recognized the work that I was doing. And I had identified Radovan Krecha as being heavily involved with a gentleman from a chain of strip clubs known as Teasers. And I had identified that he was involved with importing, for the want of a better expression, ladies to work in these type of clubs. And I was trying to get the police to take action against him. And in every turn I was failing. I couldn't get the police to pay any attention to it. And I had written to Anwar Ramat, who at the time was the head of DPCI, and I sent him a very detailed breakdown of what I believed Radovan Krejcir was up to. And then all of a sudden I got a call out of the blue one day from the crime intelligence head in Gauteng, which was Major General Joey Mabasa. And he phoned me out of the blue. I hadn't been in communication with him ever before that. And he invited me to his office. I went there and he told me, no, he heard I've got information about Radovan Krejcir and he wants to take down Radovan Krejcir. I thought, wow, this is great. So I gave him a file on Radovan Krejcir. An hour later, I get a phone call from a source who's present in a meeting with Radovan Krejcir and tells me, Paul, that guy you've just met with, you don't know what you're doing. I said, what do you mean? He said, that guy is on his way to see Radovan Krejcir with the file that you've given him. So I thought, wow, this Major General in the police is now going to see this criminal that I'm investigating. So let me see what's going on here. So I carried out my own investigation into General Mabasa. And what do I find? I find that his wife is a director of a company with Radovan Krejcir's wife. I was shocked. So of course I exposed all this, and what I find to be ironical, and it's covered on page, at the bottom of page 7 and page 8, is that the wife of General Mabasa became a director of that company on the 10th of October 2009. And she resigned as a director of that company on the 30th of June 2010. And it's no coincidence that the date of her resignation is 2 weeks after I had exposed the fact that General Mabasa's wife was in business with Radovan Krejcir's wife. And it was all over the media, and then she promptly resigned. Needless to say, my complaint, which is a very serious complaint, which I sent to General Zermatt and General Sabir at the time was the head of DPCI in Gauteng, and I sent them a very serious complaint, and within a week or two General Mabasa was suspended, and then he was later given a golden handshake. But what was interesting to me is that the registered address of that company was 64 First Avenue in Edenvale. And it came out during the trial of the murder of Uwe Gambella, a German who had been kidnapped from the airport and murdered. It came out during the trial that he was actually murdered at 64 First Avenue in Edenvale. So when you start putting all the pieces of the jigsaw together, it meant that General Mabasa was now heavily involved with Radovan Krejcir. And I think if you have a look at the annexes which I've referred to, on page 8 at 1.3.7, there's an Annex E, which deals with the actual murder of Lolly Jackson, this owner of the strip clubs. That's worth reading. It explains exactly what happened and how he was murdered by Radovan Krejcir, and how, after the murder, this fellow Smith, whose real name was Luca, met with General Mabasa, and General Mabasa told him he better pack his bags and get out of the country quick. And then Annex F deals with it's a newspaper cutting that deals with the fact that General Mabasa left the police unceremoniously and was paid out a 3.5 million golden handshake, when in fact he should have been arrested and prosecuted for corruption, but nothing of that happened. And the point, and I'm going to make it again later on, that whenever you get these senior generals, in the cases that I'm referring to, who should have been arrested and charged with corruption, they're in fact getting golden handshakes and let off the hook, and they go. So what you don't have is you don't have the, what I call the head on the pike that you need to have in the police service, so that if a person steps out of line, there needs to be some demonstration that if you step out of line, you're going to be in trouble. But actually in the police, if you step out of line, you either get moved to another department within the police, and I'm going to come to examples of that later, or you get a golden handshake and you're released from the police.
Before we deal with that detail then, that would take us to your Annexure G and H, which are affidavits you obtained at page 9. But before we turn to that detail, if I could just clarify a few things with you. At your paragraph 1.3.5, you indicate that you received an unsolicited telephone call from Major General Mabasa, who then was the Gauteng Provincial Head of Crime Intelligence. You had a meeting with him, and then you testified that you, after he had engaged you on the investigations you were doing on Mr. Krecher, you gave him your file on your investigations.
Correct.
My question is, did you give him the original file? Did you retain a copy for yourself? Are you able to share with the commission the contents of that file as you gave it to
obviously,
General
I can share it with the commission. I don't have it with me right now, but it was effectively, in fact, I didn't give him the whole file because some aspects of the work I was doing I hadn't completed. So what I gave him was what I had completed at that stage. And that was the file that dealt with the money laundering that was going on with a gentleman by the name of Alikos Panayai, who was the bank manager for Cyprus Bank in South Africa, who was doing money laundering between Radovan Krecher and Lolly Jackson. And that's what led to the murder of Lolly Jackson, because Radovan Krecher would pay an amount of money into a bank in Cyprus, and then Lolly Jackson would give him a bag, a duffel bag or whatever, with the equivalent amount of rand. So he would get a bag with 2-3 million rand, and he would do a transfer. And what happened is what led to the murder. And if you look at these Annex E, you will see it. It details the fact that actually the final transfer they did, Radovan Krecher presented a fake document indicating that he had transferred money into the Bank of Cyprus, when in fact he hadn't transferred any money at all. And Lolly Jackson then handed over a duffel bag full of rands in cash, and there was no concomitant transfer into his bank in Cyprus. So that caused the animosity between them, which ultimately led to the murder of Lolly Jackson.
Now, that is what you were investigating at the time.
That's exactly, and that's what I handed over to General Mabasa. Because I'd interviewed this bank manager, and I'd taken a very detailed sworn statement from him, and I supplied that to General Mabasa. As a result of what I found out, I then phoned that witness and told him to go into hiding, because I believed that they would have tried to murder him.
Now, at your paragraph 1.3.6,
maybe before you do 1.3.6, Mr. O'Sullivan, you in 1.3.5, you said that you received this call from Mr. Mabasa unsolicited after you had given, I think you said, General Dramat. In your statement, you say General Shadrach Sibia. Is that a correction? Is it Sibia or Dramat?
I think it was both of them.
Well, later on you do speak of giving them both a report.
Yes.
But here at the beginning where you speak about what results in the unsolicited telephone call from General Mabasa, you say you had shared information of your investigation with Sibia. I just want to correct the fact. Is it General Sibia? Is it Dramat?
It was General Sibia and General Dramat.
At this point.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever I supplied to General Sibia at that moment in time, I used to also supply to General Dramat, because I didn't want a single point of entry. I wanted there to be knowledge at different levels within the police about what was going on. In fact, I even went to the office of General Dramat and had a meeting with him about Radovan Krecher.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. At your paragraph 1.3.6, you say about an hour after you left General Mabasa's office, you got a call from a source advising you that He has been informed by Mr. Krecher that General Mabasa was on his way to see him with a file he had obtained from you. Now, I'm not going to ask you who your source is, but we have your say-so that this engagement took place. That's all we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, but that's my say-so, and it's more than my say-so, because as a result of that phone call, it caused me to investigate General Mabasa, and then I got that information on General Mabasa, which I then shared with General Sabia and General Dramat.
Now, having shared that file with General Sibia, who you say was DPCI Gauteng provincial head, and General Dramat, what position did he hold at the time?
He was the national head of DPCI.
National. What were you hoping to gain by sharing it further with with General Mabasa, who, as you say, called you without any solicitation? Did you have a relationship with General Mabasa that allowed for a sharing of the results of your investigations? On what basis do you give him this?
Yeah, it's a very valid point. I wrongly came to the conclusion, and I should have checked, I wrongly came to the conclusion that General Dramat and General Sabia had instructed crime intelligence to get to the bottom of this matter. And I assumed, therefore, that General Mabasa was reaching out to me because he had knowledge. So if you've got this knowledge, then you must be involved in it. So I readily gave him this file.
And did you ever engage Generals Dramat and Sibia about this matter and whether or not they had an
immediately
engagement
afterwards? So, Commissioners, if you have a look, on the same day that I met with
Mr. O'Sullivan, you should wait until...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you speak at the same time, there will be problems with the transcription.
So I thought you'd finished.
No, my question was, after then your source called you to inform you that Mr. Krecher has just had a telephonic discussion with General Mabasa about a file you had given to General Mabasa. When you learned that, did you ever have a conversation with General Sibia and Dramat about the turn of events? Who are the people you say you had initially engaged around this matter?
Yes, but I didn't do it the same day. So what happened was, I got this phone call. Then I thought, wow, if this is true, because you don't take everything you're told as being the gospel truth, you have to look into it. But what it prompted me to do was to look into General Mabasa. And coincidentally, when I went to meet him at the Diagonal Street building, being the type of person I am, he'd arranged parking there for me. And when I went to park there, I saw a parking bay. And it's not in my statement, but I'm just recollecting this. I saw a parking bay marked up for General Mabasa. And I made a note of the registration number of the vehicle that was parked there, just for my own interests, because it looked like a very fancy double cab. So I made a note of the registration number of that vehicle. And then what happened, when I get this phone call, I then start to carry out investigations. And I immediately found out that General Mabasa's wife was in business with Radovan Krecher's wife. They were directors of the same company. And I could not think of any logical reason other than it was to conceal some form of corruption. And then when I ran the checks on the motor vehicle, I found that the vehicle, well, I phoned the dealer, I found that the vehicle had been purchased by Radovan Krecher for General Mabasa. So you put the pieces of the jigsaw together, which I did. And I then went and met with General Dramat. I phoned General Sabia and told him what I'd found, and I went and met General Dramat because I was so keen to make sure that they did something urgent about it. And I think a week later, General Mabasa was suspended.
Did you do an in-artist check on the vehicle, the registration of the vehicle.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Is it not so that all that this would have shown you is in whose name the vehicle was registered? Why I'm asking that is how did you then establish who had purchased
So we're able to, Commissioner, we're able to do various checks. The one check you can do is just to get the ownership of a vehicle. Another check you can do is to get the history of the vehicle. It wasn't a brand new vehicle, it was a used vehicle. And the previous owner of it was Groep Twee Beleggings, which was Radovan Kretsch's company. So you put two and two together.
Thank you.
My question was going to try and understand the checks that you say you conduct. Are these the checks that normally are reserved for law enforcement to undertake, or do you have access to the system? And
Yes,
if so, in what capacity?
let me explain to you. We don't have access to the NITIS system. We have access to what we call closed source data banks. So we have to sign a code of conduct with, so they're accessible by certified fraud examiners, forensic investigators. It's not the same system that the police use. It's a private system that's used, for example, TransUnion. I don't actually do the checks myself. I have staff that do it, but I don't know the systems we use, but they are all above board and all lawful. We have to sign a code of conduct so that we're not, shall we say, becoming information peddlers where people can't come and pay us for information. And we have to stipulate that the investigation is being done for a particular purpose. So it's fraud. So if you're investigating fraud or corruption, you have access to these databases, and it's all above board.
And you say this, you have access to these systems as a certified fraud examiner. Who certifies and registers examiners for that purpose? And what is the name of your entity that is so registered?
The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. There's a South African chapter. There's a chapter in most countries in the world. And it's a very rigorous process to go through. You have to have a first degree. You have to do 2 years of work in the fraud field. And then you have to sit exams. I think the exams are rated as NQF8. So it's quite a process. You can't just wake up one morning and decide, oh, I'm going to be a certified fraud examiner. It's quite a rigorous process to get through. And by the way, when you enter into these code of conduct contracts with the Information Bureau, they carry out checks on you to make sure that you don't have criminal record and stuff like that. So it's quite a tight system. It's used by lawyers, it's used by certified fraud examiners, and it's used by chartered accountants that are working in the forensic accounting field. And it's necessary, by the way, because unfortunately the level of fraud and white-collar crime in South Africa, the police just don't have the ability to cope with the level of investigations required.
And perhaps just to conclude on that point, is there a particular regulator that regulates the activities of these fraud examiners? Is there?
Yes.
What is that? What's
It's
the
the
authority?
Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
It's not a state regulator, is that? That's an
Not a state regulator, no.
I was asking from the perspective of state and law enforcement.
It's
Is
the
there
same
any
like chartered
regulator?
accountants. There's no state regulator. It's the same like, well, I suppose with the Turners you've got the LPC,
Yes.
but it is very well regulated, trust me. And they have, if you look into it, for example, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, they have different committees. They have a disciplinary committee. So if a certified fraud examiner has been misbehaving, he can be struck off. So it's fairly well regulated.
Okay. At the conclusion of 1.3.6, you deal with Annexure C, which is what you say, it's a company search you conducted. where you established that General Mabasa's wife and Mr. Krecher's wife were shareholders in the company.
So we didn't get the share register. We
Oh,
could just see that
directors.
they were both directors.
Directors.
Share register is harder to get. One has to do what we call a Section 26 application. Section 26 of the Companies Act, where you write to the company and you give them notice, and they have to give you details of the share register within 14 days.
Yes.
We didn't go to that length, but I was satisfied that the two of them were directors of a company, and that was more than just a coincidence.
At page 8 then, at paragraph 1.3.7, you deal with the murder of Mr. Lolly Jackson.
Yep.
You see where I pick it up, at your page 8.
Yes. So, Commissioners, it's set out in some detail in Annexure E, and I commend you to read that. It's quite clear, in Annexure E, it's quite clear what happened there, and it's...
That Annexure E is at page 174 of the big file.
174, yes. Now, if you skip the first 2 pages of 174 and just go straight to page 176.
Yes.
Because the first couple of pages is more of an introduction. 176 explains exactly the relationship between this fellow Smith, whose real name was Luca. He was an illegal immigrant, by the way. He was in the country unlawfully. He was a Cypriot. And by the way, he was wanted in Cyprus as well. And he talks about the relationship between Jackson, Radovan Krecher, and this fellow Panay. And Panay was the gentleman I interviewed over a period of 2 or 3 days and taken a very detailed statement from in connection with the money laundering that was going on. That's the statement which I'd, apart from supplying to the DPC, I had given to General Mabasa. And then, if you go then to page
186?
180, and you look at paragraph 45, 44, or 43, Krecher arrived after some 5 or 6 minutes later and was also offered a drink. Within moments, Jackson had begun to shout at Krecher and to wave the copy of the SWIFT transfer. This was a forged SWIFT transfer. And Jackson swore at Radovan Krecher. I'm not going to swear here, but it shows what he said. Krecher lunged forward to grab the SWIFT transfer from Jackson, who held it out of reach. At this point, Krecher pulled out a firearm and shot Jackson once. Jackson fell into the back of the sofa, positioned directly behind him. Jackson looked shocked and began to plead and beg for his life. Krecher crossed the floor towards him, standing over him, and kicked him in the side of his chest and said the following words to him. Quote, "You want to know who I am? I will show you who I am, you effing cockroach." Krecher then proceeded to fire many shots into Jackson. I don't remember how many, but there were several shots. Jackson appeared to be dead and lay in a pool of blood. I was horrified and frightened. And then he carries on a bit more and a bit more. And then he talks about paragraph 59 on page 182. I got back into the car and drove away, exiting through the booms at the entrance to our suburb, and then called General Mabasa from my phone, telling him what I had just witnessed, Krecher killing Jackson, and to ask for his help. He asked me who was present at the time of Jackson's murder, and I told him that Krecher and Cyril were there. The Cyril referred to, Commissioners, is Cyril Beaker. He also passed away a couple of weeks after this, so he was shot and killed a couple of weeks after this. He asked me where I was. I told him I was driving Jackson's Jeep. He suggested I meet him at Bedford Center and I should speak to Krecher as soon as possible. Mabasa knew of the problems between Krecher and Jackson, having already been approached by Jackson to intervene and assist in facilitating a meeting with Krecher. So here you have General Mabasa getting involved in a dispute between two shady characters, the one being Radovan Krecher and the other being Lolly Jackson. I too had spoken with Mabasa about the need for a meeting to be arranged. I didn't drive immediately to, this is page 183, I didn't drive immediately to Redford Centre, but drove around for a while. Radovan was calling me on the phone. I didn't take his calls at first. Later I called him as advised by Mabasa. He asked me to meet him at Yanni Lucas Engine Garage near to Linksfield. We met there. When we got there he got there before me and I met him behind the garage. He wanted me to calm down, but I was extremely angry with him for what he had just done and didn't want to listen to his stories. He asked me why I'd driven off and left the house. He said that I was supposed to have helped him put the body in the car and then dump it. I drove off and headed for the Harbour Cafe in order to meet with Mabasa. Upon my arrival, I saw several people, including Cyril Beaker, who was sitting with Hein Mitrovic in the smoking area. I asked him whether Mabasa was there. And it goes on. And then eventually, if you go on to page 184, Kretcher arrived at 10 p.m. This was at the Nickel Hotel in Bedford View, and told me I had no choice but to leave the country. As he put it, Lolly was murdered in your house. You were there when it happened. You are up and there's nothing you can do about it. He reminded me that I was due to appear in court the following day. So, to cut a long story short, this guy packed his bags. He got taken over the border into Mozambique, and indirectly flights ended up in Cyprus.
Yes. If we could just stay with that affidavit, and you have covered it quite extensively. If we go back to your paragraph 1.3.7,
Yep.
Where you introduce the murder of Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
You continue.
Yes.
General Mabasa was later at that crime scene as part of a conspiracy to cover the fact that Mr. Kretcher himself had murdered Jackson in the presence of Mr. George Luca, aka George Smith. You see where I'm reading?
Yep.
And you then reference Annexure E, which is this affidavit we're looking at.
Correct.
My reading of Annexure E is slightly different. If we start at paragraph 42,
Yeah.
which is the arrival of Mr. Smith,
Yes.
and then inviting Mr. Jackson into a living room.
Yes, if I can explain that.
Yes.
It's very easy to explain. When I say General Mabasa later dishonestly claimed that Mr. Smith had called him to confess, that was...
No, you are ahead of me. I made the statement prior to that.
Yes, but it wasn't pertaining to that statement. It was pertaining to the media. It's what General Mabasa said to the media. So it was published in the media that General Mabasa had said that George Smith had phoned him to confess to murdering Lolly Jackson. So it wasn't in the statement of Smith, and Smith would probably, on his way out of the country, would not have known of that. The very next day it was in the media, and that can be found. If it's requested, I can find those media links.
Just to make sure we're not talking at cross purposes, I was more interested in the statement you make that General Mabasa later arrived at the crime scene as part of the conspiracy to cover the fact that Mr. Kretcher himself had murdered Jackson.
Yes.
And that fact is not in here because the narrative by Mr. Smith places Mr. Mabasa nowhere near the house where Mr. Jackson was supposedly murdered.
Correct. There are other statements from other people that place General Mabasa outside the crime scene while the crime scene was being investigated by the police. And I haven't attached those statements, but if I'm requested to do so, I will obtain those statements and supply them.
I just wanted to be clear that it's not Annexure E, because my reading of Annexure E doesn't lead me to that conclusion.
Smith wouldn't have been aware of that.
Yes. You continue at paragraph 138, where you say you later established evidence of a corrupt relationship between General Mabasa and Mr. Kretcher, and you reference this Toyota Hilux, that double cab. Is that the vehicle you say you found parked in General Mabasa's bay when you went to meet him at, in center Johannesburg? Or is that a different vehicle now?
Pardon? It's the same vehicle that was parked in his parking bay
Yes.
at Diagonal House or Diagonal Street. It was the old Stock Exchange building.
Okay. And then I think you did touch on your Annexure F, which is the article,
It's just
That,
a media article.
the media article, from page 186, that speaks to the settlement
It
to
refers
General Mabasa. You've made the point.
The headline there is 3.5 million for dodgy cop.
And then at 139, then it's basically,
If I can.
Absolutely.
And it's not mentioned in my statement, but it's just, reading this again reminded me of something. It's quite important. The 3.5 million for the dodgy cop, that payment was authorized by General Mdluli. So that's quite important to remember, because we'll be coming to General Mdluli later.
and
What was his position at the time? General Mdluli, what was his position at the time?
Pardon me?
What was General Mdluli's position at the
He
time?
was the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. So what happened was, during the Celebi investigation, General Mdluli was the Provincial Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, and the Divisional Commissioner was Lieutenant General Madlanga Mpejo. And Madlanga Mpejo was arrested by the Scorpions for interfering in the Jackie Celebi investigation. And while he was on suspension, he resigned and left. And then General Mdluli was promoted to Lieutenant General and became the Divisional Commissioner, and General Mabasa became the Provincial Commissioner.
Thank you. A different question. This Smith affidavit, it was prepared for what purpose? Is it for the police or for you, your investigations?
If you look at the Smith affidavit, Commissioners, you will see it's a standard pattern Section 204 affidavit. So it's not the only affidavit that was made by Smith. There were other affidavits.
So it was for the prosecution or
So
for the
if
police?
you have a look at the affidavit itself, it says Affidavit of George Smith number 5. There were a total of 5 affidavits. Now, at the time these affidavits were made, because of the level of organized crime that Smith knew about, which didn't just deal with General Mabasa, it was decided by the DPCI to compartmentalize his affidavits, not have it all in one big affidavit. So this was the affidavit that relates particularly to the murder of Lolly Jackson. So there are other affidavits which I've not put here because they don't really take the matter any further. But if the commissioners wish to see them, I do. I have them all.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we're still at Annexure F, unless it's a case of perhaps this being in another document. Annexure F doesn't indicate that 3.5 million golden handshake for General Mabasa was approved by General Mdluli. That's not in that particular annexure.
No, I didn't put it in my statement, and it's not mentioned in here. But at the time, I remember
from your recollection.
That payment was authorized by General Mdluli.
Yes. Then at page 9, you introduced 2 affidavits, Annexure G and H.
Yes. Sorry.
Annexure G and H, your
Yes.
2 annexures. If I understood you correctly, these 2 documents now deal with attempts to murder you. So we have sort of moved away from what you call a corrupt relationship between General Mabasa and Krecha. These 2.
In fact, they are mixed, because what I'm going to say here, Commissioners, if you look at page 8 at the bottom, 1.3.9, I say there, in summary, I find it apposite to state that Mr. Krecher, because of his corrupt friends in the police, considered himself above the law and therefore free to engage in any criminal activity he chose, including, not limited to, murder. I should record that Krecher has now been sent to prison for 35 years and is still to be tried in respect of multiple attempts to murder me. He's been arrested and charged for, even though he's in prison, he's been arrested and charged for conspiracy to murder me, along with 7 others, which includes police officials, by the way. And the statements of this fellow Potiska, who's residing in the Czech Republic, the one statement deals with a conspiracy to murder me, which is Annexure G. And again, these statements are compartmentalized so that you don't have everything all in one document. But if you look at Annexure H deals only with the relationship between Radovan Krecher and General Mabasa. The Annexure G deals only with Radovan Krecher's conspiracy to murder me.
Yes. So then let's turn to General A, Annexure H, which would appear, or at least sound, to be more relevant to this relationship you are dealing with.
Page 193.
Page 193. And I would like to refer you to paragraph 5.
Yes. Sorry, I thought you wanted me to read.
No. My understanding, again, my reading of this, it's Mr. Poteska commenting about the relationship between General Mabasa and Mr. Krecher. It must be over a 2-year period, because at paragraph 2, he says, I was during the period of September 2010 until 2012, 02, 03, living in South Africa. So it can only be specifically for that period. And from paragraph 5, he then details the nature of this relationship. And as I understand it, it's about picking up General Mabasa from a small shell garage near Eastgate, delivering him to where Mr. Krecher was, and basically where General Mabasa would collect 5,000 to 10,000. And further down at 7, he speaks about his own personal experience where he had to hand over some money to Mr. Mabasa.
Yes.
At 8, he then introduces a different concept, and he says these guys from the police started helping Krecher smuggle cigarettes from Zimbabwe into South Africa. Thereafter, Krecher used them for drug trafficking too. But there is no substantiation for that allegation. Now, this affidavit would seem in large part to be about payment of some monies, 5,000 to 10,000, by Mr. Krecher to General Mabasa. Would I be correct to say that's about the sum total of it?
That's correct, Commissioners. I want to mention, if I can briefly, that there's 2 statements here from this fellow Potiska. Both statements, up until paragraph 4, are identical. Believe it or not, there were 5 such statements again, dealing with different issues.
Yes.
So these are the 2 statements which were considered relevant for this commission, but if they require to see the other statements, they are available. But the reality is that this person was interviewed. I was present when he was interviewed. Also present was Brigadier Geninda and Deputy Director of Prosecutions Lawrence Khaber. And the interview took place in Prague. And I arranged the interviews because they couldn't get access to this person. He didn't want to talk to the police or the prosecution authority without somebody being present that he trusted. And I had reached out to this person and convinced him to give evidence. So those statements were taken. I was present, but they interviewed him, and the statements were taken in their presence. And this woman, Eva, whatever her name was, I can't say it, Motiskova, she commissioned the statements because she's a sworn translator, because the individual in question doesn't speak English very well.
So these statements, you're saying they were actually taken by, I missed the rank of Jininda.
Brigadier Gininda,
Was he the investigating officer in this?
yes, he was the lead investigator of the Radovan Krejcir matters.
So they would be found in the docket?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Noted. To the extent that it's necessary, we may seek to obtain the remainder of the statements. You then, at page 9, introduce a slightly different topic at paragraph 1.3.10. You're now dealing with the relationship of Mr. Krejcir and Colonel Steyn. At page 9?
Yes, I'm there.
Mr. Krejcir and Colonel Steyn. You can
Yes.
deal with the contents of that subtopic.
Can I talk to it?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to interrupt.
No.
Commissioners, this is very simple. Of course, the script there that's in italics, generally speaking, would be classed as hearsay, because it's what somebody phoned and told me. And then, having received that hearsay, I became acutely aware of the fact that Radovan Krejcir was now in possession of my cellular phone records, to the extent that he was looking at the people I was talking to on the phone. And remember, in those days, we didn't have all these smartphones that we had today. They were just starting to come out. So WhatsApp, I don't think it even existed then. So whatever phone calls you made, it was on your phone records. And what had happened was this person was called in to a meeting at a restaurant in Bedfordview, just across the road from the police station. At the time, it's no longer there. It was called News 24 Cafe or News Cafe or something like this. News Cafe, I think it was called. And this fellow phoned me and he explained to me exactly what went on. And he said that he was called in, he sat there. There's Radovan Krejcir and all these, wherever Radovan Krejcir went, he had these heavy persons, you know, stocky fellows. And sitting next to Radovan Krejcir, according to him, was Colonel Sambo, who was the station commander at Bedfordview Police Station, in uniform. And Radovan Krejcir is alleged to have said to him, listen, on such and such a date you phoned O'Sullivan 25 times, what's going on? And he was very quick on his feet and he explained that he was trying to sell me a car. Of course, that nothing of the kind was going on. He was actually helping me out with inside information about the movement of Radovan Krejcir, because he was going to be arrested at that time. In fact, he was arrested. So Radovan Krejcir leaned across the table and said to him, if I find out you're lying, he put his finger on his forehead, if I find out you're lying, I can put a bullet hole there. So kind of scaring the guy. And he made the comment to me that Colonel Sambo just sat there quietly while all this was going on. And this person asked, well, how do you know that I made all these phone calls? He said, well, I've got your cell phone records. So at the time, I planned to launch an application. It was going to be an urgent application against Vodacom. And I drafted, and it's this Annexure J. I drafted a sworn statement for it, but I never actually launched. And the reason I never launched was because when I got senior counsel's opinion, he said that I might fail with that application. So I decided to keep my powder dry. But then what happened? About 2 years later, I got a tip-off from a person who was working at the organized crime office at Germiston, which is the same office which Colonel Steyn was the commander of. He was in charge of that organized crime office. And he told me that he needed an urgent meeting with him. I went and met with him. And he told me in no uncertain terms that Colonel Steyn was arranging to have my telephone number dropped in to 205 applications that were being drawn up as part of the normal work in progress that the organised crime unit in Germiston was doing. And then that prompted me to write, by the way, before that I'd written to Vodacom, and if I can refer the commissioners to Annexure F, page 206. Page 206. Now, you have to look at page 207 and 208. Because what we have here is a trail of emails, and they go in sequential order, with the most recent being the top page. But if you go back to page 209, it's an email that I've received from Vodacom. And if I can read it into the record, Commissioners, it's dated 13th of June 2011. And this is after I found out about my cellular phone records being in the possession of Radovan Krejcir. I've contacted a chap by the name of Bradley Smith at Vodacom, and he's written to me. He said, "Good afternoon, Paul. Thank you for your mail. As discussed, we have received Section 205s for information relating to your call data related information." I'm just reading what, there's some typos here, but I'm just reading it the way it is, Commissioners. And Vodacom is obligated to disclose this information if we receive a Section 205 to do so. Unfortunately, as mentioned, this is a matter that you will need to take up with the police and the Justice Department collectively. As to the authentication of the 205 and the content thereof, in doing so, I can advise you that there were 3 applications made. And then he gives the case numbers. Primrose case 709/3/2011, kidnapping, assault and theft. Then there's Tukoza case 268/04/2011, armed robbery. And the third one is Tukoza case 31/06/2011, murder. So the inference is that my cellular phone records were needed because of these investigations into a murder and an armed robbery in Tukoza, and a kidnapping, assault and theft that took place in Primrose. So what I did when I got this information was I sent an email to General Sabia, who at the time was the head of what do you call it?
Was it the
DPCI.
DPCI in Gauteng?
Yeah. I'm trying to look for that email.
Which
in
email?
fact, I only wrote to him later. I supplied it probably by hand to him in a meeting. But later on, in November 2021, 21 November 2013, I write...
Sorry. Just a moment. Is it not
Sorry.
210?
I was going to suggest 210, Annexure K. That's the
Page 210.
email, yes.
Yes, sorry.
From you to General Sibia dated 21st November 2013.
Yes. And I explain there that, and I say, by the, bless you, this is dated 21st of November. And I say, as you will see, in my email, I say, as you will see. But I was referring to what I knew would happen the next day when I said that. And I'll explain why in a moment. I said, as you will see, Colonel Francois Steyn admitted to a Mail and Guardian journalist today, in the presence of my attorney, Gary Massahan, that he had made a significant loan, that he had been made a significant loan by Radovan Krejcir's company, Groep 2 Beleggings. The money was used to pay off a registered bond on his property. Now, just why would a senior cop borrow money from an unregistered loan shark to pay installments on his bond account? As part of an attempt to cover his tracks, he said that Cyril Beaker made the loan via this company and he did not know that it was the Kretcher company. Anyway, with the death of Cyril Beaker and the fact that Kretcher is a suspect therein, because Radovan Kretcher was a suspect in the murder of Cyril Beaker, it is simply inconceivable that Steyn thought he could get away with this. I believe that having now admitted to receiving a very substantial loan, he has committed a very serious offence in terms of Act 12 of 2004, and I request a very urgent investigation with a suspension from duties in the meantime. I hope you can deal with this matter quickly, thereby placating the public who are starting to feel Kretcher can get away with anything he likes. And I finish off by saying the fact that yet another senior cop has put my life at risk by supplying my private information to gangsters is something that also needs to be addressed, and I reserve my rights in that regard. And copied to that email is an email that I had sent to the lawyers of Radovan Kretcher. And
At page 211?
That's page 211. I don't propose to read the whole thing out, but I do say, halfway down the page, I can now prove that Steyn supplied Kretcher with my cellular phone records, thereby further putting my life at risk. Back in 2012, and that's a typo, it should have been 2011, I just thought it was Steyn. Now I know it was Steyn. I've written to the Hawks requesting that Steyn be suspended and stand trial along with Kretcher for their disgraceful conduct. And if we now refer to Annexure L, which is page 213, this is a Mail and Guardian article which came out the day after I sent this email. And the reason it came out the day after I sent the email was because I had spoken to the journalists. When you get into a position where you believe these criminals are working with dirty cops to have you murdered, your best line of defense is to involve the media. And I had spoken to the journalists and they ran this story. And the headline, as you can say, is Kretcher's 400,000 Rand loan to top cop. And it explains in some detail about the loan and the excuse which Steyn had given to the journalists. But the reality is he admitted that there was a loan. Now, only when I saw Colonel Steyn giving evidence at this commission, I nearly fell off my chair because I thought he'd been suspended and dismissed back in 2013. And now I suddenly saw him sitting at this commission. I thought, wow. And now he's talking about drug trafficking. He was working, he was on the payroll of a drug trafficker, in my opinion, back in 2011 because he received this money from Radovan Kretcher. So now, suddenly, a complete turnaround. So I thought it was necessary to include mention of this, commissioners. Now, that's really all I have to say about that.
Let's just quickly deal with paragraphs 1.3.12 and following. There are two issues here.
Sorry, just give me the paragraph number again.
1.3.12 at your page 10.
1.3.12?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, right through to 1.3.15. As I understand, there are two distinct issues here. The first is your complaint regarding intrusion into your privacy by obtaining or seeking to obtain your records. And if we go to page 209, which is that email you wrote to Vodacom.
Correct.
No, which is what the email Vodacom wrote to you. Vodacom lists the 3 cases on the basis of which the Section 205 was obtained.
Correct.
I suppose inter alia in respect of your records.
Correct.
Why do you then say, no, let me ask differently. Have you ever seen the application for that 205 and supporting documentation to know the relevance of your number to any of the 3 cases?
So this is the difficulty. I had prepared the application against Vodacom, commissioners, And when I consulted with senior counsel, they said that bringing an application to force the state to show the content of a Section 205 application to obtain your cell phone records would be almost impossible to get such an order. And the court would err on the side of safety and not grant. And the reason given was, supposing I was a suspect in these cases, and now I'm bringing an application to find out what statements lie. Because when you bring a 205 application, you have to state this person is suspected of murder or armed robbery or whatever the case may be. So, without having seen those 205s, it's just guesswork. But the reality is, I wasn't kidnapping people in Tokoza or murdering people or robbing people in Tokoza in that period. And if you look at the period in question, it's 1 month, 1 month, 1 month. So for 3 months, they were able to get my cellular phone records, and it fits straight in with the period that Radovan Krejcir was arrested and there were raids on his house in Bedford View, and he was arrested. And during that whole period now, he's got my cellular phone records. So you can just put 2 and 2 together.
I appreciate your challenges, but I'm sure you'll also appreciate my challenges this end, that it has to also, in the absence of the 205 applications, it also has to be guesswork that Colonel Steyn unlawfully dropped your number in these 205 applications, because we do not know how your telephone number is said to be associated with any of the 3 cases.
Yes, if I didn't receive this phone call from Warrant Officer Steenkamp, he unfortunately passed away during COVID. But if I hadn't have received that phone call, and by the way, I don't name him in my email, but the fact that I sent the email to Radovan Krejcir's lawyers, and the fact that I forwarded that email to General Sabir and General Zumat to say, listen guys, look what's going on here, doesn't prove, but it makes it clear that, watch the media, by the way, you will see, and it was out in the media the next day, that he admitted having a 408,000 Rand loan from Radovan Krejcir's company. So if you put all the pieces of the jigsaw together, it's circumstantial evidence, but when you put it all together, it's a very interesting picture, and somebody would have to explain what happened there. And I don't know if the Commission has the ability to get the police to hand over those Section 205 applications, but I'm pretty sure they would make very interesting reading.
Yes. Now, that was the first point. The second then you make is about this loan that you say was for Mr. Steyn's mortgage bond account. Did you say that at your paragraph 1.3.12 of your statement?
1.3.12.
The conclusion of that paragraph. Then you introduce an extra K, which is your email chain to General Sibia.
Correct.
At paragraph 1.3.14, that an extra L, which is the actual Mail and Guardian article you reference, you say Colonel Steyn admitted to receiving the loan in question, but claimed not to have been aware that the company providing it was linked to Mr. Krejcir. Then you conclude his story was not only feeble, but it could also not be reasonably true. I'm reading at your paragraph 1.3.14.
Correct.
If one has regard to the article that you reference and rely on from page 213, you have referenced this company, Groep 2 Beleggings, which is a company, you say, the article says it's controlled by Mr. Krejcir. If you go to the bottom of that article, there is an explanation, ostensibly by Colonel Steyn, of how the loan came to be. But the long and short of it is, Colonel Steyn says Mr. Bika had undertaken to arrange a loan for him through this company. Now, At the next page, at 214, under the heading Professional Relationship, Colonel Steyn argues that he has a professional relationship with Mr. Beaker, whatever that means, who was the National Risk Manager for REM, hand-to-hand couriers. And then at page 2015, those paragraphs, he deals with the repayment of this loan. Why do you then conclude, based on the explanation he gave, that his explanation is not only feeble, but it could also not be reasonably possibly true?
Thank you.
What could be the truth?
My take on this, Commissioners, is we have to bring this explanation to the media in 2013, and he's passing everything off on this person called Cyril Beaker, who had been murdered in May 2010. So it's very convenient now, because dead men, as we know, cannot speak. So he blames everything on Cyril Beaker. But let's say his story was true. It was common cause in the country at the time that Cyril Beaker was murdered, that Cyril Beaker himself was part of the Cape Town underworld and was running protection rackets in Cape Town. So why on earth would you want to get involved in getting a loan from a person that was involved in protection rackets in Cape Town? And why on earth would you go to a company, the lawyer of a company called Group Belegging, without finding out who is this company? Now, you're a commander of an organized crime unit in Germiston. And if this hadn't have come out in the media, which it did, and it only came out in the media because I found out about it, then he would have concocted another story, I suppose. But the story is absolutely feeble. And if it was true, what was he doing business with a member of the Cape Town underworld, borrowing 408,000 rand? So whether he borrowed the money from Radovan Krejcir or borrowed it from Cyril Beaker, it's the same difference.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You sent an email to General Sibia and I assume to General Dramat. Is it not fair to assume that since you reported the matter to them, in fact you asked for then Colonel Steyn to be suspended? Is it not fair to assume that they looked into the matter and their view was that there was no wrongdoing?
So, thank you, Commissioner. In fact, what happened was Colonel Steyn was suspended as a result of this. And this was now in November 2013, okay? And if one looks at what happened after that, unfortunately, my time was taken up with bigger issues, because on January the 9th, 2014, which was 6 weeks later or 7 weeks later, first of all, Radovan Krejcir was arrested at the same time. So we had Radovan Krejcir arrested, we had Colonel Steyn suspended, and then on the 9th of January in 2014, 7 people were arrested just down the road from my house, planning to murder me. So they were planning to take me out. Now, that took my eye off this ball completely. I was more interested in focusing on other issues than a allegedly corrupt police official at Germiston organized crime. However, a few months after this, I was informed that he'd actually left the police, and I therefore decided not to take the matter any further, because where do you stop? I'm a one-man band. I've got 1 or 2 staff working for me, but all this type of work I'm doing on my own, and I had much bigger fish to fry. So I wish I had pursued it further, but I didn't. So it is what it is.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Then my question, I think it's close to what Commissioner Khumalo is placed before you. At 1.3.15,
1.3.15,
15, at page 10.
Yes.
You then having expressed yourself in the terms that you have, you say Colonel Steyn inexplicably managed to avoid being charged criminally or even disciplined by subs in relation to this misconduct. My question is, what is the misconduct that you complain of specifically here? Is it receiving that loan? Is that what you consider to be the misconduct?
If one looks at Section 3 of Act 12 of 2004, it describes in some detail what gratification is. And gratification is also classed as a quote-unquote loan. So I was satisfied that this was a breach of Act 12 of 2004. However, given the serious volume of work on my plate at the time, I neglected to pursue it any further. But the reality is, if I hadn't have seen him testify, and somebody sent me a picture, by the way, they said, look, the guy that you thought had been dismissed, he's not dismissed, he's still working in the police, he's just moved to the West Rand from the East Rand. I was shocked. The first thing I did was pick up the phone and phone Advocate Chaskuson. I said, listen, that witness you just had on your stand, you need to know about him. And I sent him the necessary documentation. And that's why I thought it would be best to include this in my evidence, Commissioners. I'm sorry. But I just felt, wow, in that moment in time in my life, he presented me with a lot of problems. When a friend phones me and tells me that they want to shoot them because he's got my cell phone records, of course, Radovan Krejci was in prison. So I just kind of lost interest in the matter. I should have pushed it further forward. Thank you.
No, my question was trying to understand what is the misconduct you complain of. You say, you call it potential gratification. It's just that your statement doesn't highlight gratification for what, and neither does your Annexure M, being the email you addressed to Sergeant Sitole and
So
Gibea.
if you look at the emails that I sent, I make it clear that it's gratification. I don't necessarily reference Section 3 and what...
No, that's, I'm happy with that, okay. But then if you just perhaps shed some light, gratification in exchange of? He was being paid gratification in exchange for what?
So...
You don't set it out in your statement, it's not in your letter of complaint.
The Commissioners would bear with me on this one because I lecture on the subject.
Please don't.
But there doesn't have to be a quid pro quo.
Okay.
There can be what's described as a generally corrupt relationship. And if one looks as an example, the State versus J. Celebi, that's exactly what the trial judge found, that there wasn't a quid pro quo, but there was a generally corrupt relationship. So I'm not in a position to say what the quid pro quo was, but I'm satisfied that there was a generally corrupt relationship. I don't believe that he was paid 400,000 Rand for my cell phone records. I think that was just part of the generally corrupt relationship. That's my understanding.
Would it not be a generally corrupt relationship in the sense that there isn't what you get now is not necessarily for something specific. You may get something here, something there, something there. All of those being a gratification. You from your side may also do something there, something there, something there, which is not necessarily related to something that you specifically received for what you are doing. So it's general in that sense. When the corruptor thinks of giving you something, they give it to you.
Correct.
But they expect that at one point or another, you will also do something. So there isn't any correlation between what you get and what you do.
Yes.
You do as and when you feel, let me do something here. And you are given something, not necessarily in relation to something that you are doing now or are to do now or shortly thereafter. But you get it on the understanding that at some point you may have to do something. So it's generally...
I 100% agree with you, Commissioner.
Yes. But I thought you were saying That doesn't necessarily have to be gratification.
So, Commissioner, what I'm saying is, if there's a generally corrupt relationship, you can't pinpoint directly exactly what was done for the 400,000 rand. I remember a few years ago doing an investigation in respect of wildlife permits that were being issued to people that were buying and selling registered game. And the person, I'm not going to mention his name, the person that was issuing the wildlife permits would drag his feet in issuing the permits. It would take a long time to issue the permits. And then one day, the game farmer would phone him and say, listen, I've rounded up these wildebeest, I need to move them, I need the permit urgently. And he said, no man, I can't come because I'm at the bank, I'm trying to get a loan. Oh, well, listen, we'll give you a loan, but we need you here now to issue the permit. That's how it starts, and it starts like that. So I don't know what took place between Colonel Steyn and Radovan Kretje or Cyril Beaker that resulted in the 408,000 rand loan. If it was a loan, I believe it was just a payment that was used to pay off his bond, and as a result of that payment, he would have provided who knows what services.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just check this? Mr. O'Sullivan, about this topic, you have at page 210 that letter that you sent.
Sorry, which page?
210. 210. And that's your Annexure K.
Yes.
That letter there, it speaks to the loan, or the alleged loan. Is there anything else that you communicated with whether General Sibia or Dramat?
So what I've done...
Other than
yes,
this
Commissioner, what I've done, when I've sent this email, it's a email, if you have a look at the top of the email, underneath who it's sent to, it says subject, FW, your client Radovan Kretje. FW means it's forwarded. So then you look over the next page, which is 211, and that deals with my allegations against Radovan Kretje and Colonel Steyn. So I'm actually forwarding those allegations that I've made.
Okay, maybe my more direct question is, did you communicate to General Sibia or General Dramat the complaint about access to your call information?
Can I just refer you to page 211?
Yes.
Blah, 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 blah.
This is the letter.
Fourth paragraph.
This is the letter to the attorneys.
I can now prove that Steyn supplied Kretje with my cellular phone records, thereby further putting my life at risk. So that's the message I'm trying to get through. And that's what I'm trying to share with General Sibia and General Dramat.
Can you please read that from the beginning? At the tail end, you spoke at the same time with Commissioner Baloyi. Can you read that? Yeah.
Sorry, Commissioner. So in the email, which I've sent to Radovan Kretje's lawyers, and it's a very tongue-in-cheek, I'm demanding 5 million rand. You know, the purpose of that email is to let Radovan Kretje know, by the way, at this stage, he's been arrested. He was arrested, I think, the day before this email was sent. It was all happening around the same time. And I thought he would get out of jail on bail, but he never got bail. So I've sent this, and I said, I'm giving notice of my intention to sue your client. Of course, I didn't sue him. But I explain in detail, I can now prove that Steyn supplied Kretje with my cellular phone records, and I talk about Radovan Kretje having corrupted Steyn. So I have now forwarded this email. If you look at the heading of the email, it says your client Radovan Kretje. If you look at the heading of the mail, the subject line to General Sabir and General Dramat, it's forwarded your client Radovan Krejcir, so it's including that. The two are meant to be read together, and that's the point I'm trying to make, that here you have a policeman who's a colonel in the police, and look at what he's up to. That was the point I'm trying to make. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And before we, if I may, before we leave that particular letter that you wrote to the attorneys, that paragraph, was it paragraph 4? You read into the record, I can now prove that Stein supplied Krejcir with my cellular phone records, thereby further putting my life at risk. Did you ever provide General Sibia and or Dramat with the evidence that you say you have, that you know that can prove that Stein supplied Krejcir with your cellular phone records?
No, Commissioners, I didn't.
Okay.
So what I'm doing here is I'm bluffing Radovan Krejcir's lawyers. I'm making them think I can prove it.
Okay.
Because I want them to think I've got the evidence. But the reality is I didn't have the evidence. All I had was a phone call and the emails that I had from Vodacom saying these were the three case numbers.
Yes.
So I wanted to, it was a case of joining the dots. The evidence would have only been obtained if I could get those Section 205 applications.
Understood. I'm with you. Thank you. If we then turn to page 11, you start a new topic.
Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. I see it's 3:45. There are only, besides the topic we're about to open, two other topics for Mr. O'Sullivan to deal with, and I think it's possible to complete today. If that is the decision that we set beyond 4 to complete his testimony, may I then call for a comfort break perhaps now, but whatever time the Chair decides. Then when we resume, we take his statement to the end.
Let's adjourn and resume at 4 p.m.
It is 15:59. Please make sure that your devices are off. We are ready to resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. O'Sullivan, if we could now turn to your page 11, please switch on your mics, both of them, the microphones. Thank you. We are now at your page 11, at item 1.4, and you have headed this Major General Feroz Khan.
Yes.
You deal with that over the next 2 pages. So if you could highlight for the commissioners the key aspects of this subtopic.
Yeah, if I can suggest that we start with Annexure M.
That will be page 216?
Page 216.
Yes.
Annexure M, Commissioners, is an email that I sent to the then Commissioner of Police, Commissioner Sitoli. Kekla Sitoli was the Commissioner of Police in May 2021. And I copied Lieutenant General Lebea, who at that stage was the head of DPCI. And my email references a tip-off that we had received at Forensics for Justice. So just to be clear, Forensics for Justice has an online tip-off portal, and it also has a telephonic tip-off portal. So people can phone anonymously, and the number is 0800 118 118. And we occasionally get these messages through. And a message came through, and it was a demand to speak to me. And I phoned the person back, and he insisted on providing this information. So what we do, we often get tip-offs, and the information doesn't check out. It doesn't look like something that's genuine. Or sometimes what happens is you'll get a captain who's in dispute with a general, or a colonel who's in dispute with a general, and they'll make spurious complaints. And when we get these tip-offs, before we do anything, we look at the background of it to see if there is anything there. Otherwise, what might be happening is we might be aiding and abetting malicious tip-offs against senior officers. But when we received this tip-off, I met with the person concerned, and the information that was given on the tip-off is listed there. And I'll just read it out quickly on page 216. 1, is involved in facilitating drug trafficking with Nassif Modak of the Western Cape. Well, we know that Nassif Modak of the Western Cape is now in prison. 2, is involved in chop shops and the selling of the products thereof. And now chop shop is a colloquial term meaning places where you dismantle stolen cars into component parts and sell the component parts. He's involved in money laundering for criminals in the underworld. 4, he protects certain criminals, notably Mr. Pregi Padeachi, who is a close friend of ex-Deputy National Commissioner Vinesh Kumar Munu, who is currently alleged to be involved in illicit tobacco trade. And 5, he has no security clearance and would not get security clearance because of his covert criminal activities and questionable business activities. Now, these are allegations. They're not factually sound, but they're allegations. Now, when we got the allegations, we carry out some background checks, as I've mentioned. And in this case, what we did was we decided to have a look at General Khan. So attached to the email that we sent was the document, which is now pages 218, 219, 220, 221, 220, right up until, well, it's all these pages, right up until page 237. Because pages 218 to 224 is our research, it's the research we've done. But when the person gave me the tip-off, the person supplied me with the pages 225 to 237 as what that person considered to be substantiating the allegations. And it's not our position in life to make any findings about these sort of things. So when we get these type of allegations, what we do is we raise it. And the only place to raise such an important matter as this is with the National Commissioner. So we attach all these documents. As I've mentioned, Commissioners, pages 218 to 224 is our own research. And from our own research, we were able to see that at that moment in time, remember we're going back to 2021, General Khan was an active director of 10 companies. Now, when we look at some of those companies, which we obviously did some background checks on, we were able to establish that some of the companies were involved in the spare parts business of motor vehicles. And you can see a couple of them there. One is called Spares Oasis. We were able to trace the premises where spare parts for motor cars are being sold from. Another one is called Magic Motor Spares. So when you look at all this, and by the way, there's a PTY called Spares Oasis, and there's also a CC called Spares Oasis. So we take all this information, and then we look at the lifestyle of the individual concerned. And the lifestyle audit that we did gave the indication that this was not a person living on a Major General's salary. It was a lifestyle of a person in a much more affluent position. So all we did was simply supply the information and then say, there you are, that's it. We leave you to get on with it. And it's not our job then to go knocking on the door and saying, hey, what have you done about this? What have you done about that? Because our function is just to supply the information. And that's what we did. And that's made clear in my statement on page 11. And in my email, I think I've said, we find it should be impossible for a full-time Major General in the police to be moonlighting as a director of 10 businesses. And at least 2 of those businesses indicate a trade in spare car parts, an activity diametrically opposed to the work of crime intelligence, given the high levels of vehicle crime in Gauteng. So we're just making the point. That's it. And we left it at that.
Okay. You then, firstly, did you ever receive a response to your complaint?
No.
You deal with another annexure at paragraph 1.4.2.
Before you do that, Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm looking at your page 218 in that big bundle.
Page 218, yes.
Yes, you've got that list of properties there. I just want to understand, well, it starts at 218 and it goes to 219. So you've got a list of properties and then you've got dates. So if we start at 218, the first property has got a purchase date, right?
Yes.
And then you go to 219.
So what 218 shows 2 properties, and on 219, so when you're doing the search, if you click with your mouse where it says title deed number, it generates the pattern that you see.
The reported 219.
So
Okay.
it's giving you an explanation of where that property is and what the purchase price was and whether there's a bond and the transfer document number and so on. So that's the information that you would gain from that. And then,
Yes.
of course, you're able to get the address. And as you see, the one is based in Houghton Estate.
Yes.
And
Let me ask you my question. It's about the dates that I wanted to ask. What is the relationship between the dates in the first box with the heading properties and then the dates in the box with the heading addresses? There's a different...
Oh, yes.
You
So
see
what happens is every time any individual applies for credit or opens an account or anything of that nature where somebody does a credit check, when a person does a credit check on an individual, they list the data that that person supplies when he does a credit check. So you would quite often end up with a situation where here, for example, where it says addresses, that date would relate to when that person supplied that address to either a credit provider or an account provider.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. At paragraph 1.4.2, still at your page 11, you introduce an annexure N.
Yep.
Can you deal with the contents of your paragraph 1.4.2 and perhaps in so doing, place into context how you obtain that annexure N and under what circumstances?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you, Commissioner. So when I was preparing my evidence for the Commission, during that process, I had to engage in, I suppose, a toing and froing process with Advocate Chaskelson, where I would be drafting certain things. And I said to him, oh, by the way, you know, this is what happened insofar as Major General Khan is concerned. And he said, did you ever see a letter from Ian Levitt, attorneys, complaining about you? And I said, no, I've never seen such a letter. He said, well, would you be interested to know there is such a letter? And Advocate Chaskelson forwarded this letter to me, and I was quite gobsmacked to see it. Because here I am making a complaint by way of a tip-off, and the information that we've supplied with that tip-off. And I supplied that complaint in, let me have a look at the date.
24th of May 2021.
24th of May. So I supplied that tip-off on the 24th of May. And here we are 30 days later, or 31 days later, a month later, on the 24th of June, with this complaint coming through from Ian Levitt addressed to General Sitoli. And it's coincidental that my email is addressed to General Sitoli. Now, General Sitoli never came back to me about my complaint.
And your annexure N starts at 238. That is then the letter that you say was written, addressed to the National Commissioner.
Yes.
By General Khan's attorneys.
Yes, and I've analysed this letter, and my problem with it, apart from complaining about me highlighting alleged unethical conduct on his part, the lawyer doesn't address any of the allegations whatsoever. No once does he say my client has done nothing wrong. The whole thing is about complaining about Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes. And at page 239, the same document overleaf, this letter advises the National Commissioner that a meeting subsequently took place between their client, I take it Mr. Khan, and yourself.
Yes.
Can you deal with the contents of that first paragraph?
Yes.
That suggests that a solution was reached.
So, thank you. Commissioners, you have to read paragraphs 4 and 5 together because they belong together.
Yes.
In paragraph 4, he makes the statement that he came to see me on the 15th of June, 2021. It could be correct, I can't remember, because I can't remember back that far, but I do remember him coming to see me. And I was quite flabbergasted when he came to see me, because when he sat in my boardroom, he said, "You've made a complaint against me." I said, "No, I haven't. I'm hardly going to admit that I've laid a complaint against him, because if I say to him, yes, I've made a complaint, here's a copy of it, I may be guilty of the offence of defeating the ends of justice." So I decide, no, I'm just going to deny it. And then he says in this paragraph that at this meeting I offered to confirm under oath that I hadn't made a complaint against him. Well, I just want to place on record that I never made such an offer. However, if we go on to paragraph 5 of the same letter, the lawyer says, "Pursuant to the meeting, our client made further inquiries and reliably ascertained that Sullivan," they obviously mean O'Sullivan, "was not being truthful, and that in fact not only had Sullivan laid criminal charges with the DPCI, but that Sullivan had accessed our client's personal information in doing so, and in contravention of the Protection of Personal Information Act, POPI." And as I've pointed out earlier, we can access personal information, but not on an arbitrary basis. You can only do it if you're investigating a potential fraud, or for fraud prevention, or for corruption prevention, that sort of thing. So you don't just pick a person at random and say, "Oh, let's dig into this person." There has to be some probable cause, shall we say. So the tip-off was what made us do the look at this situation, and then we supplied the information. So quite clearly, since I'd sent that email to General Sitoli with a copy to General Labia, I've not shared it with anybody else. So either somebody at their office or they themselves have shared that information with General Khan. So I've now got him coming to my office demanding to know why I've laid a complaint against him. So I've had to deal with that issue. But I just denied it. I said, "No, I didn't lay a complaint against you."
Did you ever pursue either General Libea or General Sitole regarding your complaint to establish what had become of it?
So as I mentioned earlier to the commissioners, if I had to pursue every single tip-off that comes through our office to the nth degree, in other words, to keep knocking on the door, but we're eventually going to become a nuisance to somebody. We receive the information, we validate it, and we pass it on. We package it and we pass it on. That's all we do. It's not our job to investigate it. So we just look at it, pass it on, and then we believe it's up to the police. And in this case, it was up to either General Sitoli or General Labia to look into it. But as I've said in my statement, I didn't hear from them again. So I'm assuming they didn't look into it.
In your statement, page 12, paragraph 1.4.4, you then introduce Annexure P, which would be your correspondence with General Masemola of 31st July 2023.
Yes.
And I understand from that communication that you shared the same Annexure M that you had originally written to General Sitole.
Yes.
With General Masemola. You deal with those issues at your paragraph 1.4.4.
Yes. So what happened there, Commissioners, on the 30th of July 2023, which is now 2 years after I've laid this formal complaint with General Sitoli. By this stage, the Commissioner of Police is now General Masemola. So on the 30th of July, I look at News 24, and there's this scandalous article which is attached as Annexure O.
That's at page 241.
241, where it refers to top cop attending EFF gala, a shameful, offensive slap in the face of South Africans. and it talks about General Khan, and it talks about the fact that his ticket for General Khan at this EFF gala dinner had been paid for by, shall we say, associates of General Khan, who were allegedly involved in the illicit tobacco trade. So I see this, and I think, wow, this is not good. It's 2 years since I've sent a formal complaint through to General Sitoli and General Libya. Now, I decide I'm not going to engage with General Libya again because I've already engaged with him and he's done nothing. So I write to the new, or then relatively new, Commissioner of Police, which is General Masemola.
Yes.
On the 31st of July, which is the day after I've read this article. And I say, dear General Masemola, it's most disheartening to read in the media about how rotten crime intelligence is. Police management know about this man Feroz Khan, but what is going to be done about it? And by the way, when I send this email, I attach to it, so I'm forwarding the original email that I've sent 2 years earlier. And I said it will take someone explaining to understand how this man can jet around the country in a jet owned by a tobacco smuggling kingpin, Syed. Of course, I could have used the word alleged, but I didn't. And also drive around in Lamborghinis. I said, does it need for him to be caught with a smoking gun for the management to get rid of him? And when I talk about management commissioners, I'm talking about management of the police. And then I say, I'm copying the editor of News 24, as I believe the people of South Africa have a right to know what's been going on. And then I say, I finish the email up with, although General Sitoli did not bother to respond to my mail in May 2021, perhaps you will be able to do so.
Did you receive a response to this communication, and if so, what was, in summary, the response?
No, Commissioners, no response whatsoever. And by that stage, I think it became the order of the day that any such communications were just ignored. So that didn't stop me from making the communications, because later on, when we have a commission of inquiry like this, I can show, but hang on a minute, this is not the first time these things have cropped out of their woodwork. Here we've got the evidence that I've been continually supplying information and evidence, and nothing has been done about it. And that's why you're going to find later in my affidavit, I make it clear that actually police management does not take action against senior police officials unless they have an agenda or motive for doing so. And that is part of the problem that we have with the police service today.
You don't say in your statement, but besides the newspaper articles and the reports you filed following whatever investigations you did around General Khan's companies, was there any evidence that you provided to either General Masemola, General Libya, or General Sitole that constitutes evidence to support the allegations you make in your previous communication to them of May 2021? Or is it what you have shared with the Commission now that you made available to these generals?
I was not able to supply any prima facie evidence. If I had prima facie evidence, Commissioners, apart from notifying the management of the police, I would have opened a criminal docket. But you cannot open a criminal docket based on a hypothesis. So what we would have expected to do as Forensics for Justice, we expected the management of the police to take this and look at it.
Yes.
but unfortunately nothing was done.
Noted. Is there anything else on that subtopic you would like to highlight, because you start a new one at your page 13?
No, I think we've covered that in sufficient detail.
Okay. Then if we turn to page 13 at paragraph 1.5, you now introduce a different topic. You headed the erstwhile Acting Commissioner Lieutenant General Pahlane. You deal quite extensively with this matter. If you could briefly then address yourself to it.
Yes.
And as you do so, because at your paragraph 1.5.3, you introduced the DPCI judge report, which is your annexure Q. If you could just highlight the relevance of those findings in that report to the terms of reference of the Commission. Thank you.
So, what I'm trying to get across here, Commissioners, is that if you have an entity such as Forensics for Justice, which at the end of the day, it's a not-for-profit organization or charity, whatever you want to call it, the reality is that we are not out there to conduct ourselves in a malicious manner. We're out there to help bring accountability specifically in the criminal justice system. So the purpose of this section of my evidence is to show that if you step out and expose corruption within the criminal justice system, you actually become a target yourself. And that's exactly what happened here. And if I can place on record that in respect of General Pahlane, that between 2015 and 2017, I carried out extensive investigations and lodged various criminal complaints against General Pahlane with IPID. I supplied copies of my criminal complaint to then Deputy President of South Africa, now President Cyril Ramaphosa. As a result of the complaints I made against General Pahlane, I was singled out for unlawful action by corrupt police officials at the instance of both General Pahlane and other senior officers. The crimes against me included multiple arrests, multiple raids on my home and offices, kidnapping, torture, unlawful imprisonment, and multiple attempts at murder by proxy. And I can go into a lot of detail on that, but to save time, I'm not going to. But we had a situation where the attempts to murder me were being instigated by senior police officials. I was unlawfully arrested and detained over 2 years later for using my Irish passport. The reason I used my Irish passport was because at the time Radovan Krejcir wasn't in jail, but he had cops on his payroll and they were waiting for me to come back into South Africa so they could arrange for me to be murdered. So what I did was I slipped in on my Irish passport instead of my South African passport. And 2 years later I get arrested for that because that's all they could find to arrest me on. And they detained me for 4 days. We talk about General Pahlane. The evidence will show that he's currently on trial, on various trials, and the sum total of the corrupt contracts exceeds 500 million rand. Now, those trials are ongoing. So, in 2016, as a result of all this unlawful conduct against myself, which was coming from DPCI, and by that stage I'm saying DPCI was captured and the National Prosecuting Authority was captured. As a result of this unlawful conduct, I laid a formal complaint with the judge for they call him the DPCI judge. He was a retired judge. And I laid a formal complaint comprising 3 lever arch files. And that complaint was laid in 2016, towards the end of 2016. On The 6th of October 2022, the judge released his...
Sorry. I think paragraph 1.5.3, the last line, an amendment should be made there. It says you laid your complaint in July 2026.
Thank you. It should be 2016.
Thank you.
That's a typo for which I apologize. So, in fact, I laid the complaint in July 2016, and it comprised of 3 lever arch files with all the evidence. And then I left the DPCI judge to get on with it. And the DPCI judge issued a report, which is contained as Annexure Q at 246. Now, that's a very lengthy report, Commissioners. So what I've done, on page 14, I've extracted the relevant sections of the report, and I'd like to read it into the record halfway down page 14, and it continues on page 15, and it finishes at the top of page 16, so it's only about 2 or 3 minutes of reading. And the DPCI judge made the following findings against Major General Mokateri. In respect of Mr. O'Sullivan's arrest and the manner in which it was carried out at OR Tambo International Airport on 01 April 2016 in the presence of his children, needlessly detained for several days for what is a minor infraction of having allegedly contravened Section 26B of the South African Citizens Act, and his dubious prosecution in State versus O'Sullivan, case number B803/2016 Kempton Park, for which he was acquitted in terms of Section 174 of the Criminal Procedures Act. Major General Mokateri is found guilty of having seriously and unlawfully infringed the rights of Mr. O'Sullivan as contemplated in Section 17L of the SAPS Act. As far as the cold cases against
Mr. O'Sullivan, here? Yes. Why Mr. General Mokateri? Is it because he's the one that effected the arrest?
So,
was he the complaint? What happened?
No, Commissioner. General Mokateri had been, and I'll be able to prove this, it's not just an allegation, General Mokateri had been unlawfully appointed as the head of DPCI in Gauteng during the state capture process. So you had General Ntlemeza. I'd opened a case against General Ntlemeza before this, by the way. I'd opened a case against General Ntlemeza. I'd opened a case against Lieutenant General Pashlani, who was the acting Commissioner of Police, and I'd opened a case against General Mokateri. So Mokateri was the senior person who led the group of about 30 police officials who targeted me and Forensics for Justice and the staff that worked for me. So there was, as you will see, there was a campaign over several years against us.
Thank you.
Shall I carry on? As far as the cold cases against Mr. O'Sullivan that Major General Mokateri unearthed and reinvestigated are concerned, it's certainly permissible for Major General to have done so. What he has made himself guilty of is falsely claim under oath, as the DPCI judge observes in para 26 above of this report, paragraph 61. One has to be extremely gullible to accord any credence to Mokateri's averment that pursuant to O'Sullivan's arrest on 01 April 2016 at OR Tambo International Airport, all the complainants in the cold cases magically came out of the woodwork and urged that charges they laid against O'Sullivan years before be resuscitated or reopened. Such coincidence defies credulity, and I reject this explanation as a figment of his fertile imagination. A conspectus of the facts, circumstances strongly mitigate against it. All 9 reinvestigated cases proved to have been moribund, and none of them survived as far as could be determined. Now, Commissioners, if I can just stop there and explain to you what those cases related to, those 9 moribund cases. Apart from running Forensics for Justice, I have other business activities. I run a property company and I run a forensic practice. And the forensic practice we carry out forensic investigations for corporations. So if fraud has been committed or corruption has been committed within a corporation, they'll engage our services to carry out an investigation. And quite often it would entail us then assisting that client to open a criminal docket for fraud or theft or corruption or whatever the case may be. And in the criminal justice system today, we have a situation where quite often, to distract attention away from their own criminal activity, you get the suspects in these cases opening cases against the people who are investigating them. It goes on all the time. And I would say probably over 200-300 investigations that we've carried out. There's probably been 10 or 12 where the suspects have opened cases against us. And those cases have got no legs at all. It's just a distraction. So I just wanted to explain that. Then the DPCI judge goes on to say, it is common cause that the relationship between O'Sullivan and Mokateri was and remains strained, if not acrimonious. I am acutely alive to the fact that Mokateri may have harboured an ulterior motive for reopening the aforesaid cold cases. Then he goes on a bit further. However, I'm satisfied that the reinvestigation of the cases was meant to and did harass O'Sullivan. It was designed to have a chilling effect on his forensic investigations and to fight corruption. Sometimes it appears he acted unconventionally. That's me they're talking about. But so far as the DPCI judge could discern, not unlawfully. Well, of course we act unconventionally. And that's why we have the success ratio that we have, because we step above and beyond what normal people would do. Then he goes on to say, at paragraph 63, which is on page 15, to put Mr. O'Sullivan to such unwarranted great expense to defend the unmeritorious cases was prejudicial to him and seriously and wrongfully infringed his constitutional rights as contemplated in section 17L of the SAPS Act. Then he says at 64, the failure by Mokateri to obtain a security clearance. Now this is the crux of the issue, Commissioners. This is the most important part of this whole story. The failure by Mokateri to obtain a security clearance for almost 3 years is unlawful and a transgression of section 17E of the South African Police Service Act and section 2A of the National Strategic Intelligence Act. Mokateri disgracefully tried to shield behind his employer. However, he had a concomitant duty and responsibility to obtain the clearance. In addition, his appointment set out in paragraph 44.2 above was subject to a security clearance of top secret. And I need to pause there to mention, Commissioners, the law is crystal clear. You cannot be appointed as a provincial commissioner of DPCI if you don't have top secret security clearance. He never had it. And then he says, nevertheless, no direct connection can be made or line drawn between the Mokateri's spurious appointment as provincial head of the Hawks and the woeful treatment meted out to O'Sullivan. Be that as it may, he should never have been appointed to such a lofty position. Least of all, he should not have been given a permanent contract of appointment under the sketched prevailing circumstances. Now, Commissioners, at the end of the report, he makes a conclusion and he recommends to the Commissioner of Police, General Masemola, that Major General Mokateri should be dealt with. And what's interesting here, Commissioners, is that Major General Mokateri was the provincial head of DPCI. Now, DPCI, in terms of the Glenister judgment, is handled in terms of Section 17 of the Police Service Act. So it's a separate section of the police service. It's supposed to be separate. And if you're appointed as provincial head of DPCI, and then you're found wanting and you don't have security clearance, what happened in this case? instead of him being dismissed, he was just moved sideways into the police service from DPCI. And I wasn't happy about that. In fact, I was quite livid. And I continuously wrote to General Masemola and I requested him, why hasn't this person been dismissed? To cut a long story short, he was eventually dismissed, but not to do with the DPCI judge's report, to do with another matter completely. So I just wanted to record those facts, that General Masemola did not lift a finger to deal with the DPCI judge report, which report was issued in 2022. And General Mokoteri only finally left the service towards the end of 2024, which means he sat on the payroll, the taxpayers' payroll, for a further 2 years, twiddling his thumbs. He wasn't working.
Mr. Sullivan, just a small issue. Your paragraph numbers where you quote the DPCI judge's report.
64, did you say?
Yes. They are incorrect. Sorry, on page 15 of your statement, at least in two respects, you seem to have quoted the unnumbered quotations, but you've given them paragraph numbers. So your paragraph 61 on page 15 in the judge's report is just an unnumbered quotation.
Let me just have a look, sorry.
If you go to page 319 of the annexures, it's just two paragraphs that we need to correct.
I'm just going to have a quick look here. 64, yeah, so it would appear to me, if I can beg for your forgiveness, so what's happened is I've created this on Word,
Yes.
and I've typed it in, and sometimes Word changes the paragraph numbers without your permission.
Yes.
And I think that's what's happened here.
Yes.
So for the purpose of correctness, we probably need to say...
So this is what we will do. Let me assist you. What you have numbered paragraph 61 on page 15 is an unnumbered paragraph in the judge's report. It's just a quotation of the earlier evidence on paragraph 26.
Yep.
So that 61 must go out.
Yep.
Which means what you have as 62
becomes
will
61.
then be 61.
Yep, 63
And then
becomes 62.
What you have as 63, that's
Yep.
another
Yep.
quotation, so we will have to correct that. And then what you have as 64, which says the failure, will be 63 according to the report you see on page 320.
Yep.
Yes, and then what you have as 65 will then be 64, the paragraph that starts with nevertheless.
I have it.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. My sense is that you have covered everything you have set out in your statement regarding General Patlane, your complaint regarding General Patlane and the DPCI judge report. Is there anything else that you conclude by saying, notwithstanding the referral of that report to General Masemola, General Masemola failed to take action?
Yep.
If I understood the report correctly, the action General Masemola was invited to take was against Major General Prince Mukotedi and not against General Patlane, was it? If you look at your summary at page 16.
Your page number, sorry?
Your summary at page 16, paragraph 1.5.6, you quote the conclusion reached by the judge.
Fanny Masemola.
You say this, and it quotes under capital A, in parentheses, this is an appropriate DPCI judge's report deserving attention of the National Commission
Correct.
of Police.
This is the conclusion of the DPCI judge's report.
Yes.
If you look towards the end, I should give you the page number there.
We'll locate quickly the page number for you. The point I'm making is that was a conclusion for the purposes of taking action against Major General Mukotedi and not General Pashani. Am I reading it correctly?
I don't mention General Pashlani.
Yes, I'm saying the topic deals with General Pashani. The DPCI judge's report makes findings, is in large part concerning the conduct of Major General Mukotedi, and makes findings as you have tabulated them at page 14.
That's to be seen on page 326
Yes.
of the evidence. It refers to deserving the attention of National Commissioner General Masemola.
Yes. And I'm saying that what deserves General Masemola's attention is what you have set out at page 14
Yep.
in the boxes. The following findings against Major General Mukotedi are made. It's
Correct.
those findings that are brought to the attention of General Masemola, and General Masemola is called upon to take appropriate steps.
Which is what should have happened.
Yes, and the only point I sought to make was that this is not about General Pashani.
No, it's nothing to do with General Pashlani.
I fully, I that clarity.
The only thing it's to do about General Pashlani is that all of this conduct happened against me
Yes,
because I opened a criminal complaint against General Pashlani. So everything that's listed here happened against me and others that were connected to me. But the driving force, according to the DPCI judge report, was General Mokotedi, who was acting on the instructions of both General Mplemeza. It doesn't say that in the report, but we know it for a fact, General Mplemeza and General Pashlani.
okay, understood. Yeah, I just wanted to make that clarity.
Yeah.
And do you know, are you aware of any steps then that General Masemola took against General Mukotedi?
None at all.
And at your paragraph 1.5.8, you confirm that General Masemola, as you say, quote unquote, did not lift a finger to implement the recommendations of the DPCI judge.
So, sorry, I didn't hear it. 1.5.7, I've said, the relevance of the conclusion in the DPCI judge's report mentioned above is not lost on me and should not be lost on the Commission. General Mokotedi was never, from the date of his unlawful appointment, lawfully in his post, because he never had top secret clearance or secret clearance. Instead of dismissing him, General Abaya unlawfully agreed with General Masemola that it could simply be moved from DPCI to SAPS. So that's moving the problem instead of removing the problem. He was moved to the division known as Inspectorate, which functions or is supposed to function as the internal standards monitoring the police. It can be likened to hiring mice to guard the cheese, because here you have a situation where General Mokotedi has now been moved out of DPCI, where he can't be because he doesn't have top secret clearance, plus the DPCI judge has said he must be dealt with, and he's moved into the police. They have nowhere else to put him, so they've put him in the Inspectorate. Now the Inspectorate is quite commonly known as the departure lounge in the police. If they haven't got work for a senior person, they stick them in the Inspectorate, and that's often where these generals end up before they find another job somewhere. So that's why it's colloquially referred to as the departure lounge.
Thank you. That would then lead us to your paragraph 1.5.9 at page 17, but you introduced a new topic there.
Yes.
And you heard that General Mkwanazi's unlawful assistance to General Pashani.
Yes.
Before you deal with the contents of that paragraph, you reference an affidavit by a Mr. Humbulani Kuba, which you invite to be tested. Presumably, the invitation is extended to the Commission.
Yes.
Commissioners, that affidavit is not part of your bundle. Mr. O'Sullivan has made a copy available, and we've got copies for you. Because of where it is referred to, We have an extra Q, which is the DPCI judge report. We propose this be the next document based on the structure of his statement, and we propose that it be marked Q1, so that at least we can associate it with paragraph 1.5.9 easily. Now, Mr. O'Sullivan will talk to this affidavit, but the commissioners will notice that the first document is a 2-page affidavit dated the 16th of January 2026, and that affidavit seeks to introduce an earlier affidavit dated October 2020, according to the narrative, but the copies you have are undated. And it is stated that this particular October 2020 affidavit was prepared for the purposes of the Zondo Commission, but it would appear to have not been either finalized and filed, or the challenges that Mr. O'Sullivan has had is to locate a signed and filed copy of the annexure to this affidavit. So that's the context of these documents. Technically, there are 2 affidavits, the latest one now of 2026, and the 2 that are attached. The difference between the 2, as I understand it, is that the one has got track changes, the second doesn't. It's a clean copy, but it's one and the same document. I hope that will assist in navigating this new annexure.
Yes.
Then, Mr. O'Sullivan, you start at, you may deal with your 1.5.9. You state that you are informed, I don't know by who, that you do not need to go into the details of the unlawful prosecutable conduct of General Mkwanazi pertaining to General Pashani, relating to the offenses I believe were committed in 2017 and 2018. It is in an engagement regarding the allegations you make there that you introduce Mr. Kumba's affidavit, which we now have marked Q1.
Yes.
So you may deal with the issues that you highlight there.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, to get the drift on this, to get an understanding of what took place here, we have to remember that I opened the case against General Pashlani, a criminal complaint. I opened that complaint in February 2016. And in that complaint, I alleged very serious corruption on the part of General Pashlani, and my docket set out chapter and verse. Remember what I said earlier, if I get a tip-off and there's no evidence, we just supply the information. In this case, it was more than a tip-off. I had evidence. And I took all that evidence and I packaged it and I opened a formal docket with IPID. But unfortunately, by that stage, IPID was captured. It was during that state capture period. And IPID was captured by virtue of the fact that 2 crime intelligence officials have been appointed to work in IPID, and they were allegedly controlling all of the investigations that IPID did. And then you had a situation where I opened my case with IPID in February 2016, and the complaint I laid was, a copy of it was supplied to General Pashlani instead of the matter being investigated. And that led to the attacks against myself and my staff. So, but what happened while all that was going on was there was a matter in the Supreme Court of Appeal, in fact, no, sorry, it was the Constitutional Court. And that was the matter of Robert McBride versus the Minister of Police. And the Constitutional Court ruled that the suspension of Robert McBride was unlawful, and it was an overreaching by the Minister of Police, and Robert McBride was given his job back, which meant that in November 2016, 10 months after I've opened this case against General Pashlani, the case suddenly came alive again. So I sat down with the people from IPID and I explained to them exactly what had gone on and the fact that for 10 months there'd been no investigation whatsoever other than supplying General Pashlani with a copy of the docket. So then what happened was IPID formed a small task team. And my understanding is that the task team was headed up by this gentleman, Hambulani Innocent Kuba. And he is currently the Limpopo director of IPID. At the time, I believe he was also the Limpopo director of IPID. But he was brought to Pretoria because they wanted somebody from outside the province to case manage my complaint against General Pashlani. And that's what Hambulani Kuba did. And he reported directly to Matthew Sissoko, who was the head of investigations at IPID. So what happened was, there were a number of legs where General Pashlani attempted to derail the investigations into him. And those legs took various forms. One of the forms, and I'll say it briefly, was the appointment of the so-called Northwest team, which was General Mabula and a whole lot of brigadiers and colonels. And their job was to try and find dirt on the IPID investigators and myself. And they were quite busy with that. In fact, I was unlawfully arrested and charged, which is part of those other cases that eventually blew away. But what happened as well during that period was we had, according to Hambulani Kuba, we had the unlawful conduct of General Mkunazi. And I would like to just explain these pages that have been given to you now. I've got page numbers 333.1, 333.2, and so on. Now, 333.1 and 333.2 is a sworn affidavit saying that, look here, I can't find the original affidavit that I submitted in 2020 to the Zondo Commission. However, what I have been able to locate are the emails from the Zondo Commission giving me my draft affidavit. And I want to say that when I attach this affidavit, everything in there is true. And therefore, as you would know, making affidavits for a commission, it's an iterative process. It's not something that you just do and you're finished. You draft and then you add a bit and then you know, it's an iterative process. And this is the evidence. If you look at page 333.8, it's an email from Garth Holly, who was one of the evidence leaders at the State Capture Commission. And he's saying, "Hi, Innocent, please consider the attached statement that I drafted based on our consultation. We need to get as much corroboration as possible. I've raised a few issues on the papers. Please get back to me." This is what Mr. Kuba has been able to find. We've been in touch with Garth Holly, and unfortunately, the State Capture Commission, as you know, is wound down, and it's not possible to find the original statement that Hambulani Kuba made. And that's why I've suggested that I believe this person could be and possibly should be, briefly, because it's not a long story he has here, it's a very short story. And if you capture his story quickly, it's basically saying that in February 2018, he got a phone call from Major General Nematansela of Crime Intelligence. By the way, when you see all these issues, I just want to reiterate, most of these issues emanate from crime intelligence. It's always, 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 there's something to do with crime intelligence. He stated that he blah, 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 he wanted to meet with me. He provided me, on page 333.4, if we look at paragraph 10, I remained in the lobby, so he's now at a hotel somewhere in Pretoria. I remained in the lobby while we waited for the anonymous witness. So Mr. Kuba thought he was going to be meeting a witness. He was in telephonic discussion with the witness. In one of his discussions with this person, I recall him explaining that we are already seated here waiting for you. Nematanshala and I had drinks, juice, while we waited for the anonymous witness. After one of his calls, this is now paragraph 11 on page 333.5, after one of his calls, Nematanshala said to me that we could go now. We took the lift and went up to one of the floors. I do not recall which floor it was. When we got out of the lift, I saw Lieutenant General Mkunazi. I immediately recognized him. I had interviewed him in the rendition matter. Mkunazi asked us to switch off our cell phones and hand them to him. He took the phones and placed them in an adjacent room. Present in the meeting was General Mkunazi, Nematansela, and me, so there's 3 of them in the room. I do not recall precisely how long the meeting lasted. I imagine that it took approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. I was present in the meeting with Mkunazi and Nematansela. Mkunazi started the meeting by talking about politics. He later explained that there were 2 IPID officials who had given Section 204 statements, Nkabindi and Mshangu. Now, we all know who Nkabindi is. It's the same Cedric Nkabindi who was subsequently dismissed or resigned from IPID and subsequently surfaced as the Chief of Staff for the Minister of Police. And he talks about Mashrangu. Mashrangu was one of the IPID investigators. His name was Mandla Mashrangu. It doesn't say that here, but I know who it is because I knew the person. He was approached also to give a witness statement. Unfortunately, he can't testify today because after he refused to sign the witness statement, he was subsequently murdered. And then it goes on at paragraph 15. Mkunazi asked me for information that could implicate McBride in criminal wrongdoing involving Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. So the narrative, I should mention at this stage, that was being driven by General Pashlani was that I had captured IPID, that I had taken over IPID. And General Pashlani would even go on TV and refer to it as OPID. He went into Parliament on the 17th of May in 2017 and referred to IPID as being OPID. Very sarcastic. He wanted to know what they were involved in and how they were involved. He's talking about General Mkunazi asking him about myself and McBride. I explained to him that I did not spend time with McBride socially and was accordingly not in a position to provide him with details of McBride's relationships with O'Sullivan. I should emphasize that at that point, at no point did he suggest that I should lie. I pause at this stage, Commissioners, to mention the only relationship I ever had with Robert McBride was the fact that he was the head of IPID, and after he was reinstated by the Constitutional Court, I went and met with him and told him about this case against Pashlani that was gathering dust for the previous 10 months, and that's as far as it went. He goes on at paragraph 16. Mkunazi said that I would be taken care of, that I, who held the post of Chief Director, which would be at the rank of Major General in the SAPS, would be promoted to rank of Lieutenant General, which was on the same rank as him. Mkunazi indicated that both Nkabindi and Mashrangu would also be promoted into higher ranks within the SAPS because of their cooperation. He explained that one of them had not yet signed. That was, I can tell you, was Mashrangu, because we know Nkabindi had signed. When I was leaving, he said that I should think about it. He said that he was meeting with Nkabindi and Mashrangu that evening. And then he talks about going back to the office and explaining all this to Matthew Sissoko, who was his direct boss, who was waiting for me. We discussed a lot about whether it was true that these two IPID officials had turned Section 204. We got the sense that Mkunazi was trying to fish to get me to tell him what I knew. My sense was that he wanted to give me the impression that he already knew and that I should tell him, since the information would already be shared by my officials. I returned to my hotel at approximately 21:30. I went to check at the hotel room of Nkabindi. They were in the same hotel. I knocked on his door and he did not answer. I phoned Sissoko and said this might be true because Nkabindi was not there. We were staying in the same hotel called Absolute Ferrenden in Hatfield. At about 2400 or 0100, I heard Nkabindi returning to his room. I told myself I was not going to sleep until he returned. We had adjacent rooms. I sent Sissoko a message via WhatsApp saying he'd just come back. Madlanga later told Sissoko that he had been approached. I think Sissoko told McBride, who called a meeting to find out if anyone was approached. Madlanga confirmed that he had been approached. He said that he'd been approached by Como. Now, Como was the crime intelligence official working in ARPID. And the two crime intelligence officials been placed by the Minister of Police into ARPID to manage investigations. In fact, how can you have crime intelligence officials working for a so-called independent body like ARPID? But what in fact happened, and I can just mention this on the record, that when Mr. McBride was reinstated to his position by the Constitutional Court, these two officials absconded from IPID and never came back. They went back to crime intelligence. And then he says, I was expecting him to include Mkunazi, but he did not mention Mkunazi. On the one occasion, he got angry with me for mentioning Mkunazi because he made it clear that he was a family friend. He did not want me to mention the name of Mkunazi. So the point I'm making, Commissioners, is that some sort of credence has to be given to this. Because here you have a situation where on the 6th of July last year, General Mkunazi calls a media briefing, a very dramatic, fantastic media briefing, where he talks about interference in investigations. In fact, according to this statement, that's exactly what he was doing in the Pashlani investigation. He was interfering with IPID and trying to get IPID members to leave IPID and give them some dirt on Robert McBride and allegedly against me as well.
Mr. O'Sullivan, where do we see in this affidavit that the overture or the approach by General Mkhwanazi related to the Pahlane case? Where do we see that in this affidavit?
So you cannot see that in that statement. You would have to be involved on the ground at the time, as I was, to know what was going on. And all of this was going on at the same time as the Pashlani investigation. And in my opinion, my humble opinion, the only way you're going to get to the bottom of this is either to get a detailed sworn statement from Mr. Kuba or get him to come and testify. I cannot believe it can take long for him to cover these aspects.
It may be so. It may be so that it won't take long, but one note, I'm noting, for example, that Mr. Kuba did this two-page affidavit, the first 2 pages.
Yep.
On the 16th of January 2026, the commission was sitting. I don't know for what purpose he prepared this
My
affidavit.
understanding, Commissioner, is that it was for the ad hoc committee of Parliament.
Yes. The point I'm making is that as recent as January 2026, where he prepares an affidavit, he doesn't say anything about General Mkhwanazi approaching him to interfere as a measure to interfere in the Pahlane investigation. In fact, at paragraph 18, he says, our sense was that he was trying to fish to get me to tell him what I knew. He doesn't say about what, but he has opportunity in January to say more on these earlier affidavits, and in particular, that he felt, even if it's just I felt, he was he was speaking to me, or he wanted me to interfere, or he was interfering in the Patlani investigation. He doesn't say that. So my question really is, if we rely on these two affidavits, well, including the recent one, so all three, two drafts, and this latest affidavit, there isn't anything in it that speaks to the very specific topic you're speaking to, which you say this is evidence of interference.
So,
And unless I misunderstand your evidence, I thought what you're saying is this is evidence of interference.
these documents themselves would not amount to evidence on their own of the interference. They would have to be read together with the High Court cases that took place at the time, where IPID launched urgent application to stop police interference in their investigation into Pashlani. And they were successful in that they got an order that the police must not do a counter-investigation. Now, I was on the ground at this moment in time, so I knew what was going on. So I knew that this related to Madlanga, by the way, Cedric Nkabindi. If you look at this, Commissioner, you will see that he does mention that Mkunazi was fishing to see what he could find out about Robert McBride and Paul O'Sullivan. And my only involvement with Robert McBride at that moment in time was the Pashlani investigation. I had no other involvement. That was it, short and sweet. So it's hard to draw that conclusion, I agree with you, but I do believe it's warranted, if possible, to either get the gentleman in or have one of the investigators take a more detailed sworn statement from him.
The problem with that proposal that let me start. I can understand when you say you were on the ground, and because you were on the ground, you are able to draw connections between this approach to IPID and what you knew was happening on the ground, including that the General Patlane matter was taking life. So I can see, I'm prepared to accommodate that in your connection of the dots. That's the picture it creates. The difficulty, at least for me, is we have a statement here we have that unsigned affidavit where Mr. Kuba makes no reference to the Patlane matter. And that is compounded by that as recently as January 2026, he gets to prepare another affidavit that attaches the unsigned one, and he doesn't speak to...
No, exactly.
He doesn't make that allegation.
No, I fully agree with you. If I was involved in the preparation of this statement in January 2026, I would have crossed the T's and dotted the I's and made it crystal clear what it was involved in.
Yes.
We know for a fact that Cedric Nkabindi left IPID, tried to join the police as a brigadier, and I wrote to General Sitoli at the time, and I said I would bring a court application if he's appointed in the police. So we know that was the status with Cedric Nkabindi. At the end of the day, this is crying out for further, shall we say, investigation. I understand that on its own, it's not a smoking gun, but I do believe there is a smoking gun to be had here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a similar question. Looking at the same affidavit, starting from paragraph 10, what you've basically read into the record.
So what page are we on?
I'm in an extra Q1, Kuba's affidavit that we have just tendered. I'm at page 333.4. And I say it's only at paragraph 10 that Mr. Kuba deals with the engagement with General Mkwanazi and following.
Yeah.
Now, my reading of that is that what Mr. Mkwanazi wanted is what's reflected in paragraph 15, Mkwanazi asked me for information that could implicate McBride in criminal wrongdoing involving Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And if I read the document correctly, that's what seems to be the gist of the engagement between the two. Now, if we look at your statement at page 17, paragraph 1.5.9, you speak of unlawful prosecutable conduct of General Mkwanazi pertaining to General Pahlani relating to offenses, I believe, were committed in 2017 and 2018 when General Mkwanazi was involved in unlawful attempts to prevent investigations and prosecution of General Pahlani. And then you quote this affidavit. Similarly, this affidavit doesn't help us understand the unlawful prosecutable conduct you reference, unless you suggest that General Mkwanazi inquiring from Mr. Kuba whether he has information that could implicate McBride in criminal wrongdoing involving Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is the unlawful prosecutable conduct. Is that?
No, so that's why I've suggested, Commissioner, in my paragraph 1.5.9,
yes.
I said I will not therefore canvass the matter. Safe to say that I feel very strongly that the evidence of Mr. Humbalani Kuba in this regard should be tested. In other words, it needs to be tested, because that's the only way you're really going to get to the bottom of the matter. I know what it is, but my knowledge is not evidence. It's just what I know. And I accept that it's not evidence.
I understand what you say. So you are inviting the Commission to test and to the extent necessary perhaps engage with Mr. Kuba so that we can determine the unlawful prosecutable conduct of General Mkwanazi and his involvement in unlawful attempts to prevent investigations and prosecution of General Pahlani.
That's correct.
Okay, I fully understand. That then brings us to the end of that particular subtopic. And if we could then go to paragraph 1.6 at page 17.
Sorry. You have said you know this or you know about this, but your knowledge all on its own or by itself will not assist. What exactly do you mean when you say you know?
Because, Commissioner, at the time, way back then, when all this was going on, the multiple attempts at trying to derail the investigation by IPID against Pahlani was going into the public domain and making these comments that Paul O'Sullivan was taking over IPID, which of course were false comments, absolutely false. Now you have this situation going on, and you have this parallel conduct in relation to Cedric Nkabindi. Let's just park Cedric Nkabindi to one side, because at the time this took place, Cedric Nkabindi, he went across to the other side. He left IPID and he went into the Pahlani camp. And he was recruited into the Pahlani camp by General Mkwanazi. And he provided a sworn statement in a High Court case where General Pahlani launched an application to try and have the charges against him thrown out of court. And he failed. The court ruled against him. Now, that was Cedric Nkabindi that was making that sworn statement for General Pahlani. But he didn't say, by the way, I was recruited by General Mkwanazi. But if you read this, Humbalani Kuba says that General Mkwanazi tells him, listen, we've already got Cedric Nkabindi on board, and we've already got Madlanga on board, but he said one of them hasn't signed. Well, at the time, we found out that it was Madlanga who hadn't signed, and he refused to sign. Unfortunately, he was murdered because of it.
do you have any idea, Mr. O'Sullivan, for what purpose this statement was made for the ad hoc committee? The short affidavit to which are attached the draft statements?
Yes, Commissioner, because I obtained this affidavit from Robert McBride. Because when this ad hoc committee was going on, you had certain parties going to the ad hoc committee and, for want of a better expression, blowing smoke up their backsides with all these false claims. And you had this situation where they called as witnesses people like Robert McBride, and they tried to impugn his character. And they did the same to me. They tried to impugn my character. But unbeknown to me, and I only found out afterwards, Robert McBride obtained this statement and tried to persuade the ad hoc committee to call Mr. Kuba as a witness, but they didn't. So that's my understanding as to how the statement was obtained.
Also, it was filed with the ad hoc committee at the instance of Mr. McBride.
That's my understanding.
Okay. But was the context there to say that General Mkhwanazi had allegedly committed unlawful prosecutable conduct? But was that the purpose for filing this statement, or was the purpose something else? Do you know?
My understanding, Commissioner, is that the ad hoc committee didn't obtain the statement. My understanding is that Robert McBride obtained the statement, and that when he obtained it, with all due respect, he didn't spend long enough cobbling it together. It could have contained a lot more detail. And this was a quick rush job that was done before his appearance at the ad hoc committee. If I was involved in doing it, it would have contained all the relevant data, but I wasn't involved, and I only found out about it later.
But what I'm saying is, I did not suggest that it was filed at the instance of the ad hoc committee, no. I'm saying, was it filed for the purpose of showing that General Mkhwanazi was allegedly guilty of unlawful prosecutable conduct?
That is correct.
Even if it was at the instance of Mr. McBride. Was that the purpose?
My understanding, Commissioner, and I don't have the minutes of when Mr. McBride testified at the ad hoc commission, but his actual words were, "This is evidence of unlawful prosecutable conduct on the part of General Mkhwanazi." And perhaps one of the researchers can find the PMG minutes of the meeting where he states that, because that in fact is what he stated. And when I heard it I didn't listen to him giving his evidence. I heard it later and somebody pointed it out to me, and I said, "Can I get a copy of that statement?" And that's what I got. That's what I said.
And would this have been prosecutable conduct relating to General Pahlane or yes?
That's what Robert McBride insinuated.
Wanted to, okay. All right, which I think, or rather in respect of which the statement does not seem to assist. No. And that's the point Commissioner Baloyi already took you through.
I agree with the Commissioner.
Yes, okay, all right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated, Mr. O'Sullivan, we're now at your page 17, and we start with the next subtopic, 1.6, General Mkhwanazi, Mr. Kistia, and the Louis Vuitton bags. You reference in this part of your statement Annexure R, which is to be found at page 334. That is the article. That is the newspaper article. And just to confirm, on this topic, this is all you rely on, this is all the evidence you have about these supposed gifts by Mr. Kistia.
Yes. So
then if you may just quickly deal with...
I'm mindful of the time we're spending, so I'll try and be as prompt as I can.
Yes.
And succinct as I can. I had knowledge of these allegations from whenever it was, 2022. And I didn't do anything about it because it's just a media article. But what happened was, after the July 2025 media conference of General Mkunazi, I started putting bits and pieces together. And one of the things I did was I instructed my attorneys in November 2026 to issue a subpoena to IDAC. And I've evidenced the subpoena as S1 and S2. S1 being the subpoena and S2 being the reply from IDAC. But the important thing for me is if you look at page 18, the reply to the subpoena sought to obtain evidence of these so-called Louis Vuitton bags. And the reply I got from IDAC to my lawyers was, quote unquote, "These are criminal matters that remain active, and IDAC cannot share any of the information and or documentation requested in paragraphs 1 to 4 of the subpoena." That's all the evidence I have. So it's not a smoking gun. You've got a newspaper article, an attempt by me to validate the newspaper article by issuing a subpoena, and IDAC's response saying, "This is a live investigation. I'm not giving you an answer to your subpoena." And commissioners, I'm saying, surely that gives the impression that there is something here. There's something going on with these Louis Vuitton bags.
Mr. Sullivan, can I ask you this question? In paragraph 1.6.2, you say this gentleman is alleged to have gifted. Do you know who makes these allegations? Do you know who the source of the allegations?
Say again, I didn't catch you.
Paragraph 1.6.2 on page 17 of your statement.
Yep.
The name of the gentleman is mentioned there, and
Mr.
you say,
Kistia.
yes, it is he's alleged to have gifted expensive
It's what's
bags.
in the article.
So you're relying on the article?
I'm relying on the article, and that's why I'm saying this is from the article. Mr. Kistia is alleged to have gifted these Louis Vuitton bags.
But you don't know who makes the allegations. You don't know who the source is.
Commissioner, if you look at the article, it doesn't give a name.
No, I'm asking you, Mr. O'Sullivan, forget about the article. I'm asking you sitting here today. Do you know who makes the allegations, or who is the source that makes the allegations?
My understanding, and I've put it here in my statement, is that it was Brigadier Rass, a female brigadier who went on the journey with them. And that's on page 18.
Where he references annexures S1 and S2, Commissioner.
Yeah. So my understanding is that Brigadier Rass was also given a Louis Vuitton bag, but when she returned to South Africa, she handed it in because she said she didn't want it, because she knew that Inbanat and Kistia either was going to be charged, or she knew that there was a corrupted relationship. Inbanat and Kistia is currently on trial with General Pashlani for corruption, involving vast sums of money, millions and millions.
I just wanted to make sure that you are not attributing to her things she did not say.
Yeah. Sorry?
Did she say that, or is that what you assume she said?
I received information that she was on that trip, and she handed the bag in. I've never spoken to her.
Okay.
Okay?
Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan. I'm looking at what Commissioner Khumalo just referred you to in paragraph 1.6.2. Where Commissioner Khumalo just referred you to, 1.6.2, the part that says, however, I was able to later confirm the allegations from a source it seems a female brigadier, that's the brigadier you referred to. I think you gave a name just now, or not?
Correct.
Yes.
It's on the next page.
Yes, the brigadier was on the trip to Europe and also received a bag which she then handed to IDEC. I'm comparing that with what appears in the article that you say is your basis
That
for...
doesn't appear here.
Yeah, because at page 335, here's what the article says, the third paragraph at 335. I'm reading the last sentence. The two, that is General Masemula and General Mkwanazi.
So which paragraph?
The third paragraph at page 335.
Yes.
I'm reading the second sentence, which is the last sentence of that paragraph. It says the two returned home with luxurious bags, while their colleague, I assume the colleague is the brigadier, or not?
So, Commissioner, in my opinion, this story is possibly slightly wrong, because my understanding is that the person that was snubbed wasn't snubbed, but also got a Louis Vuitton bag and brought it back to South Africa and handed it in with a sworn statement.
Oh, so that part of the article is wrong.
Pardon?
So that part of the article is wrong.
Yes.
Oh, all right. I just wanted to check that because you
That's
basically...
my understanding,
Yes.
Commissioner. Yeah.
Can I just clarify from your response, the question and response by Commissioner Tumelo, and your reference to that Brigadier Ras, your statement as it reads does not say she reported General Masemula and Mkwanazi.
It says on paragraph 1.6.2, Commissioner, it says, however, I was able to later confirm the allegations from a source.
Yes.
It seems a female brigadier was on the trip to Europe and also received the bag, which she then handed to IDAC.
Yes, but that doesn't say she reported the two generals that they received the bag.
Yeah, I could have said together with a sworn statement, but my understanding is there was also a sworn statement.
Is your evidence that the brigadier submitted a sworn statement in which she states?
My understanding, so...
Yeah, let me finish for the record.
Yeah.
I do need to finish. My question is, and I just seek to clarify what you are saying. Is your evidence that Brigadier Ras, who you say also received a Louis Vuitton bag, she declared it to IDEC, or she reported it to IDEC, and she submitted a sworn statement? Are you saying in that sworn statement, she also states that the two generals, Masemula and Mkwanazi, also received Louis Vuitton bags? Is that what you're saying?
I wish I knew, Commissioner, but when I served the subpoena, this is what I sought clarity on.
Okay, so you haven't seen her statement?
No, I haven't seen it. If I'd seen it, you'd be seeing it now too.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't keep information from you. So, to be crystal clear, this, you could say, is just pure hearsay. However, it would be hearsay if I'd have got a feedback from my subpoena that said, listen, I don't know what you're talking about, get lost. That's not what I got.
Yes.
What I got back was, these are criminal matters that remain active, and IDAC cannot share any of the information or documentation requested in paragraphs 1 to 4 of the subpoena. And that tells me there's something going on here. And what I also noticed, and I mentioned it in my statement, is that nowhere in the evidence that he gave, either at the ad hoc committee or at this committee, General Mkwanazi specifically state, by the way, for the record, I've never received a Louis Vuitton bag. Instead, he makes throwaway comments such as, at least my wife now knows what a Louis Vuitton bag is valued at.
Okay, I haven't seen his evidence in the ad hoc committee. He will come back. He will come back to us and he'll speak to that. I just needed to clarify what I thought I had understood your evidence to be. Thank you.
And your source about the brigadier, was that sub source or not? I'm not asking for a name.
Yes, it was the SAP source.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. O'Sullivan, if we go to, you make the point at paragraph 1.6.3 regarding IDEC's response to your subpoena.
Correct.
And you suggest that their response and the manner in which it's couched, as you quote there, is what gives either credence to an allegation that there is something, what did you say, they smoke,
Yes.
I think, yeah. But I accept that. I would like us to look at your annexure R, and that is the article at page 334. At page 334, the last paragraph on that page, the article reads, and I quote, "In a case that resembles that of former top cop Jackie Silebi over a decade ago, Masemola and another former National Commissioner Mkwanazi were last week slapped with subpoenas by the investigating Directorate ID to explain why they failed to declare Louis Vuitton handbags they received from controversial Durban businessman and sub-supplier in Banatan Kistia. Apologize if I mispronounced that. So that's what the article claims, that they were served with subpoenas. So would you accept, if the article is correct in that regard, IDEC's response would also be correct in saying that these are criminal matters that remain active in IDEC, if IDEC had issued a subpoena
Thank you.
conducting an investigation?
If you look at page 338
Yes,
of my evidence bundle,
yes.
it's that page of the subpoena. It's listing 4 items. 1, all ID/IDAC communications and/or subpoenas sent or served on Lieutenant General Mkunasi and/or General Fani Masemola, asking them to. So this subpoena is based on that article. It's asking for this clarity. It's asking for any response received from IDAC. It's asking for a photograph certified as a photo of the Louis Vuitton bag currently in the evidence locker or evidence room of ID/IDAC. And finally, a certified copy of the sworn statement provided to ID/IDAC by the brigadier that attended on the overseas trip with General Mkunasi and General Fani Masemola, in which she explains the receipt of the Louis Vuitton bag mentioned in 3 above. So the response tends to confirm inadvertently those issues.
But I'm not taking issue with that, I accept, and I say if we accept the correctness of the article, that IDEC issued subpoenas in respect of these bags.
It would appear to be the case.
Yes, and if we accept that that is potentially the case, then the response by IDEC has got to be appropriate, that these are part of ongoing investigations, and they are not in a position to share
Correct.
the requested information with you.
Correct, which is why I decided to raise it at the Commission.
And IDEC's response doesn't imply that the investigations have established as a fact. It simply mentions that the investigations are ongoing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And you have testified to the fact that General Mkwanazi's response is what you believe further lends credence to the claim, where you quote him as saying, "At least my wife now knows what a Louis Vuitton bag is valued at." And that's the sum total on which, that's all you can put forward.
The point I was making, Commissioners, is that nowhere could I see him saying, by the way, for the record, I never received any Louis Vuitton bag. Instead, he gives this throwaway comment, "At least my wife now knows what a Louis Vuitton bag is worth."
Is there anything else on that subtopic that you would like us to?
Nothing at all.
Okay, then staying still at page 18, that leads us to the next subtopic at 1.7, General Mkwanazi, political pressure, and Lieutenant General Mdluli. Now, this is quite an involved subtopic. You start at paragraph 1.7.2 by summarizing Annexure T, which is the affidavit at page 336, which is the affidavit, I think my numbering is, no, not 336, I'll find the correct page for you.
345.
345, page
Yep.
345, thank you. Now you summarize this affidavit in detail over the next couple of pages.
Over the next 4 pages.
Over the next 4 pages, and you contrast that with the papers from the Freedom Under Law application
Yes.
that was launched
Yes.
to review and overturn General Mdluli's reinstatement following his suspension, correct?
Yes.
Can we try and summarize what the key issues arising from these two
Yes. And if
substantive documents are?
My
Can I-
summary,
Just a moment.
Sorry.
Can I ask that because you're going to summarize that we amend paragraph 1.7.2.11? So
Instead
on
of
page
2.2,
21, that
yes.
15 May should be 2012 and not 2021. 1.7.2.11 on page 21.
yes,
Are you there?
yes, I'm there, yeah.
That 15 May date should be 2012, not 2021.
Yes.
Correct.
Well
Thank
spotted.
you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Okay, thank you. First, I should thank the Commissioner. You know, this was typed very late at night. The essence of this can be found at paragraph 1.7.1.
If I may, I do beg your pardon.
Pardon?
I do beg your pardon for interrupting. Just to point out that your Annexure T, that affidavit, General Mkhwanazi has already submitted before the Commission when he testified in September. Then Commissioners, for the record, is MK22. So we have dealt with that affidavit before, and maybe in a slightly more cursory fashion. So it's not new to the Commissioners, this affidavit.
Okay.
They've seen it before. Thanks.
So if I can take the Commissioners to page 18 of my statement, in particular paragraph 1.7.1. So in order to go forward, we have to go back a little bit. And what I'm saying here, if we go back to the media conference of the 6th of July, 2025, there were 2 central themes of General Mkhwanazi's press conference. The one was organized crime's infiltration of the criminal justice system, and the other was political interference in the police by the Minister of Police. Those were the 2 central themes, and I think that's common cause. I've dealt with, in some detail, the examples of infiltration of the underworld into the police and the effect that has had on the police. And I've said it wasn't new. And I'm making the point here by saying, nor was political interference in the SAPS new. The irony of the latter fact is that during his period as acting National Commissioner in 2012, General Mkhwanazi himself turned a blind eye to unlawful political interference relating to the then Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Richard Mdluli. In fact, General Mkhwanazi not only turned a blind eye, but he also acquiesced to patently unlawful instructions, then later helped to cover it up. And that may be considered a very serious allegation. But the evidence I will present will actually bear out this allegation, Commissioners. And first of all, we start with this paragraph 1.7.2, which rambles on. And what it is, it's an analysis of Annexure T. And Annexure T is the self-same affidavit presented by General Mkunazi to the State Capture Commission, and it's dated 29th of September 2020. Now, in that affidavit, he makes certain averments under oath. And what I've tried to do here is to capture those averments. In other words, to coin a phrase, explain what it is he was saying under oath. And I want, rather than read out every single one of those sub-paragraphs, I want to jump forward to page 20 of my affidavit and go to sub-paragraph 1.7.2.8. And the last 4 lines of that sub-paragraph states, quote, "Finally, under pressure from the Minister of Police at a meeting to which he called the Inspector General and General Mkunazi, the Inspector General," this would be the Inspector General of Intelligence, Commissioners, "the Inspector General reinstated the opinion and recommendation. I cannot think of a more blatant demonstration of unlawful executive overreach." It's me saying that. And then I go on to 1.7.2.9. At the meeting with Minister Mtetwa, and this is based on his affidavit, at the meeting with Minister Mtetwa and the Inspector General of Intelligence, the Minister instructed General Mkunazi to uplift the suspension of General Mdluli. General Mkunazi later claims to have informed Minister Mtetwa at the meeting that his instruction was illegal. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. General Mkunazi has always been deliberately vague about the dates and times of these meetings. Given the importance of same, there can be no legitimate reason for this vagueness. And then we continue on page 21. 1.7.2.10. Following the meeting with the Minister of Police and the unlawful reinstatement of the Inspector General's opinion, bearing in mind, according to his version of events, the Inspector General of Intelligence was like a straw in the wind, flip-flopping, 1 minute saying this and the next minute saying that, and then going back to the original. It says here, General Mkunazi uplifted the suspension of General Mdluli on the 27th of March 2012, and he returned to work, where he was also handed the additional responsibility of protecting the President and ministers. So this whole division in the police, called the Security Division of the Police, which is the VIP protection units, was now suddenly handed over to the head, the divisional head of crime intelligence, which is Richard Mdluli. And then, on the 15th of May 2012, thank you, Commissioner, for pointing out the 1 and 2 being the wrong way round, after the Freedom Under Law application was launched, new disciplinary proceedings were instituted against General Mdluli, and on the 25th of May 2012, General Mkunazi recanted his earlier decision and suspended General Mdluli again. Public pressure was building. At the start of June, General Mkunazi met with President Zuma and appears to have been pressurized to withdraw the new disciplinary proceedings against General Mdluli and his suspension. This is based on his version of events. At the meeting, it was agreed that General Mkunazi would not continue as acting National Commissioner beyond the few remaining weeks that were required to appoint a new National Commissioner, General Pieka, with zero policing experience, who, well, that's just my throwaway, was duly appointed on the 12th of June. So now suddenly, General Nku, who's been the acting Commissioner of Police since the prior year in September, is now suddenly no longer the acting Commissioner of Police. And then I go on to page 22 at 1.7.3. I say, on its own terms, the narrative of General Nku shows that he readily succumbed to political pressure and implemented the illegal instruction of the minister to uplift the suspension of General Ndluli, whilst all material times knowing that this instruction was illegal. How do we know, Commissioners, that at all material times he knew the instruction was illegal? Because he says so under oath in 2020. But here's the best part. When he enacted this unlawful instruction in 2012, he was invited to Parliament, and on the 19th of April, he was asked at Parliament why he had uplifted the suspension of General Ndluli and put him back to work. And his answer was short and sweet. He said, I acted according to higher authority. And when he was asked what the higher authority was, he declined to say. On the 15th of May, when the Freedom of Under Law application was launched, there were two sections to it, a Part A for urgent relief and a Part B, which was a confirmatory of the urgent relief. And the urgent relief that Freedom Under Law requested, and I've got all the pleadings, the urgent relief that Freedom Under Law requested was that the decision of General Nku was to be declared unlawful and invalid, and that General Ndluli was to be put back on suspension and removed from doing its police work. Now, that Part A application was launched on the 15th of June. It was an urgent application. General Nku supplied the answering affidavit. And in the answering affidavit, he doesn't deny that he was acting on a higher authority. In fact, he keeps quiet about it. He keeps quiet about it for 8 years and only comes out with it in 2020. So from 2012 to 2020, nobody in the country knew that he had acted on the unlawful instruction of the then Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa. And that is the point I'm making here. So then I say at 1.7.4 on page 22, when regard is had to the facts of the Freedom Under Law application, General Nku's collusion with the illegal interference of the Minister and the President is even more stark. The chronology of the Freedom Under Law matter is the following, and I set out the chronology. And at 1.7.5 I say the following. There are two noticeable aspects of General Nku's conduct in relation to the Freedom Under Law litigation that show he assisted to cover up the executive interference in the SAPs, which he knew to be unlawful. 1.7.5.2. First, in the face of the founding affidavit from Freedom Under Law that specifically alleged executive interference in an attempt to pressurize him to withdraw the disciplinary action against General Ndluli and his suspension, General Nku did not admit the relevant facts. Instead, he deposed to an affidavit which did not respond to the allegations, but nevertheless opposed, on spurious grounds, the urgent interdict sought to prevent General Ndluli from executing police functions. And this is found at page, the evidence here, Commissioners, I refer to paragraph 49 of the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment, and paragraph 211 of the High Court judgment. Now, if you go to page 437 of the evidence bundle, you will see that I have highlighted a number of paragraphs because it's quite a lengthy judgment. But if you look at page 437 at paragraph 211, this is now the full application. So what you had was a Part A and a Part B. And the Part A was heard by Justice Makhoba J. And it says here, in paragraph 14 of the judgment in the Part A proceedings, Makhoba J expressed concern about the allegations of political interference in the disciplinary process and noted that Mkhwanazi had not disputed them in his answering affidavit. Now if you go back to go forward to page 469, which is in the Supreme Court of Appeal, page 469 at paragraph 49. This is now the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment. At paragraph 49, Commissioners, it states, as a factual basis for the challenge of these decisions, Freedom Under Law relied in its founding affidavit on a statement by the then acting Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, in Parliament that he was instructed by authorities, quote unquote, beyond him to withdraw disciplinary charges and reinstate Ndluli in his office. Freedom Under Law added that in doing so, Mkhwanazi had failed to make an independent decision, which rendered his actions reviewable. Though Mkhwanazi filed an answering affidavit in the interim interdict proceedings in Part A of the Notice of Motion, he did not deal with these allegations. So you had this situation where General Mkhwanazi is facing litigation based on his conduct to unlawfully act on the instructions of the Minister of Police. And what's the relevance of all this, you may ask? Well, his complaint on the 6th of July last year had two legs to it. One was criminal interference or penetration of the police, and the second leg was the executive overreach, the ministerial interference in the management of the police, which is exactly what happened in 2012, and he was a party to it, and not only was he a party to it, he helped cover it up for the better part of 8 years. And only in 2020 does he come out with it.
Yes. Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm just trying to understand the import of your evidence. Are you saying, because of what you describe as his past conduct, are you saying he should not have spoken up in July, he should not have complained about political interference?
Commissioner, what I'm saying is, you can't change history. He did what he did.
Yes.
But what he didn't do when he came to this commission, he didn't take the commission into his confidence and say, by the way, although I'm speaking out about it now, I just want to inform you that 14 years ago, I was engaged in just the same activity.
So is the criticism, I'm trying to understand, as I say, the import. What are we to do with this evidence that you obviously consider to be important to mention? Are you saying because according to you he was complicit, and at this point I'm not dealing with whether or not what you're saying he did previously is correct. I'm asking if you're criticizing, as I understand, and please correct me, if you're I understand you to be criticizing him for, on the 6th of July, mentioning or complaining about overreach, political overreach or political interference. I understand you to be criticizing him for that. And I'm trying to understand, are you saying, with that criticism, are you saying he should not have spoken as he did about this aspect of things? This second, you say there are two legs to it.
Well, it's hard to come to a informed answer there, other than to say that was I not to produce this evidence here now, this commission would be completely unaware of the fact that the conduct he's now complaining of was exactly the conduct that he was involved in some years back. And if you're going to be a whistleblower, as he claims to be, you should be a whistleblower with clean hands.
Yeah, exactly my confusion. That's why I'm asking you this question, exactly my confusion. Are you saying he is not a clean whistleblower, according to you, because he previously colluded in similar conduct? Therefore, he should not have spoken up. Is that the heart of what you're saying? And maybe let me suggest to you that I ask the question because it's quite conceivable that someone thinks about it this way. The man had a Damascus moment. He previously colluded, according to you, and then come July 2025, he decides not anymore, and he changes his mind. I'm asking from that perspective, are you saying he should have kept quiet forever? Or the other possibilities you're saying, well, because he's got this past conduct, we should disregard his complaint of 2025 and disregard it to the end that he's talking, sorry, I can't think of a better word, he's talking nonsense, there was no political interference in 2025. Is that the point you're making?
So my understanding, Commissioner, and you might have to interrogate me a bit further, but my understanding is quite simply this. If you're going to have a Damascus moment, put that down in writing. Say, look here, by the way, I'm speaking out now because I saw what happened all these years ago. And I was involved. But he didn't do that. He's kept quiet. And therefore, I think it would have been better, rather than speak out at a media conference, to take action without drawing down the public confidence in the criminal justice system, because it's been shattering what's happened in the criminal justice system.
Okay, I guess I've asked my question and you've answered the way you did. I'll accept that's your best answer. The second issue about it, you've referred us to these judgments. And let's start with at 437, page 437, which is Makhoba J's judgment. Are you saying by not, because remember you've highlighted the part and you've read out where the judge says in his answering affidavit.
Sorry ma'am, if I can just ask the paragraph number?
Looking at page 437.
Yeah, 437.
And then I'm looking, you referred to paragraph 211. And you read there where the judge says, Mkhwanazi had not disputed, maybe let me start at the beginning. It says in paragraph 14 of his judgment, Makhoba J, well, I think this is the SCA judgment, in fact, you're referring to. Makhoba J expressed concern about the allegations of political interference in the disciplinary process and noted that Mkhwanazi had not disputed them in his answering affidavit. What are you saying there about the conduct of General Mkhwanazi?
What I'm saying here, Commissioner, it's not me saying it, it's the High Court. And it's a scathing judgment against, this is what's referred to as the Murphy judgment. And it's a scathing judgment against the police.
Yes.
And against, in particular, General Pieka and General Mkhwanazi, against both of them. And this judgment hasn't seen the light of day for probably 10 years or more.
Yes. I'm asking the simple question because, you know, another construction, and I think in our practice that is accepted, is if you do not answer to a specific allegation, you have admitted it. So when I read 211, I would have concluded, until you spoke, I would have concluded, well, it means he didn't dispute it. He didn't dispute that there was political interference. But you seem to be reading that paragraph, or to be attaching a meaning to it, that he basically was part of the cover-up, unless by not responding or not denying the allegation of ministerial interference, he therefore covered up, unless I misunderstand you, Mr. Sullivan?
Commissioner, you have to look at all the bits that I've highlighted and take them together. But if I go to page 438.
Yes.
at paragraph 215, 216, and 217, and 218.
Yes.
This is scathing. It says, Mkhwanazi dropped the disciplinary charges on orders from above is furthermore borne out by the Rule 53 record filed on his behalf. The record he supplied comprises nothing more than 2 letters addressed to Ndluli, one notifying him of the withdrawal of the disciplinary charges against him and the other advising him of his reinstatement to work. It doesn't say to work. There is no charge sheet or correspondence dealing with blah, 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 and it goes on. And then 216 it says, the inescapable finding is that the decision of the acting commissioner to withdraw the disciplinary charges and to reinstate Ndluli as head of crime intelligence were taken in an attitude of subservience pursuant to an unlawful dictation from a person unknown.
Yes.
Who was beyond the acting commissioner. By the way, at this stage, nobody would admit who it was that gave him the instruction. That only came 8 years later.
Yes.
He says, an abdication of power violates the principle that the responsibility for discretionary power rests with the authorized body and no one else. And
Yes.
it goes on to say at 218, to ensure the proper function of the SAPS, the Commissioner, in discharging his obligations under Section 11 of the SAPS Act, must protect and give effect to SAPS discipline regulations. It's a scathing judgment. And the failure, it's not the judgment that's more important, Commissioners. What's more important to the people of this country is that this has been kept hidden. It's been kept under wraps. It should have been part of the evidence. He said, by the way, the reason I did what I did on the 6th of July is because 14 years ago, I was involved in exactly the same state of affairs, and I went along with it and covered it up for 8 years.
I guess, Mr. O'Sullivan, my question is, what difference does it make? Remember, we consider our terms of reference. I don't know that we can take it any further, but really my question is, even if you are correct in your position that when he testified here, he should have confessed his previous sin of covering up, as you say.
Yes.
I'm still left with the question, okay, what difference does it make to, he has spoken up. We are investigating exactly that as a commission, whether indeed there's been political interference. Does it really make a difference that, and if so, what difference does it make to how we deal with that allegation of his, that when he sat there and testified, he didn't testify to his previous crime of colluding in the similar decision-making that he's now complaining about?
Well, except, Commissioner, it's my evidence that not only was he previously involved in that conduct, but for 8 years he covered it up. For 8 whole years. And it only came out when he made his statement at the Zondo Commission. And when he made his statement at the Zondo Commission, he did not go into the nitty-gritty of what actually took place. He gave a version of events, and I obviously have no first-hand knowledge as to whether or not the then Minister of Police in 2024 or 2025 did engage in executive overreach. I have no knowledge of that. It's not something I've been involved in. But if a person is going to become a whistleblower, surely that whistleblower is going to say, by the way, the reason I'm whistleblowing is because I was involved in this conduct 14 years ago and I saw the effect of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If I understand your summaries of both General Mkhwanazi's affidavit before the Zondo Commission and the freedom under law application, that application was brought in 2 parts, the interim relief in Part A and the main relief, the review in Part B. General Mkhwanazi deposed to the affidavit in Part A, and I think you make the point in your statement that by the time Part B came around, General Pierre was deposing to that
Correct.
affidavit. So when you charge General Mkwanazi of failure to disclose, that he would be required to do in Part B, when by then he had already been transferred or to another department and General Pierre had taken his position. Do I understand you correctly?
Then I would point the commissioners at page 25, paragraph 1.7.9
Yes.
and 1.7.10, which I would like to read out.
Okay.
This is my testimony. Accordingly, even after he was fully aware of the contents of General Pieka's affidavits in the freedom under law proceedings, General Mkwanazi continued to cover up the illegal instruction he'd been given by Minister Ntetwa and the political interference of both Minister Ntetwa and President Zuma in decisions that he ought to have been able to take, free of any political interference. He could have, at that time, and indeed should have, approached the court with the truth. He failed to do so. He only finally came partly clean when he was interviewed by the investigators at the State Capture Commission led by Justice Sondo. Even then, his version was a cover-up of the truth, and he fobbed them off by blaming others. Given General Mkwanazi's own collusion in an illegal process of political interference designed to keep General Mdluli in charge of the Division of Crime Intelligence and its regularly stolen secret funds, it is difficult to take seriously his complaints of political interference that he made in his infamous speech on the 6th of July 2025. In fact, General Mkwanazi's own unlawful conduct in 2011/12 make the current complaint he has made pale into insignificance while still sharing commonalities. For example, in 2011-12, General Mkwanazi's conduct was intended to unlawfully protect Crime Intelligence Divisional Head, much the same as his conduct in 2025 is intended to protect the Crime Intelligence Divisional Head and those under him.
If I just take a step back to your paragraph 1.7.9, just to clarify something.
So just catch that paragraph?
Page 25, paragraph 1.7.9. You state, and this is in response to the point I had raised with you, that the answering affidavit in the review application was deposed to by General Pierre, who had assumed that position by then.
Correct.
You state that even after he, General Mkwanazi, was fully aware of the contents of General Pierre's affidavits in the full proceedings, General Mkwanazi continued to cover up the illegal instruction he had been given by Minister Mtetwa.
Correct.
Now, what form did this cover-up take? On what basis do you say he continued? Firstly, he covered up, and secondly, that he continued to cover up. Thank you.
Maintaining silence. Because what happened, Commissioners, while that period between Richard Mdluli being suspended and then having a suspension uplifted and then having a suspension reinstated and the court case is going on, during that period, the whole thing was argued out in court. And when it was argued out in court, it was all over the media. And the Supreme Court of Appeal go into some detail about how General Pierre misled the High Court. And General Mkwanazi kept quiet. He had a duty. He could not ignore that duty. And that duty was to step forward and say, well, hang on a minute. Actually, General Pierre's version of events is not true.
Was he a party to this application?
I'm saying he was. And the reason I say he was is contained within Annexure W.
And Annexure W,
Annexure W,
page 475, that's where it starts.
yes. If you have a look at page 14 of Annexure W, which is page, just bear with me a second. I'm going to have to count the pages. 1, 2.
If you perhaps give a sense of what you are looking for, we might try and assist.
14. Aha. Here we go. It's page 488 of the evidence bundle.
488.
488 of the evidence bundle.
Thank you.
So this is a presentation that was made on the 13th of November 2015 by the Minister of Police.
Yes.
It was, in fact, Mr. Nku was the Minister of Police then. This was a presentation by the Minister of Police to Parliament. And it's been uplifted from the parliamentary monitoring group thing. So this was made on the 15th of November, 13th of November.
It speaks of a grievance. It doesn't speak anything about, it's not answering
No,
my
but
question.
what it's showing, Commissioner, is that Lieutenant General Mkunasi lodged a grievance against the National Commissioner for lodging false affidavits in court regarding Lieutenant General Ngludi's case. And the point I'm trying to make is this corroborates the fact that other than lodging a grievance, he did nothing about it. He allowed her to lie to the court.
But that grievance has a finding as well further on in the, on the same page. The first point speaks to the grievance lodged by General Mkhwanazi. Then there is a finding.
Yep.
And the finding says the
finding says the National Commissioner informed the court wrongly with regard to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's actions on Ngluli matter. So what she actually did, what General Pieka did, was she informed the court, and that's borne out in the judgment. She wrongly informed the court that General Mkhwanazi had not received instructions from a higher authority. She said that was a misunderstanding, and I'm going to supply a confirmatory affidavit from General Mkhwanazi. It was never supplied. There was no, and even when it went to the Supreme Court of Appeal, they still couldn't supply a confirmatory affidavit. So the whole thing was hushed up. And what I'm saying, Commissioners, is if there was going to be any transparency here, it should have been a sworn affidavit by General Mkhwanazi informing the court and opening a docket against General Pieka for lying to the court, which in effect, apart from being perjury, is the offence of defeating the ends of justice. And no such event ever took place.
I think my point is he wasn't a party to these proceedings, so he didn't have standing to file any affidavit. That's my point.
He wasn't a party, but he knew what was going on.
Yeah, but he wasn't a party. My question was he a party? And you said yes, and you referred us to this document.
He was a party to the original proceedings.
Yes.
The Part A.
Where you are saying he should have filed an affidavit. I'm saying he wasn't a party to those proceedings where now General Pieka is the party that is being sued. So he wasn't a party. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand you.
Yes. I think that's the first point. The second point, in the judgment, in the Murphy judgment, and this I think we accept it was in 2012. I think it was in 2013.
Say again?
In 2013, that's the Murphy judgment, right?
Yes, yes.
And it states at I'll read it for you.
What's the page number?
Page 436. And this is about the point of you saying he didn't speak up for a whole 28 years, I think you say, and spoke up for the first time in 2020 before the so-called Zondo Commission. And I'm reading this just to say it seems to suggest differently from what you're saying. At page 436, paragraph 207, it says, in paragraph 45 of the founding affidavit, FUL alleged that the acting commissioner publicly stated in Parliament that he took the decision to withdraw the disciplinary charges on instructions from authorities beyond him. And then Full added that by acting on the instructions of authorities beyond him, the acting commissioner failed to act independently. So it seems that at least Full, FUL, was aware when they filed their papers that he has spoken publicly, that
In fact-
the decision, let me finish.
Yeah, sorry.
That the decision that he took was imposed on him from higher authority. So why do you say that he kept this quiet until only in 2020?
Because at the parliamentary committee, it was asked what higher authority. He couldn't answer. He should have said the Minister of Police instructed me. Instead, he covered the thing up.
So the criticism is he didn't state it's
He
the
didn't state-
minister.
In fact, what happened, if you look at General Pieka's conduct in the FUL response, she said, actually, what he said at Parliament wasn't correct.
Yes.
He made a mistake. What he actually meant was the NPA had decided to withdraw the charges, and that's why he followed suit. The whole thing was a complete lie.
Okay. So that's Pieka. For now, I was just clarifying.
Yes.
I was clarifying that when the FUL prepared its answering affidavit,
Yes.
General Mkhwanazi had already said in Parliament that he made the decision on higher authority, or it was dictated by higher authority. And your criticism, and I hear you.
They couldn't get
you
it
say
out of him.
Your
Parliament
criticism is he didn't say the higher authority is the minister.
That's what he
your
should have said.
criticism. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you.
Just one issue with you, Mr. Sullivan. Going back to page 488.
Page?
488. Remember, throughout this section of your affidavit, the point you sought to make was that General Mkhwanazi has kept quiet for 8 years about the political interference that took place when he was acting national commissioner. Doesn't that paragraph in 1, the bullet point that sets out the grievance that he lodged in 2015, undermine that argument? Because it shows that as far back as 2015, he spoke about the fact that General Pieka misled the court in relation to the Mdluli matter. And then it ties up with what Commissioner Baloyi says, that even prior to that, he had said in Parliament that there was interference. Although he did not say who interfered, but at the very least, he did say there was interference.
I hear you, Commissioner.
So you cannot then in those circumstances say for 8 years he did not say anything, because what this presentation at least shows is that when he became aware that General Pieka may have misled the court, he lodged a grievance against her on the very Mdluli matter, so on the subject of the very issue that we are discussing. The detail may not have been there, and because you were not part of the presentation, maybe you would have expected more detail, but it's not correct to say there was complete silence for 8 years. That's the point I'm trying to make with you. That at the very least, there was something, not the detail that you expected.
There was something, Commissioner, but there wasn't transparency. What there was a complaint against Pieka for not telling the truth. But there wasn't, by the way, she wasn't truthful. What she should have said was bang, bang, bang.
Yes.
He didn't do that.
But he goes a step further and he says he was not even consulted when the affidavits were prepared. The point being that if he was consulted, he would have stated the true facts.
Well, except for the fact that when he made the first affidavit in the Part A, he kept quiet about the matter. If you look at the pleadings on the FUL matter, on the Freedom Under Law matter, they make it crystal clear that their pleadings, their application is based on the statement he made in Parliament on the 19th of April, where he stated to Parliament, when they said to him, why have you put this man back to job? Why have you lifted the charges against him? He said, I've acted on the basis of a higher authority. And they asked who? He refused to tell them. He couldn't tell them. So I'm saying he covered it up all the way along. And what that cover up comprised of, yes, you can say that this complaint, which was a grievance, there should have been a sworn affidavit stating the chapter and verse. It only came out in 2020. And please listen to this very carefully. What he stated to the Zondo Commission in 2020 was not chapter and verse. What he should have done was given a blow-by-blow, where the meetings took place, when they took place, the dates and times and everything. He didn't. The thing was kept vague. And I'm saying it was deliberately kept vague.
But in the affidavit before the Zondo Commission, he does mention the days of the meetings. If you go to 376,
376. Yep.
And that's the affidavit before the Zondo Commission.
Correct.
You will see that he mentions the meetings, he mentions the dates.
Paragraph number, sorry?
The dates of the letters.
Yes, that's referring to dates of letters.
Yes.
But the information that's missing, Commissioner, is the dates of the meeting in respect of the police minister. That meeting date has been kept vague. There's no date there.
Yes. But we know that it is March because the letters are the March letters. So when he refers to the IG opinion that was first issued and then was later withdrawn, so he's referring to the March date, and that much is clear from paragraph 48 on page paragraph 48 on page 356, that we are in the March period because we know that the meeting with President Zuma happens in June. So although it doesn't specify the date of the meeting, but it's quite clear that the date is between the
somewhere around then.
It's between the two opinions by the Inspector General. So it would have been between the 6th of March and the 19th of March. That's at least how I read paragraph 48, that the meeting would have happened between those 2 dates.
Commissioner Khumalo, perhaps what might assist is reference to page 363.
Yes.
At the bottom of 363 is paragraph 39. That gives a date on 23rd April 2012, Lieutenant Drummond authored a further letter. This is in the sequence when he's narrating sequence of events.
Sorry, page?
It's paragraph 39.
Sorry, what page number?
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong version of the document, but it's paragraph 39.
372.
If you go then from 372, paragraph 39, that's where he introduces the date, the letter by Lieutenant General Dramat of 23rd April 2012. And then at 40, he quotes that letter. And then at paragraph 42 under heading H, interference by Minister of Police. It says, a few days after my conversation with Advocate Khadebe, I chaired this meeting at the police headquarters, and he continues. So if one were to follow his timelines, it would give you a good sense of when the meeting, although admittedly it's not dated, took place. Would you have a challenge, a difficulty with that?
Commissioner, the only difficulty I have with that is that if it's such an important meeting, why don't we have a date for the meeting and a time for the meeting that says, on this day at this time, the following meeting took place? I'm just saying that's the way I see it.
Okay.
It could well be that he's happy with keeping it vague. I'm not happy with keeping it vague.
That's why I was saying your issue is not so much that he did not disclose what happened. Your issue is that he did not give the full detail, including the date.
Yeah, when he disclosed it on the 2020 affidavit, in the 8 years preceding that, he had an opportunity to come out and say, by the way, on this date, at this time, I had a meeting with the Minister of Police, who unlawfully instructed me. The only time this comes out is here, 8 years later. It never came out before then. Never. Thank you.
On that score then, may I invite us to go to your page 23 of your statement?
Page?
Page 23.
22.
23.
Uh-huh.
And paragraph 1.7.5.3, you actually make a much stronger allegation against General Mkhwanazi. You say, second, he appears to have colluded in allowing SAPS to put a dishonest version in their answering affidavit to Part B to the court. When then Commissioner Pieka falsely stated that there had been no instruction to General Mkhwanazi from above.
Yeah. And the reason I'm saying that...
My question is, what must the commissioners look to see the collusion that you reference?
Because at that time, we have to cast our minds back to 2012. So during that whole period, there was a lot of media coverage. Major General Richard Ndluli, or Lieutenant General, Richard Ndluli, was in the media every single week, 2 or 3 times a week. This whole thing, as it was being played out in court, was all over the media. Now, by his own account, he spent 2 years sitting at home twiddling his thumbs during that period, while General Pieka went out and gave a complete pack of lies to the court, which was published. It was all over the media. I'm saying, if I know about something that's wrong and I keep quiet, I'm assisting in the cover-up. And that's the point I'm trying to make. And if you go through the documentation, if you go through the judgments, and you look at the timeline, there's absolutely nothing between his first statement in May 2012 and the Murphy judgment, still nothing. He only comes out with it for the first time 8 years later. Why keep quiet? Keeping quiet for 8 years, I'm saying, is acquiescing to crime.
I think, Mr. O'Sullivan, it's one thing to say, by keeping quiet, he acquiesced in a lie that he knew about. So firstly, you have to establish he knew that General Pieka in her affidavit has said this, and he chose to keep quiet. So you have to establish that fact first. And I don't know that you have said enough in your testimony that indicates he knew, as a matter of fact, not what you say, he was at home for 2 years, it was playing out in the media, he should have been aware of it. It seems to me that you would first have to establish that he knew, as a matter of fact, indisputable fact, that this was said in the affidavit, and knowing that he made the decision to keep quiet. That's one thing. But if to say that he colluded, and perhaps in fact he does collude if he does that on those facts, if he knew and he chose to keep quiet, he colludes by omission. That's the one form in which he could have colluded. The alternative formulation is he was deliberate. He was part of the cover-up. It's not a case of omission, but it was deliberate. So in a way, it was by commission, right? He knew this is happening, and he chose to be part of that lie. I don't know that beyond your whether you can put it as high as that, and yet your statement here, where you say appears to have colluded in allowing the subs, I'm not sure that it is backed up by anything that you have said. We've gone through a number of instances where he has said and spoken, including up to the grievance that he laid against General Pierre. And in all of that, I haven't seen, I must say, speaking for myself, that I don't see the positive and intentional act that you are seeking to convey in 1753, that he intentionally participated in a General Pierre cover-up.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, Commissioner, and I'd like to draw your attention to what I say at paragraph 1.7.6. Because I'm saying there, in contrast, General Mkhwanazi claims in his affidavit to the State Capture Commission that he was completely unaware of the contents of General Pierre's affidavit. I'm saying I find that claim in that affidavit unconvincing. And the reason I find it unconvincing is because he had made a grievance against her for being untruthful in her answering affidavit to the High Court. And I go on to say, General Mkhwanazi therefore knew that the allegation of an unlawful instruction to him was at the centre of the application. And the reply from General Pierre would have to admit that central allegation if she was not going to perjure herself.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. O'Sullivan, you give two reasons for what you have just said now. You say, in contrast, General Mkhwanazi claims in his affidavit to the State Capture Commission that he was completely unaware of the contents of General Pierre's affidavit because he was in his period of rest at home in KwaZulu-Natal at the time. I find this claim unconvincing because, and then comes the two reasons,
yes.
Or then come, not comes, the two reasons that you give.
Yes.
Even if I take a bit of time, I will read both. The first one is this. General Mkhwanazi was aware of the allegations in the FUL application because the founding affidavit in the urgent application had been served on subs whilst he was acting National Commissioner, and he had deposed to the initial answer in that application, but chose to sidestep the unlawful instruction allegation and simply not comment. General Mkhwanazi therefore knew that the allegation of an unlawful instruction to him was at the center of the application, and the reply from General Pierre would have to admit to that central allegation if she was not going to perjure herself. Let's focus on that reason and not overlap onto the second reason. Yes.
Of course, you can read different things into it.
Yeah.
The way I phrased it.
On what basis would you want to suggest that General Mkhwanazi would have known what General Pierre would say or not say in her answering affidavit on the Part B of the application, going so far as to talk about perjury and so on?
My argument, Commissioner, is very simple. I go to Minister Nhleko's presentation in 2015 to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Police, where he talks about the grievance. And he didn't make the grievance in 2015, he made it earlier than that. So here he was making a grievance about the alleged perjury of General Pierre. But what he wasn't doing was saying it's perjury because this is what really happened. He just said She perjured herself.
But here you are talking about what General Mkwanazi ought to have known, what General Pierre would say, not what she had in fact said, what she would say in deposing to the Part B answering affidavit.
He would have backed him. He only knew about it after.
So those are two different things. What may have happened a couple of years later does not answer what General Mkwanazi should have known with regard to what General Pierre would say in her Part B answering affidavit. That's where I am.
So, yes, Commissioner, but the point I'm making is he knew what the central allegation of the Freedom Under Law application was. He knew. The whole application was found on this allegation that he had received unlawful instructions.
But what's going to be deposed to is not his affidavit. And if nobody invites him to come depose to the affidavit as the person who actually knew what had happened, then on what basis can you fault him with regard to what the content of Gerald Pierre's affidavit was going to be?
Let me give you an analogy, Commissioner.
Yes.
If you look at Section 34 of PRECA, the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, it makes it an offence for a person not to report a particular category of crime. We're talking here about the previous acting commissioner of police, who is now sitting at home twiddling his thumbs, watching all the media coverage. I cannot believe he wasn't able to see what was going on in the media. And instead of stepping up and saying, well, hang on a minute, this is not true, he kept quiet. And the point I'm making is he had ample opportunity to not keep quiet, and he didn't do so. And he was a policeman.
I know right at the beginning of this engagement, I said that we should not conflate the two reasons that you give, and I'm going to preach exactly what I had said to you. You see, the difficulty I have with what you have just said about not believing that he would not have become aware of what the media was saying. In your second reason, you actually accept the possibility that he might not have become aware of what was out there in the media. You go so far as to say that, but if he had himself not become aware, people close to him would surely have told him. So in answering my question with regard to the first reason, I do not think you can peg your answer on him having heard or seen or read what was out there in the media.
Well, of course.
Because then you are contradicting yourself.
No, of course. If the commission gives him the benefit of the doubt.
You first gave him the benefit of the doubt.
I don't necessarily. I'm saying I wasn't convinced by his argument.
Yes.
Okay? And the reason I wasn't convinced of his 2020 affidavit was because in 2015 he was moaning and grievance about Commissioner Pierre lying under oath against him. About him, that he didn't say this, and therefore, he was never offered a confirmatory statement. At the end of the day, Commissioner, what it boils down to, from me as an evidence giver, is it's I suppose, 80% gut feeling. But if you look at the reality of it, there's no evidence between 2012, when he had an opportunity to come clean, when he made the first answering affidavit to the Part A, he had an opportunity to come clean and tell the truth. He kept quiet. And the first time we hear about it was at the State Capture Commission, and that comes out in his affidavit. And it really then is utilized at this commission. But what he doesn't do at this commission is said, by the way, I kept quiet about it for 8 years. I told the State Capture Commission, I just think it should have been a lot more transparent. If we are talking about a junior policeman, I can understand, but we are talking about a person who was the acting commissioner of police. He was in charge of running the police service, and he was the man, nobody else, him. He was the one that unlawfully put Richard Ndluli back to work, forcing civil society to bring urgent applications to get Richard Mdluli back out from his office. And I'm going to paint in my closing argument, or whatever you want to call it, the reality between that and what went on at the 6th of July media conference, because there are similarities here.
Yeah, those are related issues I will immediately accept. But you are dealing with something specific here, which is about why, and you keep repeating the words, he was sitting at home twiddling his fingers. I will not go so far as to say he was twiddling his fingers, but you repeatedly refer to the fact that he was sitting at home. And your point is more that he had all the time to basically anticipate whatever it is General Pierre would say about this, lest she perjure herself. That's the substance of the question. I accept the other issues that you've just referred to in response to my question are related, but they are not really what you are addressing in 1.7.6.2. So that is, my point is, this is somebody who is sitting at home under the circumstances that we all know, based on the testimony or the material before us. Now, on what basis must he insert himself and say, I'm lifting my hand, here I am, just in case the current incumbent, General Pierre, might perjure herself, I'm offering myself. Why should he have done that? Shouldn't those who were preparing the answer, the Part B answering affidavit, have been the ones who approach him specifically and say, you are the person best placed to answer this, therefore, please tell us what you know so that we file your affidavit as a confirmatory affidavit to what General Pierre is going to be saying?
Well, it's a tricky one, Commissioner. The reality of the situation is that during that period of time, President Zuma was running the country, or running government, and we had all these things going on. And I cannot say beyond reasonable doubt that he colluded. But what I can say is he would have known that in order for her answering affidavit to be truthful, she would have had to say that which he refused to say, which is that he got an instruction, according to his version of events later, from the Commissioner, from the Minister of Police to reappoint General Mdluli. And let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he wasn't listening to what's going on in the media. Let's just say that he was blind to all these things that were going on. But somehow he was able to make a complaint, a grievance. If I was in his shoes, I would have been beating a path to the door to say, hang on a minute, let's tell the truth here. But he couldn't. And the reason he couldn't was because it was still too short a period after the event where he had acted unlawfully by carrying out the instructions of the Minister of Police. But 8 years later, time has passed and water has gone under the bridge. Now we can put it out there. I believe he should have put it out there a lot sooner.
Let's move on to the second reason, 1.7.6.3. I don't think we have much to say there because I already touched on it when we were dealing with the first one. But the point I will make in this regard is that doesn't your second reason become attenuated in the sense that you yourself already accept the possibility that he might not have seen, that is General Mkhwanazi, he might not have seen what was out there in the media?
Well, that possibility, you can say, exists there. But then I counter it by saying, even if he wasn't aware of the news coverage, it's inconceivable that none of his close colleagues in the police would have drawn General Pierre's denial to his attention. And the reality is He became aware of it somehow because he laid a grievance.
That's speculation of the highest order. We are talking as at the time. I'm engaging you as at the time. That's speculation of the highest order.
It's hard to say.
Yes.
The time machine, I guess, would be needed.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe for my understanding, can we go to page 384? 384 of the bundle, and that we are still in General Mkwanazi's affidavit to the Commission, to the State Capture Commission.
384.
384.
Yep.
And he starts at paragraph 67, that on those dates, 17, 18, 19 of April 2012, they appeared before the Portfolio Committee. I'm interested in what's set out in paragraph 69, where he says, having presented, he concluded with the remarks, other powers decided on convictions, not just the SAPs. Here I was referring to where matters were taken out of control of the police. Is it that quotation that you say means where he's supposed to have said to Parliament that he acted at the behest of other powers?
Yeah.
Or is it a completely different engagement on that score?
My understanding, Commissioners, is that there he's talking about the criminal charges, not the disciplinary charges. So the criminal charges were not in his domain. They're in the domain of the NPA. And as we know, that was being mismanaged by advocates Mwebi and Jiba. So I opened, by the way, a criminal complaint against them for the mismanagement of that whole mess. So you have this situation where the National Prosecuting Authority under advocates, by the way, at that stage, Advocate Jiba was the acting NDPP. And then Advocate Mwebi, Lawrence Mwebi, was the head, the national head of commercial crime at the NPA. And they took an unlawful decision to withdraw the criminal charges, not only the charges pertaining to the kidnap and murder of his wife's ex-boyfriend, or whatever the case may be, but also the alleged fraud and corruption charges. They took those decisions unlawfully, and I believe that's what he's talking about here.
And that's the clarity I was seeking, whether what he states at paragraph 69. So you are saying when he says he stated to Parliament that other powers decided on convictions, not just the subs.
Yeah.
He was referring to the criminal case. It has got
criminal
nothing
case,
to
but
do.
what he doesn't say, Commissioners, is he doesn't say what he said about the disciplinary charges, because that's what he was questioned on in Parliament. And he said a higher authority, that's his words. And when they tried to drill down into that, he said he couldn't go into it.
I accept. I just needed your clarity on this, that quotation I read there, I should not misunderstand as his response to the issue of withdrawal of the disciplinary charges. I should not misunderstand that quotation to relate to that.
I believe this is not to do with the disciplinary charges. I believe this is to do with the criminal charges. He uses the word other powers decided on convictions, not just the police.
Can I then invite us to page 25, paragraph 1.7.10, 1.7.10?
Uh-huh.
You conclude at this paragraph thus, and I quote, given General Mkwanazi's own collusion in an illegal process of political interference designed to keep Ndluli in charge of the Division of Crime Intelligence and its regularly stolen secret funds, it is difficult to take seriously his complaints of political interference.
Yep.
Okay, and you go on. Do I understand you correctly that you suggest General Mkwanazi colluded in retaining General Ndluli in the Division of Crime Intelligence to facilitate the stealing of secret funds. Is that, am I understanding you correctly or I'm misunderstanding you wholly?
Sorry, I'm not quite...
I was saying my interpretation of what you say there, I wanted to test whether I'm correct or whether I'm misunderstanding
So
you.
what I'm saying is there's similarities.
Yes.
The similarities in 2012 are the same as the similarities in 2025 in July. In 2012, it was to protect the head of crime intelligence, which was Lieutenant General Ndluli. In 2025 in July, it's to protect, I'm saying, and that'll be the next bit that I come on to, that it was to protect crime intelligence.
Oh, so
Those are the similarities.
so a protection of General Ndluli
Ndluli, I'm
in
saying,
2012 you say was by General Mkhwanazi himself?
yes, I'm saying that in 2011/12, he was protecting one general in crime intelligence. And in 2025, he's protecting 5 generals in crime intelligence.
Okay. Now, you've tendered this affidavit, so I'm sure you are familiar to some extent with it. From paragraph 9 of that affidavit, General Mkhwanazi makes the distinction or seeks to.
So what page?
Paragraph 9, I'll tell you the exact page now. 349, under the heading the Ndluli matter.
So, this is one of the annexes.
Yeah, your annexures, yes. We are still with
Page-
the 349.
Page 349.
349, yes.
Yep, got it.
And at paragraph 8, he makes the point that when he was appointed, General Ndluli was the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence.
Yep.
At 9, he points out that by then he had, as he joined as acting National Commissioner, General Ndluli had already been on suspension, having been suspended on 29th April 2021.
Correct.
And that suspension related to the alleged murder case.
Uh-huh.
And at 350, he continues that at paragraph 10, on establishing that Lieutenant General Ndluli had not been suspended on the fraud and corruption charges, which he introduces in the paragraph above, he instructed Lieutenant General Stander, the Deputy National Commissioner of Human Resources, to initiate steps to implement disciplinary charges against Lieutenant Ndluli in this regard.
Uh-huh.
Then at paragraph 11, he speaks about General Nebeam, which we can skip. And then at paragraph 12, he says, as part of my briefing on this matter, I was advised that Major General Solil Lazarus, the Chief Financial Officer of the Secret Service account of CI, had already been suspended and charged criminally for fraud and corruption. He continues at 13, I then decided to instruct Lieutenant General Stander to appoint an outside person to assess the available evidence to determine whether it implicated General Ndluli and then to advise me on the way forward. These events took place roughly towards the end of 2011. I attached marked NM1 a copy of the report obtained by Lieutenant General Stander pursuant to my instructions. He then says at paragraph 15, pursuant to this report, disciplinary charges were brought against Lieutenant General Ndluli. This is now for the fraud. Do you accept the facts as set out by General Mkhwanazi in this affidavit, or do you have reason to doubt their veracity?
I can't contradict them.
Okay, now in light of that, if you then are forced to accept, is it fair to suggest that he took steps and colluded in a process that will protect General Ndluli and enable the further looting of secret funds? Is that a fair conclusion? If you accept the facts as stated here.
If what he says here is true, then it means he's doing his job. But then along came the minister who said, cut all this up, drop the charges, put him back to work, and he did that. So he may have started off on that course. I guess the best person to ask is him.
Okay.
Can I
Yes,
ask a question, because you introduced the involvement of the minister?
Sorry?
You introduced the involvement of the minister.
Yes.
2 months after the suspension was lifted, so on the same day that FUL launched the urgent application, you are aware that General Mkhwanazi did suspend General Mdluli again?
10 days later. The Freedom Under Law case was launched
Yes.
on the 15th of May.
Yes.
General Mkhwanazi General Mkhwanazi resuspended General Mdluli on the 25th of May.
Yeah, don't confuse the date when he was charged with the date when he was suspended. I had understood, having read the judgment, both the High Court judgment and the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment.
He was resuspended on the 25th of May.
I'm looking at paragraph 95 of the judgment. You may be right, because it says the application was launched on the 15th of May 2013. I think that's a typo in the judgment. It's 2012, right?
So
I'm on page 409.
409.
Yeah.
Let me just go to it.
409?
Yep.
I think this may be a typo in the judgment. That should be 2012, right?
The wording of the paragraph would suggest so.
Yeah.
Which
So-
paragraph, sorry?
Paragraph 95.
95.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You may be correct. So I think there's a typo there with the date. But your point is that he only resuspended him after the urgent application was launched.
After the Freedom Under Law application was launched, he realized, there's trouble coming.
Yeah.
But contemporaneous with the launching of the Freedom Under Law application, Advocate Chowki was the Director of Public Prosecutions in Johannesburg, and he had given instructions for an inquest into the murder or the death of Opa Ramakgobi. So what happened was, during that inquest, in the week after the Freedom Under Law application was launched, and while General Mkhwanazi was having to deal with his answering affidavit, revelations were coming out at the inquest about the conduct and the kidnapping and the beating up of Opa Ramakgobi, allegedly in fact, he was convicted by it later.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I want to stick to the theme of the question by Advocate Sillo. So my question in essence is, what do you make then of the fact that during the May period he did suspend General Mdluli again, and in fact he was charged?
Well, he didn't really have much of a choice, because he's got this application landed on his desk on the 15th of May.
Yes.
So 10 days later, while he's doing his affidavit to respond to this application, this urgent application, he resuspends him. And I'm saying he was in a corner. He had no choice. He had to do it.
All right.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I think you are aware in this affidavit here, you've got where he describes. Where he describes the steps that he took, and that includes engagement with the Inspector General, and the Inspector General at some point instructing that he should lift the suspension and have Mr. Mdluli come back to work, and he didn't agree with that. So you are aware of the steps that he took. But for that he acted ultimately he acts because the minister is now involved in the matter. You surely couldn't fairly say disregard everything else that he has done and say, because he followed the minister's instruction and put it as high as that was action he acted to protect Mdluli, who, for purpose of plundering the secret fund. You can't. I mean, there's a logic in it. There's a disconnect in that you seem to, in fact, not you seem to, you do as a matter, as you testify there, you disregard all the efforts that he took to discipline General Mdluli. You disregard that, and then you say, well, he followed the minister's instruction ultimately. The minister instructed him, and by following the minister's instruction, he therefore was in fact protecting Mdluli to enable him to continue to plunder the secret fund. I don't understand that logic or that reasoning, because it seems to be quite selective. From where I'm sitting, you seem to be selective in refusing to acknowledge the steps that he took, but also to acknowledge that, in fact, when he did withdraw the uplift rather, the suspension, it was at the instruction of the minister. You can criticize him for following the minister, just like the court did, right? That he's got the discretion, he's got the power. He should have insisted to exercise his power. Well, he didn't. He followed the minister's instruction. How that translates so easily, in your view, to it being a deliberate decision on his part to protect crime intelligence general for purpose of plundering the secret fund, and then you say in exactly the same way that is done in 2025. I'm battling to see the connect that you seek to make in what seems to be disconnected.
I don't consider that I've disconnected. If I look at it, what happened at the time? He's only given his version of events 8 years later. Nowhere at the time does he explain all these events. He waits 8 years. He could have said in his answering affidavit to the court, he could have outlined these things then. He didn't. He kept quiet about it. He only comes out with it 8 years later. Now, if one has to give some real thought to this and think out of the box, one has to consider the following. He was a senior police official. He was a major general in the police, and he was aged 38. There were probably at least 40 generals in the police.
So, Mr. O'Sullivan, we're not discussing that now, sorry.
Okay.
It's late in the day. We're not
All right.
discussing what you have addressed in your statement. Our question is really, the theme now is a very, it's a direct theme. It doesn't require you to speak about his promotion that you obviously were not happy about. It is simply this, that you unless you say everything that he says I did, or the steps that he took to discipline, to suspend, unless you say all of that is a lie, right? And I didn't understand you to be saying all of that which he says he did is a lie. Unless you're saying that it's a lie, I don't see how you can fairly say today, knowing what you know. Remember when you draft this affidavit for the commission, you know this history, what he alleges he has done. Knowing all of that, and then you in June, as we sit here, you say, well, that he did not say it's the minister that instructed him, that he did not contradict General Pierre in an affidavit in court. Those two things are evidence that he in fact was colluding. He made the decision to collude to keep General Mdluli in place so that he can continue to plunder the secret fund in the same way that he's doing in 2025. I don't see how you get there. It seems forced to to say, well, that's what he was doing in 2015 or whatever year it is.
Yep.
And then you say, well, it repeats, in fact, in
I
25.
hear what you're
It
saying,
seems to be
Commissioner,
forced.
and my point is quite simple.
Yes.
But if the content of his affidavit in 2020 had been included in the content of his affidavit in 2012, I would absolutely agree with you. But it wasn't. The whole thing was kept quiet for 8 years. And I believe it could have been put out into the open 8 years earlier. And who knows what effect it would have had on the police. It might have changed the future.
Thank you.
I think we've traversed this already, but we did clarify that the freedom under law application was brought in two parts. The part A was an urgent interdict. Is my recollection correct?
Correct.
That is the part A.
Part A, the order was granted.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
My issue is General Mkwanazi deposed to an affidavit in regard to the relief sought in part A. So it's not the main application. The main application is in part B. The review application,
Yeah,
right?
I agree 100%. The main application was Part B.
Yes, so if we agree on that score, are you suggesting that all these facts that he has set out in the affidavit deposed to before the State Capture Commission, he should have set them out in his answering affidavit to the Part A relief?
Because the central theme of Freedom Under Law's application was his alleged receipt of instructions from a higher authority. And on that he kept quiet. So I'm saying that would have been and by the way, he didn't have to go into all the detail he's gone into with the Sondo Commission, but what he could have done was take those crisp elements and say, listen here, this is what happened. It wasn't just me, it was the OIG and it was the minister, and then put it on the table. But no, the whole thing was hushed up for 8 years.
Just then, I guess as a final point on this, page 367, we're still in the affidavit, paragraph 24. He states in that paragraph that during this period, of course, this is after a whole long narrative about what was happening and the IGI's report and what steps he took. So then he says, during this period, I met with Lieutenant General Mdluli. I informed him that I had written to the IGI and had received a response from her regarding the disciplinary matter against him, but was awaiting her response regarding the criminal case against him. I gave the same advice to Minister Mtetwa. At paragraph 25, he notes, I disagreed with the IGI's view that Lieutenant General Mdluli should return to work. She had not yet read the criminal case docket or expressed an opinion thereon, and I felt that she ought first to do so before he could be reinstated. I telephoned Advocate Khadebe to inform her that I would not be lifting General Mdluli's suspension until she has perused the criminal case docket, as this might influence her initial decision regarding the disciplinary matter against him. I was also aware that Advocate J. Govender from IGI was an experienced advocate and a former prosecutor, so I had faith that she would assist the IGI in making an informed decision on the status of the criminal case. Now, I was just concluding this conversation we're having, that these are some of the steps he states he took to resist the upliftment of General Mdluli's suspension. Now, my question is, do you take issue with the veracity of what he claims here?
The only issue I take with this is what I said earlier. This belonged in his answering affidavit.
Okay.
He
Not
should
so
have
much
taken the
that-
court into his confidence and explained to the court exactly what went on in having, and then it would have resolved not only Part A, but there would have been no need for Part B, because actually Part B was fought hammer, tooth and nail by the police, and it was fought out in the Supreme Court of Appeal. So there would have been no need for all of that if he'd have taken the court into his confidence in May 2012.
Noted, thank you.
Advocate Sello, I Mr. O'Sullivan, I understand your criticism, and if one reads the SCA judgment, it appears to be the same criticism that one finds at page 470. 470 of the annexures or exhibits. So if you start at 469, paragraph 49, the court says the factual basis for the challenge by FUL is that it relied on statements made by then Acting Commissioner General Mkhwanazi in Parliament that he was instructed by authorities beyond him to withdraw the disciplinary charges and reinstate Mkhuli in his office. And then FUL added that in doing so, Mkhwanazi had failed to make an independent decision which rendered his actions reviewable. So that was the point about the review.
Yep.
And then the court says, this is now SCA, though Mkhwanazi filed an answering affidavit in the interim interdict proceedings in Part A of the notice of motion, he did not deal with these allegations.
Exactly
so this
the
is
point.
your point.
Yeah, exactly
And then
the point.
what the court then concludes, we can ignore the rest of that because it relates to General Pierre. In paragraph 50, the second last sentence, the court says, let's start at the fifth line where the court says, I do not believe this finding can be faulted. Moreover, after all is said and done, neither Mkhwanazi nor Pierre gave any reasons for the impugned decision. And then the inevitable conclusion is that the decisions were either dictated to by Mkhwanazi or were taken for no reason at all.
Yep.
And so the court has made a decision that in the absence of an explanation, we can conclude that they were dictated to by somebody
Yes,
else.
and Commissioner, if I can say, what they've done in the Supreme Court of Appeal is they've stuck the evidence of Pieka because she stated under oath that this is actually what really happened. And to prove it, I'm going to come with a confirmatory affidavit from General Mkhwanazi. And since there was no confirmatory affidavits, they struck that evidence. They said that's immaterial. Therefore, they go back to game one, which was the answering affidavit submitted by General Mkhwanazi, where he just didn't deal with the issue.
So the point I'm making is because we were not getting anywhere, and I had understood that your criticism, you were taking it from the judgment. Although you added your own flavor to it, I must point that out, that you
Yes.
added your own flavor to it. But the substance of what the SCA found is that because he did not answer the specific allegations made by FUL,
Yep.
the inevitable conclusion is that he was dictated to
Correct.
by those
Correct.
above him.
Yep.
And we leave it there. And I think when General Mkhwanazi comes here the second time, we may then give him the opportunity to respond to
Yep.
your criticism of his conduct. And that's the best way of dealing with it.
I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. You conclude then at paragraph 1.7.10 at page 25 by stating, for example, in 2011-2012, General Mkhwanazi's conduct was intended to unlawfully protect Crime Intelligence Divisional Head, much the same as his conduct in 2025 is intended to protect the Criminal Intelligence Divisional Head and those under him. That then leads you to your next topic at page 26. At paragraph 1.8, and I think we should make a correction there. It reads July 2026 media conference. It should be 2025. The heading.
Yes,
we correct
1.8.2.
At 1.8, the main heading, it reads July 2026 media conference. That should read July 2025.
Yes, thank you.
Then you say, in this part of your statement, you are more or less posing a question to the commissioners.
Correct.
And you are not testifying or advancing any factual basis
Yeah.
or suggesting that the media conference was intended to protect criminals. That's not your suggestion.
I'm not...
You are posing a question?
It's not a statement, it's
Yes.
a question.
Okay.
And what I'm asking the commissioners to do is to have an open mind and ask yourselves the question, was that media conference a smokescreen? That's what I'm asking you to do. And in order to guide your thinking on that, I've given my own ideas here. And my ideas are quite simple. I've made it clear that for years and years and years, the epicenter of crime in the police service is the Crime Intelligence Division. It's the epicenter. Everything that goes wrong in the police, it's the Crime Intelligence Division. And why? Because we have a so-called secret services account, which is so secret, nobody can know how the money's spent, which is great. Because if you want some money to do other things with, you can do it. And nobody can ask you any questions. No Auditor General has ever given a clean report on the Crime Intelligence Secret Service account. And if one looks at the growth of that fund, by the way, you can pick up from the police budgets the fund itself, but you can't see how it's spent. And in 2012, when General Mkunazi was the acting Commissioner of Police, the budget for the Secret Service account was 98 million rand per annum. In 2024, it stood at 600 million rand per annum, which is an increase of 512%, which is 5 times the rate of inflation over that same period. But what we don't have is we don't have a concomitant decrease in crime. What we do have, if you look at the last 14 years, is we have successive heads of crime intelligence being arrested and sent to jail for stealing from the Secret Service account. It's just a manna from heaven. It's gift, and there needs to be a lot of control, much better control over that. And I talk about here, when I ask the question, was it a smoke screen? I ask the question, I name 5 generals and 2 brigadiers who were arrested in June 2025. They were arrested on the 26th of June. It's no coincidence. In my annexes, I have taken that media briefing of General Mkunazi and I've had it transcribed. The transcription is there. And if you look at the theme of the transcription and start looking at the mentioning of crime intelligence, it starts to conjure in your mind, was this a whole smokescreen to protect all of these people in crime intelligence? And when you think about it, and I ask you to keep an open mind, if you look at it, there has to be an answer there somewhere. It cannot be right that this is all linked. By the way, on the 1st of July, I had my attorneys, the attorneys of Forensics for Justice, I had them send a very strong letter to Commissioner Masemola. And the letter is very strongly worded. And it talks about the accused persons, which I refer to in my affidavit as the Crime Intelligence 7. And in that letter, we're demanding that these people are urgently suspended because they've all been charged with corruption. And according to General Mkunazi, it's not corruption, it's an HR matter. I don't agree with that. It's corruption. So we have this situation where they're charged with corruption. We send a letter through demanding that they be suspended. An hour later, or 2 hours later, we get a short reply back from General Masemola, which is on page 505 of my evidence bundle, which effectively says, I'll do what has to be done. I'll comply with the law. Not one of them has been suspended, not one. To this very day, not one of them has been suspended. And by the way, some of them have been charged more than once, because General Lushalba, who's the CFO, he's in charge of the Secret Service account. He was also charged with losing his laptop computer and a firearm, and instructing members under his command to go out and get his laptop and firearm back, and then to doctor the docket that he opened. And when he opened the docket, he said that somebody came in through his window and stole his firearm, his state-issued firearm, and they stole his laptop. But it actually turned out that he'd invited a lady into his premises, and they had a few drinks, and he fell asleep. And she made off with his money, his firearm, and his laptop. He got other police officials at the rank of colonel to go and get his laptop and firearm back, which they did. He's charged for that. He was arrested for it and charged. And what they did, they went and got his laptop and firearm back. But now he had a problem, because he'd opened the docket at the police station where he said somebody had climbed in through his open window. So he got those two colonels to go to that police station and get hold of the investigating officer on the case that he'd opened, and removed the papers from that docket and replaced them with fake papers. So that's the sort of thing that's going on in crime. That's the chief finance officer of crime intelligence. And when you look at all these things going on, and then you analyze, commissioners, the transcription, because nobody's produced the transcription before now. I've produced it. I had it produced within days of his media conference, and it's there at pages 510 to 536. And what's interesting is on page 533. On page 533, he doesn't mention my name. General Nku says the following: "That's why there's a call in public from a person that I will not necessarily mention his name, that the National Commissioner must bypass the disciplinary regulations of the service, must simply suspend these people because it's inaudible." Why is that call? It's a call that is putting more pressure to make sure the country, hence the handing over to the criminal syndicate. So because I've called for the suspension of these 5 generals and 2 brigadiers, General Nku is accusing me of handing the country over to the crime syndicate. In fact, I'm trying to stop this crime syndicate that's active in crime intelligence from carrying on with their crimes.
Mr. Sullivan, can I ask you one question? You say the press conference of 6 July 2025 was a smokescreen.
Was it? It's a question.
Yeah. So let's assume that it was.
Pardon me?
I'm saying let's assume for the purposes of my engagement with you that it was a smokescreen.
Yeah.
Does it mean that the allegations made that day are not true and should not be investigated? Because that's what this commission has been established to do.
Absolutely.
It is to investigate, amongst others, the allegations that were made by General Mkhwanazi on the day. Now, say his motive, for argument's sake, say his motive was to protect the Crime Intelligence 7.
Yeah.
And that was his reason for this press conference. Does that mean the allegations he made are not true and should not be investigated?
Absolutely not. In fact, if you look at me having gone on record, on the 6th of July in the evening, I did a media call. The media contacted me about this whole media conference of his. And the first thing I said was there needs to be a judicial commission of inquiry. I made the point, and I've repeatedly made the point, that the lack of attention by the State Capture Commission to the criminal justice system has resulted in where we are today. And I have absolutely no doubt that a lot of good will come out of the allegations he's made. But were they made for the right reason? That's the question I'm asking. And I don't believe they were. And if you look at the transcript, it starts to come out what actually the purpose of that media conference was. And I don't believe it was just about Minister Mchunu and these various parties, what's his name, Kat Malala and all these other people. I don't believe it was about that. And the reason I've given in my briefing here today is that I start off by saying, this isn't the first time that we've had criminals penetrating the criminal justice system. It's been going on for years and years. Even during apartheid, it was still going on. So this is not new. But if any good comes out of it, fabulous. But what I'm saying is we need to keep an open mind as to the motive. And that's all I'm requesting.
Is the motive a question that's within our remit, though?
Is the motive, sorry?
Is it a question that's within our remit? Must we answer that question?
If one looks at your, if you look at your...
So does that question fall within our terms of reference?
Yes, if you look at your terms of reference,
yes,
it doesn't go there. However, if you apply, as your colleague did earlier, this novus actus interveniens, what if he didn't call that media conference? Would we be sitting here today? The answer is no. So a sequence of events has taken place, and all I'm saying is not everything is what it's been painted out to be. And I've requested the commissioners to keep an open mind. I keep an open mind on these issues. Of course, I would like to persuade you this way or that way, but the reality is I would never like to persuade you of something that's not right.
We should keep an open mind on matters that fall within our terms of reference.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm engaging you on whether this is something that falls within the terms
then
of
you're
reference.
left with the question.
You, especially bear in mind that you have said a lot of good has come out of this process, and probably most of it does indeed fall within our terms of reference. So the issue is, all of that, or all of those issues, because we are yet to submit a final report, all of the issues that have arisen are issues that we must keep an open mind on, except those perhaps that are clear and on which everybody has already said something. That is, even those that are implicated.
No, of course.
Perhaps on those we may make, or rather have sort of final views on such matters, but otherwise we keep an open mind. But that relates to matters that fall within our terms of reference. So you keep saying, you're asking us to keep an open mind. If what you are raising, insofar as the motive is concerned, does not fall within the terms of reference, the issue of us keeping an open mind does not arise at all.
No.
If you accept that the question of the motive does not fall within our terms of reference. But I'm engaging you on whether it does, and I think you've accepted that it does not.
It's chicken and egg, isn't it? Because if the motive was to create a smoke screen, then it possibly does fall within your terms of reference, because you need to know what was that smoke screen all about. And then you start asking other questions. So I prefer myself to be the bringer of information, not the decider of facts. But I brought the information to this commission because I've spent the last 36 years of my life trying to make this a better country to live in for all people in South Africa. And that's why when I saw what was going on, I thought, I need to I need to throw my 10 cents into the mixture as well, especially since I've been named by the protagonist. When General Nkunasi got up and blamed me, I had nothing to do with this Cat Matlala and these drug cartels and all the rest of it. I had no knowledge of what was going on until I heard about it in the media. But for him to name me, why was he naming me? And I can tell you the reason why. Because I wrote, or I didn't write, I got my attorneys to write a letter to General Masemola and demand that these 5 generals and 2 brigadiers be suspended. That's why I was named.
I would understand the smoke screen point better if it does not go beyond saying. This was a smoke screen that was calculated to shield these generals from criminality that they are otherwise involved in. So we don't really get into, was it indeed a smoke screen? That's not before us.
I understand.
That's not before us.
I agree with you. I agree with you that your terms of reference do not ask you to consider whether it was a smoke screen.
Yeah. So the criminality itself would then have to be something that does indeed fall within our terms of reference. The criminality shielded by the smoke screen. Your comment?
I suppose the acid test will come in time when we see what happens, because we do know.
Yes. Alleged criminality, of course.
Yes,
at this
alleged
stage,
criminality.
yes.
We do know, for example, that last week or the week before, there were allegedly other warrants of arrest for 2 of the same generals, of 2 of the same 5 generals apparently are going to be arrested again. I have no knowledge of that, only what I've seen in the media. Hopefully tomorrow will be a peaceful day, and then whatever has to happen will happen. But I do believe that it will all unravel. It normally does. If one looks at the late Commissioner Jackie Salebi, people don't believe me when I tell them, actually, I spent 8 years investigating that matter. And they say, 8 years? How can you spend 8 years? Well, you want to get to the truth, so that's what you do. And in this matter, there's a lot of things coming out of this commission, which is really, really good, because we're seeing generals in the police being exposed for criminality. And that's fantastic. But it doesn't mean the person that's exposing them hasn't been involved in any hanky-panky either.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify 2 things. From your paragraph 1.8.2, you deal with this...
Sorry, page number?
26 of your statement. The second paragraph, that's where you introduce the charges brought against Lieutenant General Tumelo and the 6 other members of the service, whom you term the Crime Intelligence 7, right? At the next paragraph, you state that their charges relate to the irregular employment of Ms. Mukwele in a senior ranking position of brigadier in the technical support services of crime intelligence. And then beyond that, you talk about what transpires after they were arrested. The point I want to clarify is the budget and the looting of the Crime Intelligence Fund, alleged, this case has got nothing to do with that. It has no bearing, or in any manner are there allegations that these 7...
This commission?
No, the charges brought against the people you term the Crime Intelligence 7. It's got nothing to do with the looting of the...
For what they were arrested on that day, I agree.
Yes, that's the clarification I seek.
General Pelani Lushaba was arrested 3 weeks before that.
Yes.
And that was pertaining to the crime intelligence funds. And I'm just saying...
Now, let's take it a step at a time, right? We're dealing with these charges here.
Yep.
And I ask this because you start that subject by introducing this 512% increase in the budget, and you pose questions as if there is no legitimate basis for that growth in budget, and therefore insinuating that something untoward is going on. You state that in your 181, and then you follow it up with the charges. So I'm saying, in truth, there is no link between the charges of 26 June 2025 and the so-called looting of the crime intelligence funds. Is it? There isn't.
The only link would be that the people in charge of the crime intelligence fund are the same people that are being charged here.
But these people, you say at 1.8.3 that their charges relate to the irregular appointment of Ms. Mukwele, and that's as narrow as it gets.
Absolutely,
yes.
But as a separate issue, if they can be charged with these acts of corruption, why would you leave them in charge of a 600 million rand budget?
Okay, I will pose that question to SAPS,
Of
but
course,
in the
I
meantime,
understand.
then you introduce the second issue of General Lushaba, the second charge where you talk about the computer disappearing under...
May I just very quickly ask a question around the appointment of General Mukwele, Brigadier, I'm very sorry, Dineo Mukwele. So Tswana people must please forgive me, I'm not at all sure of the pronunciation of this name. The evidence that was given by General Tumelo is that the position required someone with expert skills. I forget the term he used for this, but he had a special term for the expertise they required for this position. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he said largely that expertise is to be found within motor vehicle manufacturers.
BMW.
Sorry?
So when I found out about this...
I did not get the impression that it was BMW only. The skill is within motor manufacturers.
Right. She was working at BMW head office.
That may be so. That may be so. But what I'm saying is, what General Tumelo said was that for this position, they required a certain expertise, and that this expertise is to be found within the motor manufacturing industry. Doesn't have to be BMW. It may be BMW, it may be Toyota, it may be Mercedes-Benz, or whatever other company that manufactures motor vehicles. You are with me thus far?
I understand what you're saying.
Yes. And so he said, it's not unheard of within SAPS to appoint someone who has no experience at all in policing. If that person is being appointed for the expertise they possess.
In skin, there is not just one, but 16 collagens. Vichy Collagen 16 Serum, boost and
possess. And this applies over several types of industries or environments. So it's not just the motor manufacturing industry. And he gave a few examples. And I'm sure that you too, with the experience that you have, you must be aware that there are other people with other forms of expertise who have been appointed by SAPS and not given the rank of constable, but given higher up ranks within SAPS with no policing experience at all. Do you accept that this does happen within SAPS?
I accept that in the police service,
yes,
from time to time,
yes,
people are appointed that have no policing experience.
Yes.
However, the best people to answer these questions would be IDAC, because they're the ones that charged them. And I've seen the charge sheet because it's a matter of public record. And the charge sheet makes it clear that they interfered with the recruitment process to unlawfully appoint this particular woman, when in fact they could have, if she was that important to be appointed, they could have motivated it properly and done it transparently. But it was done without transparency, and it was done behind closed doors, and there was no proper recruitment procedure followed, which is why General Mkunasi said, oh, it's an HR matter. It's not an HR matter. They are alleged to have committed fraud when they hired this lady, and I think IDAC would be best placed to explain why they were arrested and charged rather than myself.
On this having been done behind closed doors, do you mean that there was no advertisement for the position?
Hired this lady, and I think IDAC would be best placed to explain why they were arrested and charged rather than myself.
On this having been done behind closed doors, do you mean that there was no advertisement for the position?
That's not what I believe. I don't know. I don't know enough detail about it, Commissioner. All I know is what I saw. I phoned the lady, this Brigadier Makwela, and I explained to her that I'm from Forensics for Justice. I'm speaking to you now because these allegations have been made. I'd like to get your version of events. This is before I made a formal complaint.
But you are basically saying you cannot say that there was no advertisement.
That's what my understanding is, that they didn't follow the correct procedures.
Do you know for a fact whether or not there was an advertisement?
Whether there was what?
Whether there was or there wasn't an advertisement for the position. Do you know?
I don't know. I couldn't find the advertisement.
Or do you know or do you not know, or you say you did not find the advertisement? My next question was going to be, do you know or do you not know what the requirements were for the position?
Absolutely not. I laid the complaint based on the information I had. And what I asked, but by the way, I don't believe I was the only person that laid a complaint. I believe a member of parliament also laid a complaint. The reality of the situation is that the best place to get the answers to these questions, Commissioner, would be IDAC, not me.
You see, what we got, I'm not even sure from what sources, appeared to be the unsubstantiated complaint that someone with no policing experience had been appointed as a brigadier. That doesn't say much. If we know, as you accept, that within SAPS they can appoint someone with no policing experience to a high-ranking position. So that means nothing on its own.
So, Commissioner, I didn't base my complaint on the fact that this person had no policing experience. My complaint was based on the information that I received. And when I checked it out,
Which was what? What was this information?
The information I received was that she was parachuted in, which is an expression meaning bypass all the procedures, appoint her at any costs. That's the information that I received. And that's the report I made.
Do you have any difficulties telling us who or how you received this information?
Pardon me?
Do you have any problems telling us how and from whom you received this information?
So, as I mentioned earlier, Forensics for Justice have a hotline, and we have a web report where you can make a report on the internet without leaving your name, who you are, and you can phone and leave a message on the toll-free number.
Yes.
In this particular matter, it came through on the toll-free number by a person in crime intelligence. You know, I looked into it. I phoned the lady in question to see if she would give me a reasonable explanation. I do believe I may even have the messages that I sent to her.
No, just give us the substance of...
Okay, so my phone call was, we've received this complaint, I'd like to hear your version of events. She said, no, I can't talk to you, you must speak to head office. I said, who at head office? And she put the phone down. That's not the conduct of a person that's got nothing to hide. So then I obviously ran background checks on this person. I spoke to BMW Motors, and I was able to establish what she was doing there, and that comprised the report which I gave to the OIG, the Office for Inspector General of Intelligence. So when you make these type of complaints, the place to, because it's crime intelligence, the place you make the complaint is the OIG. And if they don't do anything about it, you might take it further. But I subsequently heard from the OIG, because I had meetings with them, and they told me that they'd referred the matter to IDAC.
Thank you, thank you.
And if I may just follow up on this question the chair asked, in response to a question the chair had posed to you, you stated that you inquired from BMW what position she held at BMW.
She's an admin clerk.
So BMW advised you that she's an admin clerk?
Correct.
And not that she held the qualification that the chair earlier referenced, they never told you about that?
And when I asked her about her qualification, she didn't want to discuss it with me, so I couldn't really go any further.
Well, I'm sure it's not very surprising because you are a third party wanting to know about her personal affairs, so she's not duty bound exactly to account to you, is she?
But when I explained it to her, Commissioners, I didn't say, by the way, I want to know about your personal affairs. I explained that we had received a tip-off, and the tip-off implicated her, and I would like her to clear the air by explaining what happened, how she was recruited. And she just told me, you have to speak to head office. I said, who at head office? She said, no, that's your business, you must find out. And then she put the phone down.
Okay. Have you ever...
Sorry, just for the record, the expertise that was required here is mechatronics.
Say again?
I'm saying the expertise that was required for this position is something called mechatronics.
Okay.
Just for the record, I'm not asking for a response.
May be the case. And I do believe that the best place to get the answer here would be the prosecutor that charged them.
Yes. And lastly, you are not on record as having suggested that she was a tea lady at BMW. That has been bandied about in public. You are not the source of that claim?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I was able to ascertain that you, at that time, I'm going back now over a year and a half, at that stage she was 29 years old.
Yes.
So definitely not a teenager.
No. Tea lady.
Oh, I thought you said teenager.
No. Then I'll repose my question then.
No.
Because I say it is bandied about. Let me explain myself.
I definitely made no mention of her being a tea lady.
Okay.
But what you have in this country, well, you have in every country, is you have this thing called social media, which
Yes.
I don't engage in.
Yes.
But you get somebody on social media who says, oh, they appointed a tea lady as a brigadier. But, definitely I'm not the source of such activity.
And that's what I sought to establish. Commissioner?
Yes, but Mr. O'Sullivan, I ask only because you say you're one of the people, one of two people, I think, who laid a complaint. Now, in respect of Brigadier Mukwele, what was your complaint about her in particular? I'm not asking about the other.
My complaint was that she had been recruited without going through proper recruitment procedures. The informant that came to us told us that this person had been recruited to a position which other people had applied for and were competent to do, but they had bypassed the procedures.
And, I mean, it being a criminal complaint, you consider
It wasn't
that...
a criminal, my complaint wasn't a criminal complaint.
Oh, I see.
It was a complaint to the OIGI that, and by the way, it sat with other aspects of a broader complaint involving properties that were being purchased and other issues,
Yes.
which I haven't brought to this commission because, it wasn't
No,
part of your terms of reference.
You have answered me. I was interested in understanding what firstly, I thought your complaint against her in particular was that she committed a criminal offense, and I wanted to know if that
No, I
is
never
so.
said
You
she
never.
committed
All
a
right,
criminal
that's fine.
offense.
Thank you.
Can you just clear up, sorry, Advocate Sillo, maybe you may resolve a mystery. Was it you by any chance who slipped the dossier, the investigation dossier, under a certain member of Parliament's door?
Which dossier?
You said you conducted the investigation and then you sent a complaint to the Inspectorate General.
Let me be truthful.
Yes.
I'm not in the business of jumping on a plane and flying to Cape Town to slide a dossier under anybody's door. The information, I've still got the emails on my email system where I report to the OIGI. I don't send any dossiers to, and I know who you're talking about. I don't do that.
He did not get it from you?
Absolutely did not get any dossier from me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tumelo. If I may move then to page 28 of your statement.
Yep.
And maybe some clarification here. At paragraph 1.8.9.
Sorry, Mr. Lo, maybe before you do that.
Absolutely.
Mr. Sullivan, in your paragraph 1.8.5, you refer us to the two letters. That's your attorney's letter to General Masemula and his response. And your further response to him is quite scathing. And I think you've spoken to that. Looking at his response to your attorneys.
No.
Now I'm saying I am looking at...
Say again?
I'm looking at his response to your attorneys.
Yes.
Which you find at page 505.
Correct.
And which obviously displeased you. And you are, in page 506, you speak quite very strongly against that letter.
Yes.
Now the last paragraph would have been in his response at 505 would be what offended you. And I just want to ask, what is wrong? What do you consider to be wrong with this response?
Which paragraph?
The last paragraph in 505? General Masemula's response to you, to your attorneys.
What was the purpose of the trip? What?
Page 505, are you there with me?
Oh, 505.
Yes.
Sorry. .505, yes?
Yes, that's General Masemula responding to your attorneys.
Correct.
Yes. And my question is, what do you fault with this kind of response? I mean, I look at the last paragraph of that letter, and it is standard letter. And no, let me finish. It's a standard response about respect for the Labor Relations Act, and all the applicable relevant prescripts. And my reading of this is he says, we will act and comply with the Labor Relations Act and the labor law prescripts that deal with matters like this. You take offense to that kind of response. And my question to you is, why do you find this an unsatisfactory response?
Because that response, Commissioner, wasn't a standalone document. I had already been engaging with him. There's multiple emails. So unfortunately, you can't just look at the letter that my attorney sent and his response. You have to look at all the prior emails and the information that I had received, and I had requested action by Commissioner Masemola. And if we go back a little bit and we talk about the evidence I gave you in respect of General Khan, that's just one example of where I'd laid a complaint and he just ignores me. But on this matter, he sent this letter.
Yes.
And you're looking at a situation where 5 generals and 2 brigadiers, there's going to be no suspension. By the way, they were never suspended.
No, yeah, sorry, maybe let me clarify what I'm asking. Your attorneys write a letter, right? That's the letter at page 502, in which they demand the suspension of these people. There's no reference to anyone else, any other case. There's no Khan, there's nothing to it. There's just these people, the generals and the 2 brigadiers. And then they demand in the letter that these people must be suspended, otherwise you'll bring an urgent application to court. He responds to you, and he says, the National Commissioner is aware of his constitutional duties in terms of the SAPS Act, as well as the SA disciplinary regulations. It must be emphasized that this matter is receiving the necessary attention it deserves, and it's a matter that involves a relationship between employer and employee in line with the Labor Relations Act, as well as all the other relevant prescripts. That's what he says. You respond, and you are displeased by it, and you call it a response which you describe as an arrogant middle finger response to my attorney's letter of demand. So at this stage, we are speaking about your attorney's letter and his response. That's all we are discussing. And my question is, what do you find wrong and offensive in the manner in which he has responded, which I've just read to you now?
Well, if I put myself in the shoes of a commissioner of police, and I've got 5 generals and 2 brigadiers that have just been arrested and charged with serious crimes, including corruption, I would immediately suspend them. Immediately. And it's good for some police officers get immediate suspension when they do wrong. But these 5 generals and these 2 brigadiers, we get this response saying, I'll do what has to be done, I'll comply with the legislation, but actually nothing was done. They've never been suspended.
The nothing was done, they've never been suspended is post. The nothing was done. You say nothing was done. They were never suspended. That's what you say.
Correct.
But that is after he has written this letter. So he writes to you on the 1st of July and says, that's the position of the law, I'm aware of it. And you, on the 5th of July, you say this response is effectively a middle finger, is to raise a middle finger to your attorney's letter. What I'm asking is, well, maybe let me speak for myself, that I see nothing wrong in his response. It is standard response that says, I will abide with the prescripts. That he later on doesn't suspend them is a different conversation, and I would probably have the same problem as you, that he didn't suspend them after he said, I'm looking at it. But at this point, I'm speaking to the response, and especially because your response to him is quite flowery language, and it's terribly uncharitable response to him. And I'm asking on that basis but what causes you so much offense in this letter that he writes to you?
My response to him was meant to be antagonistic. It was meant to put him under pressure. I realized, because I took legal advice, based on the letter that he'd given, we were ready to bring an urgent application. But based on that letter, damn, we can't bring the urgent application. Now, that letter may look all good and legal and above board, but the reality of the situation, given the seriousness of the crimes for which these people have been arrested, they should have all been suspended. There can be no doubt in my mind. If I was Commissioner of Police, I would have said, sorry guys, you're suspended immediately.
Yeah, except you're not allowed to do that. You see, we have labor laws in this country.
But they do.
No, let me say. We have labor laws, we have a disciplinary code that regulates processes that lead up to a suspension. So what you say that you would have done it wouldn't be in accordance with the prescript. Maybe he shouldn't have followed the prescript if that's what you're saying. But what you're saying he should have done is not how it works.
So-
How it works is you give the employee an opportunity to make submissions about why they should not be suspended if you're considering to suspend them. And depending on what they say, it depends what they say, because you have to take into account what they say in their submissions, and then you make a decision. Anything other than that is in fact an unfair labor practice, which our law punishes.
Can I respond?
Yes, you may.
So, if we're talking about a work environment, like a company or corporation, or even a government department, I agree with you. But we're talking about people that are supposed to be upholding the law. And there have been multiple occasions where senior police officials have been suspended instantly. And that, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
And they have been returned to work if a procedure that was followed is not in compliance with their disciplinary code and the law. They have been returned.
Yeah.
All right. The simple point I'm making is that he says to you, I will follow due process. Maybe he meant to defeat your agent application. I don't know about that. I'm looking at the letter and especially your response to it, and I don't understand what would have angered you that much that you speak the way you do in your response to him, including telling him that you will take him down. You've taken 2 commissioners previously down and you will get him removed. I'm trying to make sense of that kind of response to this letter.
Yeah.
But I've heard you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, Mr. O'Sullivan. We don't have to go there. I can read it for you. I take it that you are aware that during his testimony on the 17th of September, General Mkhwanazi, and it's in his statement, paragraphs 8 and 9, indicated as follows: I must emphasize that this briefing was a product of a collective and collaborative efforts of various units within SAPS and the majority of men and women in the service. It is a reflection of the common concerns shared among members of all ranks and a common desire for their resolution to enable these members to serve with honor. At paragraph 9, he says, in presenting the information I shared with the public, I acted both as a member of this collective and the person designated to deliver this collective message. You recall that? Now you hear that.
I can't remember.
Okay, but you've heard what I've just read out to you.
I've heard what you just said, yes.
Now I turn then to page 28, paragraph 1.8.9. My question really, I'm trying to understand what your challenge is at 1.8.9 in the context of what I have just read. You state that in your submission to the ad hoc committee, which was ignored by them, you pointed out that the PowerPoint presentation used by Mkhwanazi had metadata which showed it had been created on a SAPS computer, which is emphasis, not Mkhwanazi's computer. It would be wise for the Commission to establish the use of the said computer and who typed and where they typed the presentation to the media. Why must we concern ourselves with that exercise?
Well, I'm not saying you have to concern yourselves with
Okay,
it.
the basis for the
I'm suggesting
suggestion?
it would be wise, because it may well be that the person that prepared this presentation is not from Mkhwanazi's office at all.
But if you look at the picture, you have
That's the metadata.
the metadata, you have reflected it here. It says the creator is SAPS, then a number there. It gives it's a SAPS computer. So in the context of General Mkhwanazi saying that he acted as a member of a collective within SAPS,
Yeah.
and somebody to deliver, does it become an issue that the presentation was not created on his own computer, but on another SAPS computer?
It may not be an issue,
Okay.
but until we know who actually prepared that presentation, why not be transparent about it and say, by the way, on such and such a date, I sat down with this person, that person, and we prepared this presentation. All I'm saying is there's an opportunity to have transparency and it would be wise to do that. But I can't dictate to the Commission what to do. I'm just making a suggestion.
I guess, we don't overpromise and underdeliver. I'm trying to appreciate the value of that exercise, because at 1.8.10 you say, I believe it is in the public interest for the computer's users' details to be obtained and the person interviewed to establish who instructed him, her, what he, she was instructed, and where and when he, she typed out the presentation. The metadata reflects that this is a SAPS computer. General Mkwanazi says it's a whole lot of us. I was just there as in a representative capacity. Why must the Commission go down that rabbit hole to establish what in particular?
I'm not saying the Commission must go down that road. I'm saying there's an opportunity there to have some transparency and find out who actually put this together.
It's a member of SAPS.
Yeah, but who?
The collective that General Mkwanazi references in his statement.
One person typed this, not a collective.
Okay.
It would be useful to know who that was, I think.
Okay.
Surely, Mr. O'Sullivan, you have something that you would like to establish. What is it that you would like to establish for us to even consider that?
Commissioner, if one looks at the media briefing, and if one looks at this presentation, I'm saying the missing information is how that presentation came into being. And if we're talking about a collective, who is that collective? How did we form? How did we come together to make this presentation? That information is not in the public domain. And since this whole...
Surely you have your own theories.
I have my own theory.
You would not otherwise be going down that route.
I have my own theory, Commissioner.
That's why I'm asking you, what exactly do you want us to establish?
You see, there's the problem. I have my theory, but I would prefer if that information was provided without my theory being applied, because it may or may not reveal something interesting. That's all I wanted to say.
It's very uninteresting for us to go that route if we have no idea what we want to establish.
So my theory may not be factual. So if I have a hypothesis which hasn't been proven and I publish it, what am I actually doing? It's like Leonardo da Vinci inventing the airplane. Actually, he did it 400 years before the plane was invented. Now, the reality is I have a theory, but I'm not in the business of publishing an untested theory.
I was not even pushing you down that route, not at all. I just wanted to get an idea of...
I just believe that there's a lack of transparency around how that presentation came to be.
Just to try on the same theme. If your theory, and I'm not saying it's your theory, if your theory is it's General Mkwanazi and Masemola and let's say Dimpane, I'm just giving you names randomly, what difference does it make to this which you say we should find out? So you can pick any names and say to us that because what it will reveal is ABCD. It's again trying to understand what really is your issue about this.
Let us say that when I ask this question, it links to a previous question I made about keeping an open mind, about the motive to this media conference, because we have to believe that the motive, according to General Mkwanazi, was that, these are the issues and we want to get it out there and I'm going to become a whistleblower and I'm going to fight for my country and I'll die if I have to and what. Very emotional, And I'm surrounded by people with machine guns and balaclavas and whatnot. And I just believe that there could have been other ways of getting the same amount of attention on this matter without necessarily having this whole media briefing and having all the staff, by the way, from the provincial office there. All those people were sitting there on a Sunday afternoon. And by the way, who would have ever thought that I would receive a copy of that PowerPoint presentation? I didn't even know the media briefing was going on until a journalist phoned me and said, this guy's talking about you after the media. I said, what? Who? Which guy? And he told me. And I said, well, what media briefing? Do you have a copy of it? And he sent it to me. So not realizing I could now check, which I do with a forensic tool, I'm able to pull the metadata from that. And I thought, ooh, that's interesting. Now, I'm just saying there's a lack of transparency here, and that transparency may help show the motive behind this whole process that took place. Because it wasn't just a media briefing, it was a lot more than a media briefing. And I just think that whole thing needs to be opened up a little bit. And it's not part of your terms of reference, but I do believe that somewhere along the way it may come out, okay, this is why it happened, this is what caused it, and these are the people that were involved. What if the theory shows that there was a little third force running around, and that's really what's going on here?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Mr. O'Sullivan, I think if you turn over to page 29, we've covered the issues that are set out here to your page 29. So effectively, that would bring us to the conclusion of your testimony and the end of your statement. And to say to commissioners that barring any questions there may be for Mr. O'Sullivan, that would be the testimony of Mr. O'Sullivan.
Mr. O'Sullivan, thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for enduring the very long day.
It's a pleasure.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. 9:30 tomorrow?
9:30 tomorrow, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
I'm good, thanks from you.
Did she forget something else?
She won't forget after all. She can never forget a sense of security I gave her everywhere.
And she can't forget my constant company, even though she's found a new love lately.
But by the end of the day,
she definitely still needs us.
She doesn't need us anymore.
Sometimes we feel guilty. We can only do so much. That's why more and more pet parents rely on Hills, with scientifically proven formulas to give more love than humanly possible. Because you're only human, there's Hills. Science does more.
Of the weapons. The reason why we continuously in our briefing reiterate and stress on the constitution and the laws of the country and why they must be preserved and respected is precisely to remind South Africans on what is expected of them in terms of Dangerous Weapons Act, in terms of Section 17, that I will reiterate, Section 17 of the same constitution that all of us as South Africans subscribe to. And because we are a sovereign state, that is expected for those that visit our country, who reside in our country, to respect those laws. So in terms of the Constitution, Section 17, it expressly indicates that when you demonstrate, it should be distinct from any other event that is intended for expressing our cultural rights and so on and so forth. Hence, we want to reiterate and continue to educate our country that that is a constitutional expectation and mandate, that when you so express, where you so demonstrate, make sure that it is done correctly in terms of a date. Dangerous Weapons Act defines what are these acts. I think we had the same briefing and engagement with the media where we did alluded on the fact. Why are they not arrested? We do arrest where it's necessary. We use the laws that are applicable in terms of Public Violence Act, where we have those that continue to brandish and carry violently the weapons. They are being addressed in terms of the numbers that I have been providing earlier. Some of those, if one can look at some of the cases that persons have been charged with, includes public violence, it includes damage to property, includes assault, it includes murder, as I have indicated on the 4 cases that some of these cases do have persons that have been arrested. We also have arrested an individual that was impersonating. We have been reiterating and taking from the strategic objectives that the President has outlined on the 7th of June that we are not going to allow an ordinary South African to be approaching any person and asking for that is within the law enforcement. Only the Defence Force, only the South African Police Service, and the Home Affairs officials can are mandated to ask for documents. How many people have been arrested from March and March? The intention of this briefing is not to label individuals, because we will have to go deeper in looking at the affiliation of an individual. The indication of the cases at Rosettenville, it's because of how the individuals presented themselves, how were they wearing during their exercise, and taking from the leaders of March and March that they were pleading for their followers not to be out of line. Hence, we have responded, and we have responded swiftly, and I believe that the organizers and the leadership of March and March will be proud of law enforcement, that we will root out the elements that are not representing them. On the 103 cases, I think I've already alluded on the offenses that these people are facing. Are there laws against anti-foreigner sentiments in RSA? There are no laws specifically to say if you do this to the foreigner, it is an offense. Our laws are a blanket laws that look at the rights of every person. You'll recall that we observe the right of every person within the borders of our country. Any offense that is committed to any person, it's illegal. But in terms of the people that are illegal in the country, we also discharge what is contained in the laws, including the immigration laws. Hence, from time to time, there are persons that will be arrested. On the 50,000 numbers that I have alluded to earlier is those that have been charged precisely on immigration laws. Why so much preparation for the march that is coming tomorrow? It is our responsibility and a constitutional mandate and obligation, where we know that there will be marches, and perhaps we are now talking about the march that is coming tomorrow. But from time to time, throughout the year, there are sporadic marches and protests that we do police, and we do have such statistics. We even have the breakdown of those that were peaceful and those that required us to exercise and implement some of the rights that are contained in terms of making sure that those that are on the wrong side of the law are facing the full might of the law. However, we also look at the post and previous experiences when a march of this magnitude is planned. Hence, you have heard the appeal to South Africans that let us exercise our rights as contained in Section 16 of the Constitution. However, let us do so responsibly. Let us do so observing other people who do not want to participate, that they should be left with peace. We cannot be forcing people. We can encourage, but you can't force anyone to participate in a march if he or she does not want to do so. So it is from that premise that we will put all measures in place to make sure that we save our country. Said earlier, this is the only country that we have as South Africans, and we have duty, we have the obligation as law enforcement, where we know to protect both marchers and to protect the property, to protect individuals who do not want to partake in the march, to protect those that want to be the observers. It is our duty and our responsibility to do so. Hence, we have put measures in place to make sure that, because we know, we were told that there will be this much, history tells if these things happen, they cannot go unobserved, they cannot go without a law enforcement, they cannot go without the support. Where we get to be notified, we sit around the table, we work out the plan, we guide, we give limitations where we require, limitations in terms of guiding the marchers of the dangers of certain areas or why certain areas cannot be used, and if used, whether we have enough resources. And I must reiterate, Regulations of Gatherings Act, it's very clear on the expectation of those that plan the marches, those that become the organizers, what is expected of them and what is expected of law enforcement.
All right, colleagues, in the interest of time, we're going to take the last round of questions because we do have an early morning tomorrow. We need to rest. Okay, last round. Yeah.
Welcome, Madlanga from Newsroom Africa. I think I just want to start with that massive amount of money that has been allocated as part of the security budget. Of course, that's 600 million rand for this particular protest. I think the question is just, where's the money coming from? From what I understand, is that there hasn't been a legislative mandate or emergency or disaster legislation. So just the question is, where has that money been redirected from? Perhaps maybe other departments, but where is it coming from? Another question I think is, as we speak about, General, you've mentioned that these past 24 hours have been absolutely crucial and shown some stability across the country. Overnight, though, what are we expecting? We're really starting to see some demonstrations flaring up in areas of Kakamas in the Northern Cape, Germiston, community alerts coming out from those particular areas. Another issue is regarding the demonstrations. Have we made any preparations in regards to counter demonstrations, some of the groups that will then be protesting against the likes of March and March? Yeah.
All right, thank you. I think there's one question online from Lisa Lee, News 24. Can you please advise whether the SANDF has been requested or authorized to assist law enforcement in any province? If so, in which provinces will SANDF members be deployed, and what role would they be expected to perform? I think that's the last question, and then we close it there.
Does that with the last question?
General Talisi, Major General Joseph Jalisi is from the SNDF. He is a co-chair of the NatJoints. Over to you, General.
Yeah, good evening to your viewers. SNDF, as the chair indicated, is in support of the police in enforcing law and order in the country. And we are already in 9 provinces for any eventuality. As she has indicated, there's no form or shape of anarchy that seeks to challenge the authority of the state that will be allowed from any individual. It doesn't matter whether it's a South African or a non-South African, as long as you seem to break the law and challenge the authority of the state. So SANDF is deployed and ready to ensure that the integrity of the state remains intact beyond what we are talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, General. I'll now hand over to General Musikiri.
Thank you very much. On the question of the massive amount and where the money is coming from, the Acting National Commissioner on Friday, when we were launching the ground forces, did elaborate on the planning and the requirement of the police, because the amount that was communicated, it's the ground forces or the front line deployment of the police, that is estimated at 600 million in terms of the plans that were put in place, what will be expected. And it is not an amount, and I want to reiterate, not an amount of money that is planned for one day. You'll recall that when we are to move operatives from one area to the other, you need to work out what will be the spending in terms of fuel and others. So this amount is inclusive of any operational budget that will be required at this time for the deployment of members, for the equipment that will be used, for the overtime that will be required for those that will be expected to work overtime. There are individuals that will work 24 hours or those that will work 12 hours, which is the operational expected monies that must be paid. So this amount is inclusive of any other cost that will be required for SAPS to discharge its constitutional mandate. The expectation of any other year is to put aside a certain amount of money for an unforeseen. So part of this will come from the unforeseen, and the Acting National Commissioner indicated that where there are shortages, there are those that will be knocked at to ensure that when the dust settles and we have claims that are submitted, individuals and members will be paid what is due to them in terms of the work that it will be expected for whatever period that this operation will be undertaken. Yes, I have indicated that it has been relatively quiet. And to say relatively quiet doesn't mean there are no marches. Even today, there were demonstrations. We do monitor them. They were policed. The past month, since we have started to monitor the marches, we have been monitoring and managing the marches. So they are quiet because they were manageable, and we have seen a lot of them. I think earlier on there was a question that there have been peaceful marches, and we want to thank South Africans who have done those peaceful marches. We have responded on the numbers that I have read out of those that went out of what was expected of them when they were doing marches. That is why we are able to come here today and give you figures of those that are coming from the marches. The total number of arrests that were, it's been extrapolated from the total number of arrests that has been effected through various operations, but we have singled out those that were coming from the marches to say, out of the demonstration and marches, those that were not peaceful, those that required the police to respond and other law enforcement agencies, we have responded, hence those particular individuals were arrested. Every person in this country is expected or is expecting, in terms of Section 12 of the Constitution, to receive a fairly free and non-violent country with no threats on their personal security. That is the implementation of that right that we want to reiterate to everyone, that you are guaranteed by the Constitution in terms of Section 12 of the right to be free from violence and the threat. I am reiterating this because there is no need for a pushback. There is no need for a counter demonstration, because you are covered by law that your right to be free of violence and threats of your personal safety, it is a guaranteed right in terms of the Constitution. The reason why law enforcement is on the ground is to ensure that nobody is encountering any other person. We cannot be in the country where the other one is fighting and the other one is retaliating. But the state has the duty and obligation to ensure that those that are demonstrating do so peacefully. Those who do not want to demonstrate also live their life free of violence or any threat to their personal being.
All right, thank you, General. Colleagues, I think we've reached the end of our media briefing. See you tomorrow morning as early as, I know, 5 o'clock for most of us. Thank you so much for coming through to our media briefing. And thank you to the generals. As you've heard it's a normal working day tomorrow. There's nothing to fear. The state is in control.
Welcome to Frank Dialogue Podcast. Thank you very, very much for each and every one of you for being here. My name is Onkobotse JJ Tabane. I'm with Tumelo Motutwane.
Tumelo
Setlogolo sa mathomo sa ga Motutwane.
You know, I didn't know Tabea was Setlogolo sa mathomo would be a hotly contested thing. I mean, I would walk in the street